Oh boy. I feel so wrong. I feel so wrong being on the right side. I'll tell you why I'm on the right side in a moment. I'd like to move some stuff around. All right, hold on. This works here. And then I want to see you guys, obviously, because I love you guys. You guys are great. Chat. Is there room on the right side? It looks like there's a little room on the right side. Ah, yeah, my OBS window is a little... Okay, hold on. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. And then boom, boom. That should be good, I imagine. Okay. So, we're going to play the Impact Site Sunset theme as I do this little intro. This is a long video. How do I even begin this? I guess I'm going to have to start, obviously. What's going on, team? How we doing? Not Ben, Jedi, Skelly, Ratman, Wolf Beast, Chak Bro, Jag, Nanu, Potato, Monster VP, Not Ben, Ginger's Rock. Oh, yeah. I already said Not Ben, I think. That's okay. 2 Not Bens. It's all good. It's all good. What I prefer the second is stop. So let's maybe, I don't know. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Regardless. All right. So, hi, everybody. If you guys don't know me, my name is Hef. I have made content on a lot of different games over my time and career on YouTube.com and Twitch.com. And one of those games that I make a good amount of content on, I've made a good amount of content on, obviously, is Pikmin. Now, within that space comes a lot of ROM hacks. These ROM hacks can skew on the more difficult side of things. Dan, every 3 years I'm allowed to react to one video. Cut me some slack. Because I wanted to watch this. And I'm the only one who has insight into this. Did you play Lands of Torture? That's actually a good question. I actually have no idea if Dan played Lands of Torture. But we'll get around to it. Dan from Press A, another, Pikmin, Banjo-Kazooie YouTuber. Those are the two. I know you do Mario stuff. I associate specifically Pikmin and Banjo-Kazooie. Because I'm not a Banjo guy, right? I've never played the Banjo games. I never really care to. But, and you'll have to excuse me. My energy level right now is kind of low. I'm like, I'm out of work. I'm tired, for sure. You did? Where's your React video? Oh, sorry. This one's 3 hours long, though. And I felt that, I don't know. That's a good point. Only every 3 years I'm allowed to react to a video like this. Only every 3 years. So, catch me again when I'm 31 reacting to, I don't know, Prodigious SP. What video is this?
What video is this?
Look at this guy. This is a video made by my favorite Pikmin YouTuber, probably. Because, and thank you, of course. Because I only think there's one Pikmin YouTuber. And I think it's I'm only here for Pikmin. I guess quote counts, but here's the thing. Here's the biggest difference between I'm only here for Pikmin and every other Pikmin adjacent YouTuber on this platform, including myself, is that he's only here for Pikmin. He's only here for Pikmin. And by default, that makes him the only Pikmin YouTuber. So, to give it some respect, And because I believe, I gotta move this just a tad. I'm kind of like off center. I believe, right? I believe that there's a sense of camaraderie that, and I guess Dan, did you complete Lands of Torture? Oh, you know what? You did. I remember watching that video because there's like specific moments in Lands of Torture that I'm like, oh yeah, I can't wait to get to this part. I'm excited to see what happens here. You know, I've played a lot of Pikmin 2 ROM hacks in my day. There's very few intricate pieces of each one that I remember. But I remember a decent amount of Lands of Torture because it is a ROM hack like no other. There is no video. Oh, it's lost media. Your video is lost media, is what you're saying? That's why I'm not reacting to it. This guy's all up in arms. You didn't react to my Pikmin 2 Lands of Torture video. You streamed it like 2 years ago. You know what I streamed 2 years ago? Kaizo Coliseum. You know what doesn't have a video? Kaizo Coliseum. I wish I could have done that. I wish I would have done that. I'm gonna shrink this down and move this up. And I'd like to get into it. But I'm excited for this because I have a long form Lands of Torture video on my channel. I have my own takes. I have my own thoughts, my own opinions on the mod. I actually think it's a pretty well, all things considered. I don't know why the impact site music stopped. Maybe I only get a certain number of repeat playthroughs. I guess that's true. It's really stupid. I don't know why. I'm literally on YouTubeRepeat.com. It should just keep repeating. That's like its only thing. Whoa, Peak is being streamed. Exactly. I'm looking forward to it as well. But we're the only two people who have like a big ass movie of a Lands of Torture experience or complete saga. That's what mine's called, I believe. Mine was demonetized. I wonder if he's going to run into the same issue. Probably not. I think mine was demonetized because of the title, because of Lands of Torture, and it randomly happened. That's just like a fun fact about the Lands of Torture video. It's in my top 10 most viewed videos, but it's been demonetized for most of its lifespan. So any ads you get served on that video, they're not from me. Your Kaizo one got demonetized? That's tough, yo. It's ridiculous, dude. You spend so much time on something, and you're like, there's nothing in here that warrants demonetization. And it happens anyway. And you're like, excuse me, Mr. YouTube man. This shouldn't be demonetized. I do absolutely nothing wrong. This is a video about little plant creatures and collecting treasure. And they're like, actually, I think that it's bad. And I think that we shouldn't give you money for it. And you're like, but I worked for months on this. It doesn't matter to the big old YouTube gods. It's one of the reasons that this is frustrating. You've never had a video demonetized? Dan, that's because you make slop. Why would YouTube ever demonetize slop, bro? No, that's cap. That's cap. I'm getting my licks in early because I want to be reacting to this, right? I'm serious. No, I'm not serious. No, I don't watch the Banjo-Kazooie ones. The Wally Hop demonetization. Oh, maybe. That's possible. Is it because of swears? I mean, oh, wait, did they do it specifically because of the name of the enemy? Oh, you know what? Actually, that's very interesting because I definitely had the same thing happen and I also had to submit an appeal. It's very, very strange that, like, that's literally what the enemy was called. And I'm just not going to call it what its name was. Like, my bad. Sorry, I'm dead naming the Wally Hop. That's, I get it. I'm an ally. I get it. Anyway, this is a big, long video. The throwless videos are peak. The Pikmin 1 throwless is absolutely peak. I'm obviously kidding. Art is in quotation marks. I make art sometimes. Not actual art, though. I'm not an artist. I'm a graphic designer. Even that, I don't call myself a graphic designer because I only just take assets and cobble them together. I don't actually draw anything from scratch. Yeah, well, Dan, that's because you're not politically correct. You'd call me an artist. There's a couple videos I have that I'd consider art. The Lands of Torture one's probably actually not one of them. But regardless, I want to get into it because it is a long, long video and because I have a lot to say, a lot to talk about, a lot to do. We're going to get into it. This is the Pikmin 2 Lands of Torture experience by I'm Only Here for Pikmin. It is a 3-hour video. And I'm really, really excited. You're playing Hotel Transylvania 3 Monsters Overboard. That's not Pikmin. That's not Pikmin though. I mean, it is kind of Pikmin. It is kind of Pikmin. I saw that video. Anyway, I'm excited. And I'm excited to relive Lands of Torture here before I inevitably have to relive it at some point soon. But let's do it. Go subscribe to I'm Only Here for Pikmin. He makes high quality Pikmin content weekly. Weekly. It's fine. I make content daily. That's also very big, harsh truth or untrue fact. Anyway, let's do it.
The Pikmin series, despite
Let me know how the
being around
audio
for
is.
almost 25 years now, hasn't had that many games throughout its history. However, one thing it has had a lot of is mods. There are an abundance of Pikmin mods, all of which offer a completely different experience.
What is this? Is this regrown? Oh, no, you know what? Is this Caveless? I'm not seeing the Hole of Beasts right there. Did you play through Caveless Edition? I have things to say about Caveless. It has to be Caveless, yeah. I did say them. I'm not a big fan of Caveless, but that's okay. That's, Pikmin 2 has caves. That's how it goes. Yada, yada.
Experience from one another and put a brand new spin on the
Yup,
games.
this is, oh my gosh, what is this? This is Pick Hacker's Pikmin minigames. I don't know exactly what this is called, but I have not done this one.
Based on. Now, I've been suggested quite a lot of mods to play, but one of the most requested
Pikmin
ones,
Wars.
hundreds of comments asking for it, is Pikmin 2.
Hundreds of comments asking for it. And you know what? Even though you've played it, you will still get hundreds of comments asking you to play it again. And you will just live with that. It's like, oh, when are you going to play through Pikmin 2 Kaizo again? When are you going to play through Pikmin 2 Lands of Torture again? And it's like, you guys do not understand what we have to go through to not only play through a mod that probably is 10 times as long as a vanilla playthrough. Like, Kaizo definitely. Lands of Torture may not be, but Kaizo definitely is. Like, we have to go through that, the whole mod, and then also edit a video on it. Like, I don't know about all that.
2 Lands of Torture.
Wow. Awesome.
Pikmin 2 is widely regarded as the hardest game in the series.
Yeah, also thoughts. See, he's saying it's widely regarded, not that he believes that. I low-key believe Pikmin 1 is harder because of jank and because of a time limit. I think that the difficulty of Pikmin 2 is overblown. That's a whole other conversation. That's not what we're here for. But I like bouncing off of I'm Only Here for Pikmin's thoughts because he's probably thought about the Pikmin series just as much as I have. Probably one of the only other people in the world to think about it as much as I have. Quotes tier 2. Quote also probably has thought about the Pikmin series too much. And Quote specifically, out of the way right now, Quote is the developer of this mod. Quote Balrog, the only other maybe Pikmin YouTuber. Okay, pausing every 5 seconds. I'm sorry. Do you want me to sit? There's a reason I'm reacting to it. I'm engaging. This is a conversation piece, right? If I'm just gonna sit here like this, mute the camera, that's lazy slop reaction content. That's not what I'm about here. I rarely do reaction videos. It's not my style, really. I've reacted to some stuff, but it's not my MO. I know he's kidding me. I know he's clowning me. You tend to think about it a lot more than the average person does. Oh, yeah. But
most of the time, it's nothing particularly too
absurd. This is a vanilla Pikmin 2 sublevel, actually, I think.
Pikmin 2
is this in the Dream Den?
As the hardest game in the
this is in the Dream Den.
This
is Dream Den level 7.
It's nothing particularly too
that sublevel sucks.
Absurd. Most of the time, the game does have quite a lot of threatening enemies and hazards up its sleeve.
It's true.
Pikmin 2 Lands of Torture, as you might be able to guess from the not very welcoming name, ramps up the difficulty tenfold, resulting in a
I love the Emperor Bullblacks. I already know. This is the mascot of Lands of Torture to me, is the Emperor Bullblacks. They're everywhere. They're so strong. They take forever to kill. I'm so excited. I'm so excited.
It's similar to Pikmin 2 Kaizo, which you might remember me playing, and that was certainly a game.
It was a game of all time.
It was extremely difficult, and I've heard that Lands of Torture is somehow even more difficult.
I don't know. People ask me that all the time too, which is more difficult. I think that Lands of Torture is more manageable than Kaizo is. I wouldn't say more difficult. Obviously, Kaizo doesn't have any changes to like the enemy stats or like their frame data. I don't think Lands of Torture has any changes to their frame data necessarily either. Actually, that's not true because the BD Longlegs definitely stomps faster, which I guess counts. If you're a smash head like me, whatever, it doesn't matter.
So I'm certainly in for something.
That's what people. Here we go. That's Quote. Shout out Quote. Go subscribe to Quote.
Making it one of the first full game mods of Pikmin.
Yeah, 2017 is 9 years ago, guys. This mod was made back before Pikmin 2 was like really ROM hack city, right? This is one of the first ones. You think Lands of Torture is harder in terms of raw skill? I may agree with that. I think Kaizo is like very generous on the sprays and the Pikmin numbers, but if you're playing through Kaizo and you don't know where all the treasure are, it is a grind. I literally don't know if I would ever do it again. And I made the guide solely so that if somebody played through it, they wouldn't have to go through what I went through and have to just go back through the caves and look and go back through the caves and look and do the whole thing and then deal with water wraith shenanigans and the fact that the treasure doesn't actually appear on the treasure gauge, and it's like a whole can of worms.
There's not really much else to say aside from rephrasing it's going to be difficult 50 times, so let's stop prevaricating around the bush and delve into Pikmin 2 Lands of Torture. And as always, be sure to subscribe for high quality Pikmin videos weekly.
Do it. Subscribe to him right now. Subscribe to him right now. Go do it. You're going to get way more Pikmin content from him than me. Period.
Thank you to Meme Lord for doing the thumbnail of this video. His account is linked in the description.
Meme Lord. Beautiful.
Be sure to follow.
Beautiful. That's who did the Kaizo thumbnail. Also.
You guys won't be that cheerful for long. Right off the bat, the overall setup and plot is almost completely unchanged from the default Pikmin 2. I say almost because...
Does that really say Baptin Olimar? Baptin Olimar? Oh my gosh. I don't think I even noticed that when any memer. Yo, I'm literally like... My brain is breaking because I just read it like it was normal, and then I looked back at it, and I was like,
Some words in the opening cutscene were changed. Instead of Pikmin, they're now Bikmin.
That's a different mod. Love that.
While the text
Say that
changed,
again.
The overall goal stays the same. We have to repay the company.
What is 8chan? A hot 8chan admin. I know what 4chan is. Oh, yeah, he's in the description as well. I should probably put Quote in the description as well. But that's okay. Very limited text limit you had to work with. Let me put Quote's channel in the thumbnail real quick. Or the description, sorry. Words are hard. It's been a long day. I've been up since 6. Leave me alone. I'm a real person now. Leave me alone. Also, I'm just like specifically tired today, but it's all Gucci. All right, and do that. And then we'll do stream settings, a little edit. Bear with me. This guy made the mod. Go subscribe. I guess I shouldn't do it in all caps. It's a little biased maybe, but live with it. I like capital letters. All right, we good? He's there. Changes saved. Here we go.
His death by collecting treasures back on PNF 404.
Golden memes.
We're not stopping there though. We'll be collecting
Very
every
funny.
single treasure this planet has to offer.
Awesome.
The president ships off Olimar and Louie, and we get to start our journey. Heading into the Valley of Repose for day 1, Olimar and... That's not Louie.
That's not
Who
Louie.
the fuck is that? Olimar crashes into a branch, and we're separated.
An iconic character, an iconic chatter. We have a chatter named Carrot Louie. That is Carrot Louie.
Our only source of keratin we brought with us. Our goal for day 1 is the same. We have to reunite the
I forgot it was like
growing up our
dark.
First batch of Pikmin, who we
is every above ground area
You'll notice
dark?
some immediate differences as soon as you start playing. Both Olimar and the Pikmin move significantly faster, which is a surprisingly
Is that true?
nice change. The game
Do you auto have the rush boots?
also now takes place
When I played it, I didn't even notice that. That's actually crazy. I would never have put that together. I totally did not know that.
nice, which is really
And I've played through the mod 100%. I've beaten it. I've done the whole thing. You just flat out made them faster. So do you get faster when you get the rush boots, or does it like if this is your base speed and this is your adjusted speed, does the rush boots like just kind of like do that and it just levels out? The rush boots makes them even faster.
cool, not
Incredible.
only because it looks very nice, but this is a difficult mod, and it's a known and
Is the
established
audio
fact
good
that
also?
nighttime is pretty precarious on PNF 404, so it makes sense for it to be nighttime in the very difficult mod.
Always got to replace the regular red Bulborb with a snow Bulborb.
We reconnect our communications
Always.
with Louis, which
That's the making of a good ROM hack.
I
Right
think
there.
you might have been able to tell by now that he's just a giant pick carrot
Yep.
for whatever reason. My
Memes.
paternal instincts kick in when I see this little cute carrot waddling around, more so than when I see my actual children. I don't want him to endure the horrors we'll be encountering later on. We run into the onion, which has been moved all the way down here for some reason, and Louis is
Could
just
be a little
delighted
louder.
to see us.
Okay.
This gives us full access to red Pikmin, and we
There
can
we go.
start constructing an army. Olimar's description of the creatures resembling pick carrots was strikingly accurate.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're not wrong, but that's not really a kind way to refer to Louis. Unexpectedly, we do actually have to deal with some enemies on day one.
I love that the eyeballs still like are a pre-rendered asset. So even though Louis' model is changed out, the eyeballs still appear.
In the vanilla game, there's usually only this dwarf Bulborb at the start, and the game is programmed to not allow any Pikmin to die via getting eaten until later on in the tutorial.
Yep.
But here, we actually have to fight some fiends. Don't expect much, though. There's not too many threatening enemies yet. We'll have to wait about 5 minutes for that.
Yep.
There's also fire
There's a groink, right?
geysers on the floor, which can also harm your captains. But
There's a
if
groink
these
at
are
the
things
beginning
giving
here.
you significant trouble, you're going to be in for a nasty shock.
Yeah, those are
later
fine.
on. Since our red Pikmin are immune to fire, it's obviously no
Oh yeah, the carry weights are changed as well.
issue for them. Plus, red Pikmin also have the
Oh yeah, because if you lose Pikmin, you don't have enough to get the bag down.
ability of dealing
Groink
some
on day
extra
2.
damage. Though, if you've played Pikmin 2,
I've played a lot of Pikmin 2 ROM hacks. They get all twisted up in my brain. I do remember the groink. I had to get him stuck. Had to chuck a Pikmin somewhere.
you'd know their
Bait
combat
him.
abilities are greatly outclassed by a certain type of Pikmin. After growing up a few Pikmin, we can weigh down this paper bag
Beautiful.
and reunite the two captains.
Together again.
From there, we can head back to near where the ship was, and after the game gives us a brief refresh on what
Awesome
snow looks
cutscene.
like, we get a glimpse of the first of many
On what?
treasures across
Dude, I love the broken Pikmin 2 cutscenes. I love them so
Our
much.
journey.
I love the broken Pikmin cutscenes, period, but specifically Pikmin 2 is very funny. It's like dun da dun 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 dun, and like the treasure like falls from the enemy and like bounces off screen. It's awesome.
The highly coveted Duracell battery doesn't weigh too much, now needing 30 Pikmin
30?
instead of the usual 20.
Yo!
But we're going to hold off on collecting it for a good while to focus on gathering some more Pikmin, as I have a hunch we might be needing a few.
Don't mind the groink.
Something that does definitely
Dude, the groink
weigh
does
is
everything
the other
wrong.
paper bag, needing
90.
90 Pikmin.
Big.
That's more than twice of what it originally weighed.
You had to use Mario
This hairy
Sunshine
Bulborb-
and their tools to get the chords right for these placements, and God, that thing was crash heavy. The placements of the what? The camera for the cutscenes? You need an answer. Do you disallow purples or reds in your challenge run? Of what? Pikmin 2? You're only going to get so far because you need purple Pikmin to collect the Doomsday Apparatus. Say it again with me. The Doomsday Apparatus. One more time. Doomsday Apparatus.
Orb is the most significant
Sorry, if you say it 3 times, it just appears and just drops on your head. You know,
thread as of now.
it's like a Hail Mary. Sorry.
And while the mod does have him
Bloody
revive
Mary.
health, and
Not a
fairly quickly at that,
Boom!
similar to the vanilla game, he's fairly weak.
Yeah,
He
it's
did manage to claim the
he's
first
chill.
casualty, though. Rest easy, soldier. You at least had the privilege of dying before you eventually get completely desensitized to us. The game graciously
lots of
gifts
death.
us with 2 burgeoning spiderworts, granting us 5 of each kind of berry.
Very nice.
Ultra spicy
It probably
and ultra
uses
bitter.
the
These give us
unused
their respective sprays,
berry
and I already
theme.
know
We
these
love
will be
berry
extremely
farming here.
useful. Spicy Spray boosts a Pikmin speed and attack for around 40 seconds, and Bitter Spray turns enemies to stone for a while, which is
9
good for
seconds.
preventing deaths and crowd control. However,
I know
this
that
is
because of
really
Colossal
the only
Caverns,
bone the
because
game
I'm
is
a
gonna throw
moron
us.
mad
Unlike
lad.
Kaizo, where you only need a tree berries for one spray,
Yeah.
allowing you to farm them up extremely easily, here you need the usual 10.
You know, I actually did very little, I think, spray farming in Kaizo, and that was a mistake on my end. I should have spent like a few days just doing that. Obviously, hindsight is like 2020, but I don't remember having a lot of sprays in Lands of Torture.
Along with that,
Although, because I am going to have to replay it at some point, and again, you'll have to bear with me as I pause through it, because this is what a reaction stream is, okay? I'm not just going to sit here and go, and eat my food, right? That's not it.
Duration is the
That's not why I'm here.
13 minutes, and there's no get Pikmin quick schemes. Day 1 here
Unused
is
berry
definitely
theme thanks to
slower
that placement.
paced, and while
W.
if this was a normal Pikmin game or mod, that'd probably irk me a bit. Here, take as long as you want. I don't mind. It feels more like the cam before the storm than a tutorial.
Cam?
Well, maybe I was also being a bit too slow-paced, as I
Oh,
left some of my
yeah, the
Pikmin in the
freaking
ground
purple
for too long,
flowers.
and they turned into Bud Pikmin.
Half
What's
mention.
wrong with Bud Pikmin?
You caught
That's
that?
wrong with Bud Pikmin. Bud Pikmin usually move a bit faster than Leaf Pikmin and would be completely forgettable if it wasn't for merchandise, but here they jolt all over the place like a scourge of crack addict mosquitoes.
Oh, I forgot
While
about
this is
that.
funny, it's also not very helpful.
No, it's
At least
not.
there's some eggs near the spiderworts so we can have them drink some nectar and turn into flower Pikmin.
Matites.
Oh, what the fuck?
Oh, awesome.
Well, that was a complete disaster.
Awesome.
Also a clear showcase of why we want to avoid
That's
Bud
beautiful.
Pikmin. Look how far and high they were able to blast
Yeah, they're gonna
off
like
to.
completely
We didn't get
fall
any
out of the
nectar
map.
from that, but there's still some eggs here, so
So
it's
sick.
not that big of a Oh, would you stop? I was hoping for
Wait a minute. Are Matites? I think Matites might be a 5% chance, because I think it's 5% spicy, 5% bitter, 5% Matites. Maybe it's 10% Matites. And then it's like a split of like 30-50. Maybe it's 40-40. You guys could look it up. I'm trying to do these off. Oh, you increased the Matite spawn rate from the eggs. Oh, I see. Okay. Makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense.
most of our squad to get flowers here, but only 2 of them did, and the only thing most of our squad got was permanent head trauma.
Yep.
Flower Pikmin thankfully move at a much more reasonable pace compared to buds, so they're definitely ideal. I wrap up the day by getting some sprays.
You
2
just
spicy
get as many as
plus
you
2
want,
half
right?
bitters.
There's no daytime.
Our total Pikmin count is now 76. Pretty good.
You gotta
Maybe
have
that
more.
paper bag won't be too bad after all.
Day
We
2.
then finish the day off by collecting our
It
first
is 5%
treasure,
vanilla.
with a
Look at me
whopping
go, man. I
25
just wrote a video
Pokos.
or
This
a
ends the
script.
day, and a neat
on,
detail is that because it was nice, it
sprays.
turns to day as we leave the
One day I'll have
place.
time to
You
edit.
found your first bit of treasure.
One day I'll have time to edit, but for now I want to watch this video.
Bad work. That was quite an
Bad
eventful
work.
day, and it was day 1. It's only getting worse from here. If the tutorial has taught us anything, it's that there is never a dull moment in this mod.
There won't be.
Something that will only become more and more apparent as we play.
I have fond memories of Lands of Torture, unlike Kaizo, though. I'll say that much out of the way. I think Lands of Torture is a better mod. Definitely more playable. Even if it is, if you consider it to be harder, it's worth trying, I think. I would say if you're a casual Pikmin fan, right, do not play Kaizo. You might be able to get away with Lands of Torture and be like, oh, this is ridiculous, and be like, oh, it's not for me. But I think that despite it's just a better mod.
For day 2 starts,
I like it.
I take care
I
of something
actively like
extremely
Lands of
important,
Torture.
which is checking the Picklepedia to see if the Pick carrots are
Oh.
now Louis.
Well,
No, but they are tiny Olimars for whatever reason.
okay. I
Landing
forgot
back
about
at
that.
the
I don't
right
think I looked at the Picklepedia during my playthrough.
Pose for day
Awesome.
2, we already see the place
A
has
bumbling
become
snitch
lot
bug.
populated. The onion usually moves back to where your ship is.
Yo,
for
I actually
day 2,
forgot
but
everything
here
about
it
Lands
just
of
couldn't be
Torture.
asked. This is made very obvious since there's a cutscene that shows you that the onion has moved near your ship in the vanilla game, which
that's the
ends
noise
up being
Olimar makes
all
when he
wrong
looks
in
up at
this
the onion.
mod, and all it accomplishes is making Olimar stare at a board for 0 reason.
Awesome.
We still have our Bud Pikmin, but not to worry, we can just go over to where the eggs were yesterday,
And-
they're fucking gone. At least there's an extra
I was gonna
bitter
say
spray
I was ready for the bit to happen a third time.
Spiderworth that's just weirdly overlapped on top of the other one. Since we've moved past the tutorial, the clock has started ticking down every time we are in the overworld.
Don't have a lot of time.
Meaning we have 13 minutes to wrap up whatever we need to get done.
Oh, yeah.
There's a few enemies by the ship which we saw, but it's nothing too crazy. In fact, it's a clever enough enemy layout.
Extra bitter flowers by pure accident. Insane.
Who can steal your captains and then face off against a Bulborb. But watch out for the little fella behind him on a cliff.
Yeah,
it's challenging but pretty fun. Don't worry though, if you want to see some truly insane enemy layouts, they'll be coming up right now.
Very, very soon. Emergence Cave, I remember being a wake-up call. This is fine. All of this is fine so far. I'm excited for him to actually get into Emergence Cave.
Because what is this? Forget what I said about this paper bag potentially not being that bad, as there is a Gatling Groink, who mind you is usually a late game enemy, camping right in front of us and can...
Or a first 5-second enemy if you're playing Colossal Caverns like me.
And freely fire shots at any Pikmin attempting to weigh it down. How do we even combat this?
Boom.
To try and ward this guy off, I had to throw a Pikmin onto this corner block to serve as base.
That's what I did.
Was very finicky to pull off.
You gotta,
from there, he should be distracted, but if the Groink is too close to the bag, he'll fire from a distance, meaning he'll prioritize you if you try and get close.
Yeah.
So I had to walk away and do nothing but watch him meander for a while.
That's what I did.
After all of that, we can finally break down the bag.
But hoping I'd be reacting to my own playthrough. Maybe after. Awesome. We'll get to these guys. I love these guys. I think this is probably the most memorable, besides the water dumples and the Emperor Bullbaxes, the Dwarf Bullbear is the most memorable enemy in Lands of Torture. Because of exactly that reason. He'll go on to explain it.
I don't even have a comment for that.
Never mind. He won't go on to explain it.
All of the Dwarf Bulldogs so far have moved slightly faster, but the Dwarf Bull Bears move slightly faster than the bullet that'll be flying through my skull if these guys are a regular occurrence. The Groink is fine enough to deal with since he's
he's chill.
And distracted.
Yeah, he doesn't have a lot of HP.
He's fine. He weighs as much as a big blubber
Boom!
whale. The mod has been increasing the weight of basically every object except for the pellets, which has only been slightly inconvenient so far.
Yeah, they do try to bite your captain for some reason. They get homed in on the captain, like over the Pikmin.
They have the mechanic of slowly coming back to life. After collecting another treasure,
I wonder, I mean, nowadays you could probably speed up that timer. Not to get too into Pikmin 2 ROM hacking shenanigans. Also, this is kind of like maybe a little far away. Let me lower that. That'll do. Not to get too into Pikmin 2 ROM hacking shenanigans, but they're coming out with Pikmin 2 Plus, which is going to be like a template kind of thing. I don't know exactly what it entails, but it's going to make ROM hacking Pikmin 2 a lot easier. So I wonder if you're going to be able to change like the revival timer or make that a feature on maybe other enemies. I don't know. We'll see.
Farming up an additional batch
Could have
of
done
sprays
it
and
back
breaking
then.
down this wall, we get access to our first cave. If you've played Pikmin 2...
So the reason, and I'll also go on to explain, I'm going to shut up and watch the video for a second, but the reason the layout looks like this is because I want you guys to see the spray count, and I also want you to see the captain health, because the captain health actually might end up mattering in viewing this video, so... 269 made it so the Groink and Bullbear equivalents revive faster. Maybe they did, but Pikmin is ahead of every other mod, technically. Technically, Pikmin is, like, unbelievably impressive. I literally, like it, but it's attached to strictly memes. I don't know why the Pikmin community just has this fascination with just meme and meme culture. I don't know. I'm an old head, I guess, but it be how it be.
Or even just familiar with it,
you realize I'm visible again. No, yo.
Difficulty lied. In the overworld segments, which are
we haven't been using the camera for Colossal Caverns.
Your planning, multitasking, and time efficiency, known as a Dandori.
A
small
but important back in 2017, when this mod was made, Dandori didn't exist.
Aspect of these days, however, is managing your squad composition, how you use your Pikmin types, and how to avoid losing them in combat scenarios. This branch of strategy never got a fun marketing term, so I'll just call it Squad Dory.
Oh.
Because it's Dandori for your squad.
Okay.
You can send me a check by mail, Nintendo. Caves mostly focus on your raw squad Dory.
Don't be like
Gunna. You to grow additional Pikmin.
Don't be like Gunna Dawn.
With few exceptions. And there's a pretty big focus on enemy interactions.
We just called it real-time strategy.
Far more punishing gameplay, lots
using
of
decon. Pikmin Squared still uses C-Kit for legacy
and
reasons.
This is likely where we'll see these lands get truly torturous. Approaching the cave, we get hit by a fucking blinding ray that makes the game look like an amateurish source filmmaker animation.
Awesome.
Since we've done everything, there's nothing else to do except delve
That's a lie. There's hazards in this cave. It says that there's no hazards. I think there's hazards. Let's find out.
The Bud Pikmin are so fast they get disjointed and ruin the fucking illusion of the cutscene.
It's awesome.
Good job, guys. Despite all my prior explanations of the caves and why they are regarded as difficult, the Emergence Cave, which is the very first cave in Pikmin 2, is really easy in the vanilla game.
Trying to make you play this mod, should you?
If
you're good at Pikmin 2, you could.
Anything too crazy. So, despite...
As long as you're, like, competent at Pikmin 2, you could play through Lands of Torture. Unless you don't have patience. If you wear thin on patience, don't play this mod. But if you are like, yeah, I want to get through a difficulty hack, you could play Lands of Torture. It is not that bad.
The build-up, I doubt the Emergence Cave here will be anything that difficult.
Awesome.
Never mind. Large packs of dwarf bulborbs are on every corner, and in the center of it all, there's an Empress Bulblax who is shooting out
Titan Dweevil Arena. Oh yeah, the babies are faster, dude. The babies being so speedy. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. I don't want to play this again. No.
Doesn't have up its sleeve is foreplay.
No, fine.
I guess I shouldn't have expected anything nice from a layout which uses the final boss arena, but since it was the first floor, I was expecting slower stars. The Bulborb larva
you'd always start playing
faster,
it and then
makes
stop playing it.
Quite
Nobody's
difficult. And I was struggling to figure out a way to manage
all
this. Not to mention, there's also some sheer grubs in the arena, making things even worse. Our Bud Pikmin are...
I'm so excited to be reliving Lands of Torture through this, because I blocked out a lot of this from my memory. I don't remember this layout. I don't remember the babies being faster. Now that I'm looking at them, I'm like, oh yeah, I can picture a few times I got cornered by like a shitload of babies.
Aren't helping matters either. If you saw them carrying things quickly on the overworld and thought I was being too harsh on them, stuff like this really shows how they aren't helpful at all. Eventually I come up with the strategy of having one captain sit at the edge of the arena out of harm to bait over the larva, while the other captain deals with the Empress. This was a mostly foolproof strategy, but some larva would leak.
Now is he gonna one-cycle the Empress?
Over. Not the biggest deal, as you can simply have the Empress roll over them. Thanks to this strategy, after a
he does do the attack in the belly though. It was a while before I started freaking chucking stop chucking Pikmin at the Empress and started like swarming her at her center point, if you will.
Kill the Empress Bulblax and get the treasure of the floor.
An orange!
The citrus lump.
Boom!
Even better is that the Bulborb larvae have a chance to drop nectar, so we are finally able to fully cleanse our squad of Bud Pikmin.
Do you guys know if you bitter spray a Bulborb larva, it has a 0.5% chance to drop a spray? Did you know that? I always thought it was nectar. But if you break enough of them, if you bitter spray like 30 larvae, you got an okay shot. It's a 1% chance because it's 0.5 spicy, 0.5 bitter. But yeah.
Pikmin,
Notice higher viewership lately. People see Lands of Torture, they probably showed out. Shit, there's fucking 258 of you. It's mostly I'm only here for Pikmin fans. What's up, everybody? No, I haven't been live. I haven't been consistent. I've been a bad streamer generally. I usually, I don't know, let's not get into viewership, right? I'm usually around, like, if I'm streaming Pikmin, it's usually at, like, 100, 150-ish,
Means no more of this nonsense.
But it's a W. This is a big deal. This is a big deal for my channel, because Lands of Torture took off, right? So this is a big deal to be reacting to this.
All right, we beat the boss. The floor is over. Nope. Giant metal maze. I know you're probably thinking, why not just run to the end of the maze with a single captain to reach the exit?
Because
unfortunately, the mod we are playing is NOS Pikmin 2 Lands of Moderate Inconveniences.
Awesome.
And the game has clogged the holes, so we have to bring...
Your live numbers have been 2 or 4 times normal the last week. Mine wasn't yesterday when I was live with Colossal Caverns. It was pretty standard, but... Awesome, dude.
Pikmin
Awesome.
2
Dude, the clogged holes make... This is what made Kaizo fucking awful, is that you had to just, like, maneuver through everything, bring one Pikmin, and then just, like, hope that nobody's trying to kill you.
The maze is filled with dwarf
Your favorite
bulbarbs,
Zelda
dwarf
streamers
bull
watching
bears,
Pikmin.
and male sheer grubs, making it quite treacherous.
I only
to
react
go through.
to Pikmin
There's
2 videos.
actually something I haven't mentioned about the small enemies, yes. Since the dwarf bulbarbs and sheer grubs are only programmed to bite off one Pikmin at a time, and also have insta-kills on their back, no matter how much the mod could attempt to change them, they can't be that big of a threat to our Pikmin squad.
True.
To compensate for this, if they land a hit on your captain, they bite off a full third of their health. You want to be pretty cautious around them, since they can destroy your health in the span of a few seconds.
This is why my camera right now is on the right side. It's because you need to pay attention to the captain's health bars.
This change turns what are usually the simplest enemies to deal with to potentially massive threats that you have to tremble in fear of.
Awesome design philosophy.
Them.
Awesome.
To get through the maze, I bring a small group of Pikmin, as it's easier.
One of the many
to
reasons that this mod is
it's
better thought out than Kaizo, but
we did lose some Pikmin on this floor, but
Reds.
the maze thankfully has 2 Queen Candy Bop buds located in it, allowing us to get back up to a crisp 100. I'd like to make it clear, all of the stuff we went through there was
floor of
in
torture
the
dwarfs,
very
I think.
first floor of the mod.
The one shot
When we
is really
drop into
bad.
the
You at
next
least
floor,
get
we
3
see the
strikes and
layout
you're
where
out.
We first obtained purple Pikmin in the original Emergence Cave,
Show
which
me
is
the
quite a
crab.
relaxing floor, so maybe the mod
Show
will
me
dial
the
things back a
crab.
bit and give us a break. Unfortunately, the only thing this mod wants to break is our minds.
No,
so
this is
instead
not
we get
the,
dwarf bull bear spam, and I really do mean
this
spam.
is not the crab floor.
Usually when I say spam, I mean like around 5 or 6 of an enemy in close proximity,
No.
not a group of one specific enemy type in such high density.
As many as you can fit, probably.
Nobody would be bothered to count us. You have to gradually chip away at each individual bull bear, separating them from the pack and killing them off one by one.
So it took me a while. Dealing with these guys at the beginning of my Lands of Torture playthrough was very difficult. I started to be far enough away from the dwarf bull bears that they didn't notice me, but then I'd throw my Pikmin within their radius, and so what would happen is that they rush toward the Pikmin because they notice the Pikmin, they don't notice me, and because the Pikmin is already like kind of in the air, it kind of creates like a... And so it's just like, you just do that a bunch of times. And so you won't even have to deal with them like attacking you, your captain. It took me a while to come up with that strategy, though. Accidental.
Of course, just when you get used to this and start thinking this floor won't be
very
too
helpful
bad,
for wiping them out, yeah.
Cannon larvas rear their ugly heads like a wasp ready to terrorize a picnic.
Yup.
You can use them to kill some dwarf bull bears, but at some point you'll have to dive in and take them out.
Yeah, no big
which
deal.
often just leads to complete havoc.
These guys have more HP. The grounded ones have more HP than the ones that can walk around. That's just like a fun little Pikmin 2 fact for you. They also can't be stunned by purple Pikmin. It's not relevant to this moment. He only has reds. But yeah, the ones that are grounded, not only can they pop out of nowhere, they have more health and can't be stunned. They're actually significantly more dangerous.
This takes about as long as you think it takes.
Yep.
It is tedious.
Uh-huh.
Then the rotten cherry on top is 3 Emperor Bullblacks lined up in a nice little row.
That's beautiful.
If you came all the way here expecting purple Pikmin, then tough.
Yep.
I brute force them by spamming red Pikmin, and you might think this wouldn't be that bad to deal with because it's the Emperor Bullblacks.
Oh, you know what? That still did a shit ton of damage, though. I really struggled with the Emperors during Lands of Torture. I don't know. Not in this cave, I don't think. Later down the line, I think it was Glutton's Kitchen. I remember the Emperors being ridiculous.
Lasts all of 10 seconds in the original game, but he has received a very significant health buff in this mod.
Yeah.
We have enough red Pikmin on hand to wipe them out fairly quickly, but they are able to get some attacks in, which don't exactly do wonders for our Pikmin numbers.
Awesome.
It'd probably be more resourceful to fight them normally the
We
next
need
time we
101.
encounter them. So, what's our grand reward for doing all of this? A treasure that we can't even fucking collect.
Not yet.
I'm well aware that killing all 3 of them was stupid and hard.
That's also, this is a fun little idea too. Again, there's reasons that I hold Lands of Torture in pretty high regard, because this is a cool idea, is like killing the enemy, revealing a treasure, realizing you can't collect it yet, and then having to come back into the cave. It's the same concept as having a treasure out in the overworld that you can see but can't get to yet, either by not having yellow Pikmin or not having blue Pikmin to go in water. But it's applied to the caves, and that's not something that's not even really messed with, like, even in the general Pikmin modding sphere, let alone in the vanilla games, right? So I think that's pretty dope.
Since they all have the same treasure, but putting an impossible to collect treasure inside 2 of the bosses and then having the real treasure of the floor be inside 1 of them sounded like a very real possibility, so I had to check.
You had to check.
Also, again with the clogged holes, you are not allowed to skip anything in this mod.
Nope.
Even if you wanted to smuggle a small group of Pikmin there to skip it, not only do you have to have the foreknowledge that this floor is useless, but also good luck trying to bring any Pikmin through here unharmed.
Nah.
This floor took
you played Kaizo. You could have done it. Although, look at the captain's health bars. Look at that, dude. They're playing with a Daredevil comet just flying in the atmosphere. That's awesome.
A total of 10 minutes, and the last one took 8, so we've been in the Emergence Cave for a total of 18 minutes now. And we haven't even finished it yet.
Doesn't even
this
sound
cave
that long.
in the vanilla game is like 4 minutes.
Yep.
Olimar and Louie could kill all the enemies, collect every treasure, and eat all of the snow on the floor in the original cave. And all that time combined would only have them at the fucking metal maze in this one. I head to the exits, and both of our captains are on the verge of collapse.
So
that's
awesome.
Great.
So awesome.
After dealing with the previous 2 floors, sublevel 3 turns out to be a decent change of pace. The thing you'll notice right off the bat is the floor is littered in Dweevils, and the second thing you'll notice is that we finally get purple Pikmin.
Yay!
One flower might look a bit
10,
disappointing,
right?
but it disperses a total of 10 Pikmin,
Yeah.
which is double what you usually guess.
Oh, right. Hey, it's your boss. Oh, he's angry. Oh, he's pissed. He's fat.
Did I say we unlocked purple Pikmin? I meant to say that we unlocked President Pikmin. Purple Pikmin
President
are still
Pikmin,
just
nice
as
to
good
meet
as
you.
ever, having access to double damage, their slam
I'm the Pikmin
attack,
president.
and being able
We
to
held an
stun
election.
enemies. The Dweevils do move faster, and their stun has been shortened, but they overall aren't much of a threat. And you can clean them up fairly quickly to avoid them stealing any treasures.
Yeah.
Lands of Torture also found a way to make the
Oh,
female
yeah.
She-Grub,
They kidnap
an enemy that does
Pikmin.
basically nothing in the vanilla game, into an annoyance.
I
They move around
forgot.
extremely quickly and can push around your squad of Pikmin.
Yeah, they do.
There's a neat little detail in Pikmin 2 where the female Sheargrubs shove around the Pikmin a small bit.
Yeah.
It's actually kind of cute.
It is.
For this mod, this gets translated into them putting your
Yeah, they
Pikmin
kidnap
in a
them.
chokehold against
Yeah,
the wall at breakneck
they
speed.
kidnapped the
This
Pikmin.
all
It's kind of
culminates
awesome.
into this section here, which is the puzzle from the end of the Bulblax Kingdom.
Mm-hmm.
But the fire geysers are replaced with dwarf bulborbs, and there's some sheer grubs who can shove your Pikmin into the water.
They could
I
also
brought
go
up
in the water and
DCS
die.
Aside from stating it exists, and you may have seen some treasures give us barely any Pokos.
Yeah, nothing.
So you might be wondering if the death will be a big issue in this mod.
Debt is
Thankfully,
always
it
a big
isn't,
issue.
as several treasures also have hyperinflated values, such as this 7-Up cap that gives us 711 Pokos. Obviously, compared to what a bottle of 7-Up would cost you in Ireland, that is very cheap. The debt has actually been increased to 1200 Pokos instead of the usual 1000.
What was it in Kaizo? Was it 20k or was it 25k? It might have been 25. Oh, what a disaster, dude. Having to fucking grind like the last 7,000 Pokos. You could get everything possible in the first 3 areas because you don't have the Wistful Wild yet. And you'll still have to grind 7,000 Pokos out somewhere, somehow.
But due to the arbitrary prices of everything,
Because of the
that
robbery.
randomly
Yes, Pikmin 2
skyrocketed,
Kaizo
it's
did
still not
rob
much of
me.
an issue. This floor definitely was a challenge.
true,
but
that wasn't
compared to
clickbait.
the last 2, it's overall a walk in the park. We finally reached the last floor, and this one definitely makes up for the lower difficulty in the last
I remember
one.
this
It is
one.
absolutely ridiculous.
This is one of the ones
it
I
consists
remember.
of stuff.
Yep.
That's the best description I
Sure.
can give it. Just a bunch of stuff.
Awesome.
There's also quite a lot of boss spam. You know the mod's going to be a fun time when the first cave has a boss count.
Quote, out of curiosity, because you're probably still here, did you increase the amount of armor that bosses get from bitter sprays?
The double digits. It has a higher boss count than the cave that is meant to be a boss rush in the original Pikmin 2. The Emperor Bulblax was fundamentally a challenging boss in the vanilla game, but what obviously held him back was having a health pool that would break your legs if you tried to dive into it. He has health here and is far more troublesome, especially when there's a bunch of other enemies around him. You usually want to throw a few Pikmin onto his face and then whistle as he jumps. Actually getting all of the Pikmin onto his face, though, can be harder than it looks.
Uh-oh, you whistled.
You can also roar, which scares
and
Pikmin
then that wakes up the other ones.
Emperors. Or, well, it's meant to. This guy just didn't really seem to care for whatever reason.
Awesome.
After dealing with two of them, we have the amazing invisible Snaglet.
Yes, the roof Snaglet!
To deal with, but Louis had such low health that a mere shake required a trip to the emergency room.
Oh no, Carrot Louis!
We need, so that's nice, but there's a bull bear blocking off the tunnel.
You have bitter spray.
Time to show off what bitter spray does. What the fuck? Who isn't here?
Awesome.
Just as you thought there would
I remember
be
the crab. I remember this.
Opportunity to breathe on this
that was a meaty rock.
No room at the inn. This is a late game boss, by the way. Not a boss that should even be within a 10-kilometer radius of the first cave.
No, this is the best early game boss in Pikmin 2.
Time here, not even fucking
it's my favorite Pikmin 2 early game boss, actually.
We're just in a lose-lose scenario here. If I focus on the crabs,
sorry, Pikmin 2 to me is just Colossal Caverns now.
And dwindle my squad down to
the last time I played vanilla Pikmin 2 was probably years ago.
I won't be able to focus properly to avoid the crabsters' attacks. Plus, if we go a bit too far to the left, we wake up another Bulblax.
Yep.
And there's also just all of this waiting for us down here, too.
Yep.
This is basically just a nonsense spam floor. Eventually, Olimar just dies.
If you could say huge for the program, can I say Lost Media?
I wasn't sure if this was going to be something like Kaizo, where resets are necessary to play.
Big boulder!
And this floor being absolute penis hell scared me into this. But fortunately, resets aren't really necessary for Lands of Torture, and we'll be keeping them to an absolute minimum from here on out. If we fuck up severely past this...
I also think I kept the resets to a minimum in Lands of Torture. I think Kaizo I didn't, but Lands of Torture I really just tried to get through it.
Point, we have to take it on the...
Would vanilla feel uncanny or some other odd feeling? It would probably feel way too easy. And that's like a whole other thing. You know what I mean? Like, people overblow the difficulty of Pikmin 2 generally, but after playing through X number of difficulty hacks, like going back to it, I'm like, these people they just can't play the game. They just don't know. They just don't know how to play Pikmin 2. It's pretty easy. Oh, the farming stream. But that was like 2 years ago though, or like a year and a half ago. That was vanilla Pikmin 2 though. That's a good call, Stephen Bills. Good call.
Attempt 2 is more the
same. Reaction live stream. What a concept. I didn't create it.
And face off against the Snagris. At least this time
there's
big
HP on the Snagris.
Easier ruse for the treasure to go. Unlike holes, geysers can't be clogged outside of challenge mode, so I immediately book it to the exit as the treasure is being collected.
Geysers cannot be clogged
atlas, which gives us access to the next
mode.
area, and finally we can leave the cave.
When you ask them what the X button does, they don't know.
66 Pikmin died.
It dismisses them.
I'd like for it to really sink in that this is the first cave out of a total of 14. When we land on the surface, the ship orders for us to leave, not like I wanted to stay here any longer anyways. I'm glad they changed the president's line here about taking baby steps first, because if he considered any of what we went through baby steps, I'd have some serious qualms about how he may be raising
Alright, so
children.
I remember the Emergence Cave, I remember Glutton's Kitchen, I remember Frozen Hidden X, which we'll get to at some point. Again, a 3-hour video. I'm trying to think of, like, I remember a good chunk of the Dream Den. But besides that, I don't remember very much else. I don't, like, the difficulty doesn't really, like, ramp up. It kind of just starts you up top.
We have officially left what I'd consider to be the really early segment.
I considered one of the worst caves.
Oh yeah. Teach you how the game works. But the only thing we learned here is that
tough.
the game wants us dead. This was
all the enemies respawned.
Relentless. Even this part of the game was chill enough in Kaizo. Since we got the spherical atlas, it's time to explore.
Yeah, it was chill enough in Kaizo. They're just Snagrits.
The Awakening Wood.
Hairy Bulborbs, I think. The worst groink placement of all time, ladies and gentlemen. Oh. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Did they notice?
Slightly for no reason wasn't a sign we aren't welcome here. Then the bull bear right at the fucking base definitely is.
That's a Kaizo
staple. It doesn't even
staple.
Immediately target us, just goes straight over to its dipshit children to drag them into it too.
Oh, that's crazy.
The fight was sloppy, and we ended up losing a purple Pikmin because of it. So I decided to keep them away from combat, as red Pikmin are much more expendable.
Yeah.
Only 3 days in, and the mod has me talking like I'm Stalin. Also, if you thought an enemy that revives weighing 60 Pikmin was bad, try AC. It's a good thing I stopped using the purples, as there's a whole battalion of shearwigs that's near impossible.
In Kaizo, I think they made it so that the shear grubs and shear wigs give you like 20 to 30 Pikmin each. I don't think
to deal
that's
with
not
Daedalus,
a Lands of Torture
and they
thing,
also
I
got
don't
rid of the
think.
burgeoning spiderworts. But
Hello!
to make up for it, there's a snagret there.
Yeah, one snagret.
All of that, though, is
fine.
child's play compared to this nonsense.
Yeah.
The groink by the paper bag was
Yeah, I
already
remember
bad
that
enough,
groink.
but somehow they found an
No, that's the
even
worst
worse
spot.
way of utilizing the groink.
That is the worst
He's naturally
spot.
gonna blow the brains out of any Pikmin who dares
And
to
he doesn't
touch
even
the wall.
damage the
So
gate. It's
similar
not
to
even
last
Pikmin
time, you have
squared,
to try
bro.
and bait him over. But unlike last time, your bait here isn't really reliable. You just kind of have to toss a Pikmin over here and hope for the best, and it's practically
Yeah, the
random
best.
how
That's about
effective
as good
it
as he
is,
gets.
the grunt can kill the Pikmin or bounce him too close to the wall. You have to monitor
They
this
shoot a
gate
Udo?
24/7
Day tree?
until it's broken down, as taking your eye off it for a mere
A lot more
second leads
Surface
to
Emperor Bullblacks in early versions of this mod, in case you remember. I don't remember any Surface Bullblacks in Lands of Torture, honestly.
stuff like this.
Boom!
After quite a meaty chunk of time, the wall is finally down.
They're
But due
expendable.
to how high up the
They're
grunt is, we
expendable.
won't be killing him. However, he is
Look at
thankfully
somebody
easy
kill
enough
Pikmin
to
who's not
ignore.
me, man.
And while this decorated
kinda
cannon
awesome.
beetle who shoots homing boulders is annoying,
Oh.
we've definitely seen
Kidney
worse
shot.
so far. Oh, and we ended
Doesn't
up
kill him,
getting
though.
both
We saw it
Pikmin
earlier in the
Thankfully,
B-roll.
only a few,
I
but
pay
this mod
attention.
is going above and
It
beyond
doesn't
to
kill
take
him, though.
away
He
any
caught it
sort of
early, but
nectar
that
on
didn't kill
overworld.
the
Both
decorated
patch
cannon
of
beetle.
grass that is usually here and the
Larva.
honey wisp are both missing in action.
Distinction.
Anyways, I decided
Sorry.
to head down to the next cave, and while the emergence cave was difficult, I'm sure the Hole of Demons won't be.
Pokemon
Our first order
Snakewood
of
coated.
business in the Hole of Demons is to leave the Hole of Demons. The first floor has a nice layout, at least nice by this mod standards,
Yeah.
and best of all, it has 2 purple candy
That's
pop
beautiful.
buds right out in the open. Pikmin 2 is programmed to have some purple and white candy pop buds despawn
Yep.
after the amount of Pikmin you have for that respective
True.
type has
That's why you bring 9 purples. Oh, that's very interesting, actually. So maybe that's why he got these, because he only had 9 purple Pikmin. So that's why they appeared. So that's what speedrunners, I think, will do on their first go around in the Hole of Beasts. They'll bring in 9 purple Pikmin so that they can utilize the extra, I don't know if it's 1 or 2 violet candy pop buds that spawn in the Hole of Beasts. He's about to explain this. Sorry.
past 20.
Sorry.
This is what made grinding purple Pikmin such a pain in the vanilla game, especially on your first playthrough.
Except-
Because if you go to an easy to reach spot where you think you'll
We
get
both
some
know
purple
lots about
the
Pikmin,
game
guys.
just
Sorry.
indirectly tells you to piss off. However, by using just one of the candy pop buds, our total goes up to 19, and we can leave and re-enter the cave to get 20 additional purple Pikmin when we come back, which also basically negates that one purple Pikmin death earlier. The check for having 20 or more purple Pikmin is only run once when you enter the cave.
Oh, it's 19,
so
not
if we
9.
enter
Oh,
while
bet,
having
bet,
less
bet,
than
bet, bet.
20 purple Pikmin, all of that cave's purple candy pop buds will stay spawned in.
I thought it was 9, but that's a fine fact to be corrected on. I knew that was a thing. I don't speedrun Pikmin 2. I don't really want to deal with early game shenanigans and having to skip to the blue onion. I don't really want to speedrun Pikmin 2. I'm kind of interested in it, but I like the caves. I like colossal
It's
caverns.
a small trick, but it gives us a slight advantage, and we'll be needing all of the advantages we can get for this mod. Thankfully for us, unlike Kaizo, all of the enemies do not come back to life every single time the map reloads.
Nice.
Making
Unlike
the overall segment
and unlike 251, which is a whole other fucking can of worms. 251 is an excellent mod, but one of the things it does that pisses me the hell off is the enemies will come back after you get out of a cave, I'm pretty sure. It's ridiculous, dude. Like there's like 3 Mamutas all with buffed health lined up, and you kill all of them to get to a cave. You go in the cave, you come out, and all the Mamutas are back. And you're like, well, fine. I guess I'll do it tomorrow.
It's fairly easy to deal with as long as we keep up a relatively fast pace. Anyways, on to actually tackling the first floor, and it's by far the easiest sublevel we've done so far. The rooms are cramped, but it's not very hard to single out an enemy to get rid of them. Plus, the 2 main threats here, those being the red bulborbs and creeping chrysanthemums, are absolutely demolished by purple Pikmin, though the game itself was freaking out on this floor for whatever reason.
Oh, they struggle. That's Pikmin pathfinding. They struggling. Oh!
We
Okay,
grabbed the
bye.
treasure
He just
with
got,
much difficulty and
you guys
moved
watch
on.
Thunderbolts?
They even gave us some nectar here. This is an uncharacteristically charitable floor. Sublevel 2, however,
Thanks,
was
quote.
most certainly not the easiest floor by far, though.
251 is up
Ignore whatever
next.
jamborees happening
Yo.
here and focus on a
That's
brand
hype.
new addition.
You'll like
Scales.
251.
Scales
251 is
it's
a good one.
Overworld, but
There's some
actually
stuff,
enough
but
data to
generally
spawn
it's really
them
good.
inside of caves. What happens when they are spawned in caves? I'm glad you asked. They ruin the entire fucking floor.
Yep.
They show up wherever, and if they spawn in a bad spot, they break.
This is a very underutilized thing. They break pathfinding. They're kind of neat as like an obstacle, like or blocking hallways or like that type of thing. It's utilized a little bit, I think, within Lands of Torture. I think it could be better utilized in future mods because they are pretty janky. But I do like the inclusion of these guys within caves. They're not found in caves in Vanilla Pikmin 2.
Break the Pikmin's pathfinding.
Yep.
Sometimes things go back to normal if you lower the specific scale causing trouble. Sometimes they don't though, like here. The only way to quickly remedy this is to reset the game. I know I said I'd keep resets
Alright, that's
to a
2.
minimum, but
I don't know what that's from.
situations
I think
like
that's from
these, what do you want
SpongeBob.
me to do? Call the fucking scale police? That's the main exception to the reset rule. If something just breaks and it was entirely out of my fault, it's no harm, no foul in my eyes. I'm at least really glad the scales are being introduced so early on.
Chat will tell you
the
otherwise.
Scales were out of the way on the second attempt. I know that doesn't look very out of the way, but lowering it created an open path.
Yeah,
now we can focus on the jamboree.
Oh, the bread
As you can see, there's some bread bugs and anode beetles mucking about. Whatever the hell the original treasure was laying around in the sketchy sewer, it looks like we were already beat to the punch on collecting it. The anode beetles usually stay somewhat still, but sometimes they jolt around really fast.
Certified banger, happy to see me going through it. I'm so happy to watch it.
Despite being a boss, this giant bread bug isn't the central target. He's only here to be a fucking great addition, and I hope he'll be blessing us with his presence.
I don't think I knew that.
From here on out.
300 Pokos off that, bro?
Also aren't the focus. They're just here for decoration.
In case of an accident.
All of this stuff here is merely the appetizer to whatever this is. There has not been an anode beetle infestation.
Yes. Is this where the Sasuke beetle was born? This is the floor where the Sasuke beetle was born, I'm pretty sure. We have a meme in our community. You kill every anode beetle but one, therefore he's the Sasuke Uchiha beetle, because the Uchiha clan got massacred, and you're like, oh, well, Sasuke's a ripoff of Kurapika, and you're like, yeah, okay, but it's funnier when you're like, come back and avenge your clan, you know? It's very good. I think it's literally from Lands of Torture is where that meme in our community originated. Anyway.
Clearing them all out would obviously take forever, and I say that like just clearing some of them out doesn't take forever. I tried to make this section here empty, but then every time I thought it was done, more of them would just migrate over there.
Yeah, you gotta kill all of them.
Just kind of take a break.
You gotta slaughter the whole Uchiha clan. The whole Uchiha clan. It also works because Sasuke has lightning element chakra.
A bread bug to help. After waking this guy up from his nap to inform him how much this operation would cost, he thanked us for our efforts by pulling out a gun.
Nope.
The man at legs is thankfully an easy enough boss if there's cover around, which there is.
Yeah.
I said fighting him was easy, but I did not say it was quick. This also takes forever. After a full fucking fortnight, we take him down and have to quickly swoop in to collect
the morale at legs.
Bread bug gets
Except it's actually not the light bulb.
Our reward for all of that work, because the greedy fucker refused to pay, was a floppy disk. Considering the absolute state of his room and how quick he was
the greedy fucker refused to pay. Did he bitter him?
For all of that,
no.
Quickly swoop
no, he didn't bitter him.
Before the bread bug gets any notions. Our reward for all of that work, because the greedy fucker refused to pay, was a floppy disk. Considering the absolute state of his room and how quick he was to draw a firearm,
refused to pay.
I would have wiped the data clean off of that before
753. What does that mean?
It is what it is. All right, time
the stupid
to
joke.
Oh.
Led to your fiance explaining the entire history of Naruto. You had to pause my video for an hour. It was horrible. Awesome. Dude, the Sasuke beetle.
This Emperor Bullblax was actually a lot easier to avoid than I was expecting, and we don't actually have to fight any of them because they don't have any treasure and also aren't covered by our cleaning services contract. Mind you, this floor took 15 minutes, not even counting the attempt that went straight to the waste bin, which is well over twice as long as the original Hole of Beasts.
Show me what you got. Is this the Empress's floor? Hot Cave, A-tier song.
Okay. Sublevel tree is absolutely littered with dwarf bulborbs who have hired some Wally-Hop bodyguards. Fairly simple floor, just clean up the dwarves which are red Pikmin and bait out the Wally-Hops into more open spaces, so you can bash their brains out with purples. If it was just that, that'd obviously be too easy for this mod, so of course there's an Emperor Bullblax thrown in there too, and he has the treasure. But it's frankly a fine enough floor that you can get through easily with some due diligence. Thought that only
advertiser-friendly frog
that
name.
bad? We hear you loud
Apparently.
and clear. 500 Emperor Bullblaxes. Sublevel
I thought that was
4
the
has
thing
more
at
Dwarf
first.
Bulborb spam and also Absolute Emperor Bulblax's Pollution. Plus a really weird...
Notice also, I know he's technically in the Hole of Beasts / Hole of Demons. Notice that he does not have the treasure gauge. Another reason why I'm on the right side right now. He won't get the treasure gauge.
Breadbug who ended up doing whatever this is.
Which is fine. But it does mean you have to clear out a bunch of shit. Oh! What? Dude, you see something new in Pikmin 2 every time you boot it up, man.
Oh, shit.
Oh, that's
At
awesome!
this point, it's blatantly obvious that the game has a weird fascination with the Emperor Bulblax.
It does.
I figured out that if you spam purples on its face, you can nuke it out of existence, similarly to how the fight usually goes in vanilla Pikmin 2, though here it's a lot more strict. You have to land the slams on his face, which can be a bit finicky, and if you aren't lined up correctly, it can backfire and put your purples in danger.
Yep.
It's also immune to slams during the initial part of its wake-up animation, so I usually throw some red Pikmin first to get around this. After killing so many Emperor Bulblaxes and Bulborbs, I mess around with the Breadbug again to see if I can weigh down his spoils with a purple Pikmin. It works, and it's a good thing I decided to take a break to mess around with him, because he has the treasure. None of the bosses on this floor have the treasure. Nope, it's in this random...
Oh, yo, is this the floor where the water wraith drops?
Meaning most of what we did on this floor was completely pointless.
As it always is.
Sublevel 5, one of the first things I noticed
this
were
is the
these
water
weird
wraith
dust clouds
floor.
in the sky.
This is the water wraith
I was naturally
floor.
suspicious, and when I got close to one of them with a
and
Pikmin, it turns out these are actually rolling boulders that descend from the heavens to smite us. This is another unused mechanic from Pikmin 2, and it doesn't take much guesswork to find out why these went unused. At the very least, there is a visual cue, so you aren't completely blindsided by them, but you have no way of knowing what direction they're going to come barreling towards you. So approaching them with
that one's next. Having your squad the final floor, it might be.
Like you're doing a nuclear missile test is the only practical way of handling them. As you might have noticed, Sublevel 5 is a big maze. Which way shall we go? Not that way.
Nope.
I went down here, and we were able to quickly find the first treasure of the floor with not that much hassle. It should be smooth sailing from here.
It's this floor. There he is. Where are you? Sorry. Oh! What? Oh, it was glitching into the floor.
What's going on? If you weren't able to process all of that, you'll be happy
to
know it wasn't any...
I processed all of it. I'm just built different.
Easier for me to process it while playing. So the dwarf bullbears are so fast, they can just whiz up the gate vertically if they feel like
do that.
Then the water
so can the babies, actually.
Seconds to try and gauge his location.
The babies are faster. They can go over one level of the gate. They actually can,
Their pole vaults over the wall, and for the grand finale, the treasure freaks out even more and causes Pikmin to fall through the floor.
That's kind of a vanilla Pikmin 2 thing, though.
There's still another treasure.
That sometimes
happens. The water
happens.
wraith isn't really the worst,
Not
as
often.
it's spacious enough here, and we do have access
it's
to
very big in Colossal Caverns. That doesn't really happen in
steamroll
vanilla
some
Pikmin
enemies
2.
for us. However, we do almost have an instant as a dwarf bullbear goes on a suicide mission to try and get us rolled over.
Oh boy.
We're only 2 caves in, and I'm just completely sick of these guys' shiz. I had to drop an emergency bitter spray. Definitely not the best use of it, but we do get a dose of ultra.
I think at this point in my playthrough, I think I had maybe 15 Pikmin with me. I think I did way worse in this cave, generally. Also, huge for the program.
Spicy spray. Which is especially handy because I wasted one again. There's a very exploitable oversight in Pikmin 2 where if you run into a
Tell me about it!
Spray on the floor and switch captains right before they touch us, that captain will start drinking us and you can bring the other
That's the expert way to do it.
Over to drink it too. This nets you 2 sprays instead of the intended 1.
That's the expert way to do it.
The rest of our time here is spent just clearing out chunks of the
the Wraith also only runs like 2 feet before he gets 2 feet, as if they're not centimeters tall. It runs, let's call it 10 centimeters.
Nothing too crazy going
before
on.
he gets tired again.
The Crawmad is pretty notable here, as Pikmin 2 has a subtle detail where every Crawmad is randomly different in scale. Here, though, it's anything but subtle. They're either absolutely enormous
or very
the
tiny.
size of a piece of dust.
Yep.
Aside from having an annoyingly fast lunge, though, they function the same. The remaining treasure here is located in the one part of the floor
it's not
I really
used
didn't
to
want
exercise.
it to be located in, and the only way of dealing with all of this is another bit of spray. There's the other treasure, and it looks strikingly familiar, almost as if we just collected this. This brings us to a really fun mechanic in Lands of Torture, duplicate treasures. This one's very self-explanatory. Treasures will
Pays
be
off the debt,
duplicated
though.
across one floor. You don't need to collect duplicates, you only need one of a kind, so these are pointless and we have no need to collect them. There's no real way of knowing if and when a treasure on a floor will be duplicated, so they can waste a lot of time. And because that treasure was a duplicate, most of what we did on that floor was, you guessed it, pointless.
Hef, why don't you want to play through Pikmin 2 Lanes of Torture again? Yeah, that's also confused me. I actually vividly remember this floor. There's an Empress and a bunch of Bulborbs.
We finally
it's fake
the
water,
end of
yeah.
the cave. I know it doesn't look very long, but
water.
Man, do some of these sublevels drag on.
Yep,
this floor is a fight against the Empress Bulblacks, but we have to deal with some enemies on our way to the fight. But they're Bulborbs who are very easily dealt with by purples, unless you suck. I wasted a bitter spray to save these guys, which wasn't even needed for reasons we'll get into soon. There's some dwarf Bulborbs in the arena, and I already know from Kaizo that the Empress can get stuck on their corpses, so I take precautions to clear them out of the arena. A more subtle change that Lands of Torture makes is that the radius of which Pikmin will go to attack something is greatly increased for several bosses, which can easily be seen here.
Is that true? I wonder if did you ask Quote about that? Because the Empress just attracts Pikmin straight up. Like, they could be very far away from the Empress, and the Pikmin will be like, oh, her belly, and they'll just start running toward it. It's very obnoxious, and that feels like kind of a vanilla thing.
Obviously annoying.
It's in Colossal Caverns, at least. It's definitely in the main game. I think it just gets attracted to her from very far away. It's a problem.
They will just run to slap a boss silly when they're supposed to be doing something else.
Another regeneration.
You trigger happy with your whistle around bosses because of this. The fight against the Empress Bulblacks itself is pretty easy. This is the version of the Empress that sleeps and doesn't shit out any children, so we only have to worry about
no babies?
We already had a worse fight against her in the previous cave, so it's natural that this one wasn't much trouble.
And the Rush Boots. That's cool. Good upgrade.
Oh.
No, that's good.
In this cave, you typically get the treasure gauge.
Oh, yeah, but it's actually not the treasure gauge. That's a big deal. Yeah, okay.
Helpful upgrade that lets you locate where treasure.
You know what? I'd rather play through Pikmin 2 without the treasure gauge, straight up. I'm just going to be honest. I'd rather not hear the beeping for 6 hours. I'd rather just find the treasure. I know where they are.
If a sublevel has any treasures left. We don't get it here, so we won't be having any.
The noise needs to be changed. There needs to be like a catch-all patch for Pikmin 2 that's like, yo, just make it like dun 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 dun, or something. Just any little thing besides the bwah bwah bwah.
Those
weep, you know, like, I'm doing it, but that's how it sounds.
On wherever the mod felt like putting us.
You're great at filtering out the noise it makes. I used to be. I'm not anymore. I think it's because in my elderly age, I'm just like, I'm susceptible to noises like a dog, you know?
Also, the Pikmin will hum a 3-note song if there's treasure on the floor, and hum a 6-note song if there isn't. Definitely the more useful cue, as it can help us immediately.
It's actually a gameplay feature when the treasure gauge isn't there.
Isn't worth our time.
Yeah,
sadly, there is no remedy for finding
I don't mind
where
not having
the treasure
treasure
is
gauge,
without the gauge.
except
so
for
we'll be spending
Kaizo.
quite a while on several floors.
Yeah, and having a full clear floors.
Witnessed.
Yeah,
we do at least get an upgrade, which is the Rush Boots, allowing us to move faster, and it makes our captains immune to being knocked over by puffy blowhogs. Looks like this mod won't be much of a challenge anymore. Overall, I found the Hole of Demons to be a smidge easier than the Emergence Cave, but don't get it twisted, that doesn't mean it was easy.
Oh.
Place your purple Pikmin in the lake until
I'm fascinated.
They drown, and you are left with only 19.
Oh.
Head into the Hole of Demons and throw your Pikmin into the flowers.
God, I love the tutorial music. It's like silent film music.
It's almost as if you hadn't lost any purple Pikmin in the first place. This trick is nice because until we encounter the next batch of purple flowers, purple Pikmin are actually pretty expendable for now, as we can always get back up to the maximum amount of them. Considering the next cave was going to be the White Flower Garden or whatever the hell the mod is going to call this, I decided to grow up some red Pikmin as we'll be needing to turn some of them into white Pikmin. There's a doodlebug over here which allows us to replenish our bitter supply as he drops 2 doses.
Boom.
And with the duplication glitch, we
Classic,
can turn that
classic
into 4.
crash bug.
Along with that, if you head over here and ignore him, you'll also find a flint beetle, which gives you a dose of spicy spray.
Very funny.
After that, we are pretty low on time, so I just decided to call it wraps. Our main goal for day 4 is obviously to head over to the other cave and also to grab the geographic projection, which grants us access to the next area. I was dreading this paper bag here. As
doesn't miss a spray, dude.
But I
You'll
guess
love
he
to see
came into
it.
work with a hangover, as he just
He's not
wasn't feeling it
speedrunning.
today. Then we get to see our next
Purple.
cave, and we also get to see the color purple. This cave is called the Hidden Gassy Garden.
Don't remember that.
No comment. On the way, I noticed that rather peculiarly, there was a bumbling snitch bug next to the
for real?
one blue Pikmin at the onion. You know, I wonder if I could just...
I didn't know this.
Yep. Now we have blue Pikmin.
Did I do that? I don't remember, but
way earlier than we were supposed to.
Wow, man.
Blue Pikmin don't do much aside from being able to enter water, and having them opens up a lot of the game.
That's
now.
huge.
Louis is locked behind this fence, unlucky for him, but simply
it don't matter.
Into this cave will cause him to warp right back to us.
Because the blue onion will go to the base.
Sublevel 1 of the Hidden Gassy Grotto is very similar to the first floor of the Hole of Demons, except
Hidden Gassy Grotto? I thought it was the Hidden Gassy Garden.
Also bring the blue onion to our base.
Oh wait,
now. Really? Our next garden.
Hidden Gassy Garden.
Lucky for blue first floor of the Hole of Demons. Sublevel 1 of the Hidden Gassy Grotto is very similar to the first floor of the Hole of Demons.
Gotcha.
Except infinitely more obnoxious. Each section of this floor is extremely cramped, and the poison
I can't
pipes
speak
aren't
English, so it's all
at all. Plus, the main enemies here are the Wallyhops, who have a good amount of range and can crush Pikmin. This is where we get white Pikmin, and I'm going to do the same trick I did with purples.
The white Pikmin, I think, have...
That's us
I think they have increased damage in Lands of Torture.
19 additional white Pikmin. However, even just dashing straight for the flowers is inconvenient.
That's what happens, dude. It's what happens when you have a 3-hour video. There's a typo in the first 40 seconds of Kaizo Mario Galaxy, and I'm not going to explain any further than that. But I noticed it, and I was like, oh.
Reload the map, every segment of a bridge past the first one has its health set
I'm like, I'm a
to 0.
failure.
I did forget that this doesn't
That was
apply
already
to the
after it
first
had,
segment,
like,
so my
you know,
sneaky shortcut
whatever
of
amount of
throwing a
views. I was
singular
like, I
blue
can't
Pikmin
redo
at
that
it
video.
wasn't quite the insane time save I was hoping for.
You don't think
I
you
said
consciously
earlier that
noticed?
the
I
mod
think I
doesn't
did.
respawn every enemy when the map reloads,
but I did
there
not
are
get
a
the
few
blues
that
early
do,
like that.
mostly
That was
pretty
awesome.
small enemies. This allows us to grow up a few blue Pikmin, and
Here we go.
surprisingly, the
Doodlebug.
Doodlebug and Flint Beetle are part of the enemies that respawn in
Hell
every
yeah,
reload,
they are.
allowing us to grab 2 spicy sprays and 4
I
bitter
did not do
sprays
this
each
either. I
time.
definitely just
I'm not
brute
sure if this was a
forced.
mistake or a random.
I definitely just brute forced Lands of Torture. I did not grind sprays even a little bit. I totally should have.
Act of kindness from the mod, but I'm not complaining either way. I took a detour to this segment here, which is usually a simple puzzle for white Pikmin, but the cannonball here definitely complicates
Oh, they
things.
fast.
I was
Oh,
expecting
boom.
this to be unbearable, but
He cut before the
surprisingly,
orange
it's actually pretty
billboard
fun
got
and
killed.
kind of a clever enemy.
Yeah, I
lens.
like this.
Speaking of white Pikmin, I was so eager about getting blue Pikmin earlier that I completely glossed over them, but they're pretty cool. They have all the abilities you expect them to have. They can uncover hidden treasure, are immune to poison, and also move really fast.
Lands of Torture.
Since the Pikmin were already faster for this mod, they move and carry
they're
things
zooming.
extremely quickly. So
Crobster's globe was collected.
For our squad. Since the bridge is built, we can pick up the geographic projection, but we'll have to be pretty careful since the creeping
Vague memories
has
of
been
it.
replaced with nothing. There's also a scale puzzle we could access now, but the captain can't actually get on the scale like I thought they could.
Gotta get down
so
to
I
it.
had no clue what to do and just gave up because we were running low on time.
Can you knapsack
After
up there?
collecting those
You don't have the
treasures
knapsack
and
yet.
cultivating a total of 40 blue Pikmin, which isn't too shabby
I'm
considering most
workshopping.
of the enemies here weren't spawned in, the only thing left to do is to head back to the
Groink.
hidden gassy garden.
Dude, I think the
The
groink
first
comes
floor
back
is
too.
annoying for
Maybe I'm
all
wrong.
of the aforementioned reasons, but still isn't the worst. Signaling out every individual enemy and killing them with purples while taking some time very effectively deals with the sublevel. Plus, it's
Notice
also
how the
made
stun
slightly
did not
easier as
last
we have
any
immediate
time there.
access to white Pikmin that can shut off the poison pipes, giving us a lot more room to navigate. There is also a bread bug here who would have been an issue if he stole the treasure due to the layout of this floor, but thankfully he approached us in a shady alleyway where we could jump him.
Jotaro.
Sublevel 2 is kind of a boss gauntlet, but naturally it can't just be a boss gauntlet, it has to be covered in dwarf bulborbs that we have to clean up. Why does every boss in this mod have to make their residence in a complete shithole? Can you guys just not live somewhere that
is there a beady long legs on this floor?
Does all of this clutter not bother you? The two bosses we have to face here are an Emperor Bullblax and a burrowing Snagris, who we are no stranger to at this point.
Oh, that's HP!
That's all the bosses I can see. Can we leave now?
Oh, there he is. Speedy Longlegs, ladies and gentlemen. Boom, 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 boom. God, I love the cut of the commentary.
Tree bosses, I
so
guess.
Good.
The beady
so
Longlegs decided to make a guest appearance. The beady Longlegs moves a lot more sporadically.
You don't have yellows yet, by the way, in this cave. So you just have to wait for him to be done and then get like a teeny tiny bit of damage on him. And then you have to do it like for 20 minutes. I remember this taking a long time.
As you could probably tell. He has a lot more health and also pretty fast health regeneration, making this fight pretty long, especially because we don't have any yellow Pikmin who would be able to reach him easier. Despite taking quite a while though, the fight was fairly easy and we managed to do it deathless.
Oh! No! Oh yeah. That happens. W.
Going into Sublevel 3, we immediately get to try out a new form of gambling. Will we get a spray drop from a pack of dwarf bull?
Oh? New form of gambling? Yo, give him something. Give him something. Give him something. Wait a minute. It's break the targets. It's gonna say failure. It's gonna say it's gonna say failure. Oh no! Dude, I knew the bit as it was happening. I was like, it's break the targets. Like, there's no way. Yeah, that feels bad, bro. That feels bad. It's 5%, dude. Actually, it's 10%.
Pikmin earlier in the Emergence Cave.
I've edited some Pikmin videos in my day. Boom, 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 boom. Should have gambled again, honestly. I would have done it again. I mean, granted.
Just one Snagris.
3.
Can't be that bad. Nope, there's fucking 4 of them.
Oh,
the best way to deal with this is to split them off one by one.
The Snagrit Hydra.
This is mostly luck-based. Sometimes there'll just be several Snagrits at once.
It's all there, black and white, clear as crystal.
Feel free to just leave.
You get nothing.
You also have a lot of knockbacks.
You lose.
Avoid letting them shake off your Pikmin, or you'll wake the whole nest.
I'm so excited to see his reaction to the Dumples on that one sub-level, that rusty sub-level with the water. You know what I'm talking about. If real ones know. Fake ones don't know. I'm excited.
But if you
that
use
one
that
sucks.
strategy, you should make it out of here
that
relatively
shit
unharmed.
Sucks.
Then for the icing on the cake that's filled with glass shards is another pack of
he does, yep.
loitering around this clogged hole. This
break the targets.
Benefit from more institutions for young people to hang around. Purple Pikmin save the day.
Institutions for young people to hang around. W line. Awesome. God, there are no spaces for children in Big 2026. The mall is dead.
To draw your whistle like it's the Wild West. Sublevel 4 is another maze. Yeah, it's amazing how I can even tolerate these. We might as well have this mod renamed to Pikmin 2 Mazes of Torture if this trend continues. Sorry if I sound like a Debbie Downer, but I don't know how I'm meant to sound cheerful when we are in a massive floor that has enough creatures in it that if they were cooked and served, it would single-handedly end world hunger for a decade.
No.
Even when you think there's empty space, oh look at that, there's a Snagris.
The Emperor's Trifecta floor is beautiful.
For backup before his untimely demise, as there are bread bugs everywhere here and they are relentless. Spamming purple Pikmin in them is the best way to...
You got a bread bug chain. You got a bread bug chain. Talk about bread bug chaining.
To deal with them, as they get stunned slightly when you do it.
Talk about
Technically, there is no treasure inside of any enemies.
Okay,
on this
so
floor,
look,
but in
ready?
Practice, the survival
see, he leaves it there.
The bread bugs, unless you somehow make a map.
So the meta for floors like this in ROM hacks, where I'm gonna just go over it real quick. The meta is: you kill one bread bug, the other bread bug gets attracted to the first bread bug's corpse. You drag him to the ship, kill him, or, do most of his health, and then throw the last Pikmin on him. He's right by the ship, attracts the next bread bug, and you just do that over and over and over and over again. It'll save you a lot of headache.
add dash to it as soon as you land.
Oh.
It's also duplicated a lot on this
maybe
floor, but this is
maybe
actually
he did do it,
beneficial
actually,
as it
Loki.
means we can kill
he
the
whistled them
bread bugs
off.
indiscriminately to get the treasure. That is, if it doesn't get stolen again.
Oh, peace out.
We can finally grab one of the treasures in peace and...
Oh, no.
Just grab it and
No
go.
such thing
We
as
can
peace.
finally get
Oh.
one of several pieces of lip balm. What a really valuable item. I'm glad it cost us so much. Oi, that's mine. Get off of it, you dickhead.
Oh, they're dead.
No. He ended up being able to amass every single bit of lip balm. What do you even need that for?
Lip balm.
Naturally, the other treasure spawned in the one spot I really didn't want it to.
Mm-hmm.
Not too much to say about the rest of the floor, aside from the fact that I'm glad we have bitter spray.
Yup.
Sub-level 5 throws us into the snagger
Always bitter
arena,
the
except there's enemies
the
all around
fireys.
us,
You
which
gotta.
obviously clearing them all out takes a while, but
Dude,
purples
look at
make light
this.
work of it.
Oh,
This is all
beautiful.
just the setup for the real challenge, however, that being one snaggerus.
One snagger.
Couldn't even get it pileated. Who does this little hatchling think he is, acting like the grand master of this place, as if we haven't beaten his kind to a pulp at least 20 times in this cave
He was
alone?
democratically
Get out of
elected.
here.
Leave him alone.
He gives us the knapsack, which allows us to lie down and have a Pikmin bring us back to base. Or up a wall, because the
Or
developers
up
didn't test it that
the
much.
scale. Don't scare me. Don't scare me. Sub-level 6. What are we talking? Oh, yeah. Oh, dude, we actually wiped here. I think I got a Pikmin extinction on this floor.
Where am I?
I got a Pikmin extinction on this floor, I'm pretty sure. Yep. The bull bears just make up
So the
rules,
final
man.
floor here is just littered with fire and tough enemies, but it's actually a filler floor, meaning there isn't any treasure here. All we have to do is just leave, which isn't that tall of a task aside from dodging a few bombs. With that, the hidden gassy garden is finished. So far, out of all the caves, I found this one to be the easiest,
Yep.
with sub-level 4 being the only real troublesome floor. The other ones were fairly manageable by this game's standards. Even the one with 4 snaggerets was surprisingly not the worst. With that, I've done all I want to do in the Awakening Wood for now. There is more to do since we have blue Pikmin, but I'd like to get yellow Pikmin before.
Yeah, round out the squad.
Before fully ending the day, I used the same trick I did with the purple Pikmin to get back up to the maximum amount of white Pikmin.
Why not?
And tragically, there wasn't
to
enough time to collect the Doodlebug's goods.
Too bad I'm
next
reacting.
is exploring the newest area, the perplexing pool.
My bad.
Bitch.
I told you they'd sour eventually. Look at this Piclopedia. It's already practically filled to the brim, and we've only been here for 4 days. Most of the missing entries are plants, are just enemies I didn't kill, but we've already seen.
That's very good.
Landing in the perplexing pool, we have our onions pushed away from us for zero reason again.
It's very
there's
funny,
also a
though.
mysterious cave laying around
It's
here.
just funny,
This is an
though.
unused test cave from Pikmin 2, and I choose not to touch this. We'd usually be pretty restricted on what we can do here, but blue Pikmin allow
That's
us
the
to do
grinding cave in
essentially
Kaizo.
whatever, including skipping a pretty big chunk of the map to reach yellow Pikmin easier. Speaking of yellow Pikmin, our goal for today is to both unlock and cultivate a large number of both them and blue Pikmin. This is made rather easy due to there being a ranging Bloister in this pool of water, instead of the usual toady Bloister. The ranging Bloister targets your active captain, and if you know how to fight him, he's fairly easy. He gives us the aquatic...
Except if he's in a hallway that's very narrow, in which case this is an enemy that I have grown to hate. He's very easy as a boss in a big room or a big pool, but he's actually a roadblock. He's a big body. You can't move past him. He's going to come right at you. If he's facing toward you, you can't get to his tail.
Mind, and most importantly, the seed
I
he
see
drops
these guys,
gives us
I'm a little
50
triggered
Pikmin
already.
When brought to an onion,
I'm a little
along
triggered
with him also
already.
blessing us with tree 20 pellets. That means we can
That's
get
nice.
a total of 120
Oh, yo, that took
Pikmin
50
from this
Pikmin to
guy
get
alone,
that?
making him a prime target if we want to grow
kinda
up our
sweet,
numbers.
actually.
Since any enemy that carries a treasure on the overworld is set to respawn every time the map reloads, likely to prevent any accidental softlocks, that means this guy is here to stay. I bring some of my blue Pikmin over to this wall to break it down, and in the meantime go over to the yellow onion. I'd argue this section here was actually harder in the vanilla game, as there was a fiery Bulblax right next to a poison gate.
And where does he go, though? Where does this fiery Bulblax go?
Here, though, there's just a decorated cannon larva behind
Once you kill him once, he's gone forever, by the way, in case you didn't know.
the gaze, and while he is a tough enemy, him being all on
He's
his
scripted.
own doesn't
He's a
make him
scripted
very
encounter,
substantial
kinda.
threat. We get yellow
true.
Pikmin who are immune to
He
electricity.
becomes lost
which we
media.
haven't seen
Yo,
that
true.
much of, yes, but it is pretty notorious in Pikmin 2 for
Facts.
being insta-kill.
That's facts.
So these guys will come in handy. They also have the more niche trace of being thrown higher, mostly used for puzzles, but also assist with enemies like the beady longlegs. The blue Pikmin break this wall, which allows us to head over here. Yes, that...
What did Lands of Torture's submerged castle look like? Oh my god, I cannot remember for the life of me. I cannot remember. I've gone through so many versions of the submerged castle, dude. There's got to be multiple. There has to be multiple wraiths. We're going to find out, obviously.
That is the submerged castle, and yes, it is time.
He's doing it! We're only 51 minutes in! You're supposed to save it for at least halfway through the video, you know, and you go, this sponsor's brought to you by... And because you're halfway through the video, and it's the submerged castle, the viewer has to stick around. Therefore, they're more likely to engage with the sponsor. You don't do sponsors, though, probably. He moves to the Valley of Repose while you aren't looking. You think he walks there, bro?
To reload the map, I'm not doing the cave, yes.
Oh.
I killed a ranger. Oh,
he baited me. Oh, he baited me.
That we can grow.
I was so excited to go through the submerged castle. Oh.
Hello, Pikmin.
Oh,
and
I
the day
got
eventually comes
got.
to an
I
end,
got got.
with us
It's
being
okay.
able to double our total Pikmin count.
Boom.
From what I've observed
numbers.
of the perplexing pool, it does definitely seem to have the easiest overworld
Yeah.
layouts.
The
Unless maybe
overworld is never that difficult in Pikmin 2 ROM hacks. They always save the bullshit for the caves. That's just like a general rule of thumb. They always do it. Every modder ever has never made the overworld tough, except in like randomizers.
The Wistful Wild turns out to be super easy, but I sincerely doubt the home of the Doomsday apparatus is going to be
Say it again. Doomsday apparatus. One more time. Doomsday apparatus.
very cozy
If you say it 3 times, Shea Frillos appears.
place. Heading back to the perplexing pool for day 6, my sights are set on the caves, but I crack open a ranging bloister for good luck. An ancient Icelandic tradition. The first cave of the area, the Citadel of Spiders, is usually really easy to reach.
I had some of those
Originally
ranging
just laying
bloisters on
out in the
vacation. I
open.
had like
However,
45
now
of them.
you have to do a scale puzzle in
I
order to
puked that
reach
night.
this. This is actually a lot more interesting than the original layout of the
all
map and
good.
how it
It's all
used
good.
the scales, though I can cut it a bit of slack since it's the very first time you see them. But the way they're used here is very nice. They serve as both the way up to the cave and the way up to the Yellow Onion, if you don't cheese. The captain is also no longer completely weightless. I don't know why it wasn't like that in the original game, but whatever.
No,
Now,
wait. The captain is no longer completely weightless. Is the captain weightless? Wait a minute. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's what he means. I'm like, no, it takes a Pikmin to carry a captain. Yes.
now that we're up there, there's
I'm-
nowhere else to go but
yeah.
down. The
Makes
cave
sense.
starts off
Makes
annoying
sense. I did know
already,
that.
as first of all, I make a complete ass
Yeah,
of
yeah,
myself
yeah, yeah.
trying to fight the world's smallest hermit Crawmat,
Oh.
and second of all, the
So they
floor is
can take damage. They can take damage when they're eating a Pikmin in their nest. That's a little B-roll clip that is confirming a theory I had from 2 days ago.
littered with enemies, and I have no clue where the treasure is. It's floors like these where
You can
I
also bitter
really
spray them when
wish
they're
I
like
had
that.
the treasure gauge. I at least have somewhat of an idea where it may be, though. The Empress Bullblacks we fought dropped the Rush Boots, an upgrade you usually get from the Empress Bullblacks in the Frontier Cavern.
Mm-hmm.
That might be a clue telling us that the treasure gauge is located there.
It's a bait and
The only
switch.
reason I didn't book it straight to the Frontier Cavern is
Oh, no,
because
it's not.
a late game cave.
Oh, it's
so
actually not a bait and switch. I think that is where you get the treasure gauge in Frozen Hidden X. In Kaizo, you get it in the Dream Den. But actually, you might get it in Frozen Hidden X, which is the Frontier Cavern in this game. We'll get to it.
I'd like
We'll
to
get
at
to
least
it.
wrap up
I'll just
the
react to it.
easy caves before heading into a late game cave. That's
Ah,
likely to
yes.
be a guerrilla advertising.
What did we name this
campaign
piece
for
of
alcohol.
generation?
There's also always a chance that the treasure
River
gauge isn't
Styx,
even
maybe?
there, and the clue was just there to mess with us. The enemies on this floor aren't really too bad, though it is the first time we see an enemy drop from the ceiling. I'm grateful
Captain
that
doesn't
shit
count,
is
no.
starting
Got
up
you,
so
got you, got you,
soon.
got you, got you.
What is bad are the duplicate treasures, which make us scout out the entire floor.
More
This
tomatoes for the
tomato was
sauce.
the only treasure we
Oh.
needed here, but with these duplicate treasures, there's always a mind game being played on whether that is the only treasure here.
Good
and
thing
that
I made a
mind game is
guide,
heavily stacked
baby.
against you. Sure, that could be the only treasure, but
So
if I
not that he's using my. I know he used my guide for Kaizo. Not. I don't think he's using it for Lands of Torture. I think he is going in blind right here. But I will be using my own guide when I play through Lands of Torture again. I documented it, so I'm gonna use it. I did the work. I have the spreadsheet, so I'm gonna use it.
I believe without the floor being clear, there very well could have been another distinct treasure I missed.
No guides were
meaning we'd
used
have to
for
go
this
back
one.
to the cave to get it.
The only way.
I'd personally rather check for them every single time
This is the
than
way.
risk that happening, but we'll pretty soon see how that's wishful thinking. Despite all of that though, floor 1
Remember when
is
that show
fairly
was
chill,
good?
hoping sublevel 2 is the same.
Akira! Ah!
introduction to
That
the
was
floor.
that was the Akira meme, but some people probably didn't pick up on that.
If you couldn't tell, the volatile dweevils move comically fast now, turning them from a manageable threat into something
man.
that warrants a channel rebrand.
So
They wiped the
warrants
yellow
a
Pikmin into
channel
near extinction,
rebrand.
As I didn't flower them up with all of the nectar we don't have. I figured they might be important for this cave, so I just left and got some more from the onion before re-entering it. We get a nice welcome back with a worse layout for the first floor that
Sure.
kills several of my purple Pikmin.
okay,
On the bright side, we at least know what the treasure is for this floor.
Yeah,
To deal with the volatile dweevils, I just drag along a singular red Pikmin
Yep.
to bait them down,
Yep,
which
carry
allows me
flags.
to also scope out the floor.
Yep.
This one's also enemy litter, but worse as we have to deal with stuff such as Wally Hops.
I usually
Anyway,
so he's taking a singular red. What I usually do, not that he's doing anything wrong here, I take like let's call it 5 white Pikmin, because when you're with one red Pikmin and you're like kind of zigzagging and like checking, you're gonna miss some spots. But I literally do a sweep like I'm searching for a missing child in the woods, like just woo, woo, you know, like just like a Roomba would, right? So you make sure you get all of them out of the way, because I've used to do it with like one Pikmin, but then you go back through and then they start dropping again and you're like, oh, well, shit. You play through enough difficulty hacks, you just, you adapt.
Anyways, we
You know,
find
you
the treasure
adapt.
inside one of the Wally Hops, Grace. Then I know where the other one is, as I saw it earlier, plus it isn't even that hard to nab.
Bomb.
Fantastic.
Get him.
After that, there's still one more treasure.
A bitter?
Okay, I'll kill off this fiery bullblack, so he'd obviously have the treasure. No.
The program.
Let's check some of the other enemies. No. The dastardly mod subverted my expectations by putting the treasure in these swooping snitch bugs, who I thought were unimportant. What a good twist. Oh, no. Well, I already copped onto what's happening. The treasure must be buried. Probably over here. Or maybe in here.
Okay.
Or, no, it's gotta be here.
Did I also get lost on this floor?
Saying I scrutinized this floor for the last treasure would be an understatement.
I think I also got, I'm having like a deja vu moment, because I also think that I didn't find the treasure on this floor the first time anyway.
I went through every nook and cranny here, even ended up collecting every single corpse, and it was nowhere. This treasure is an apparition. It must exist, and it spawned in because the Pikmin are humming the
Yeah, I remember
There
this.
must have been some freak glitch, as it is nowhere.
Yeah, it's
This
nowhere.
requires a reset after already beating the floor fully. Well, that's 22 minutes of my life I'm not
But
getting
it's like
back.
this specific
Our next
sub-level.
attempt was basically
That
the
doesn't happen
same.
anywhere else in the
fact,
game, I
it
don't
was
think.
the same, and I had to deal with the exact same bullshit again.
Facts.
The Pikmin say there's a treasure left, but it's nowhere to be found. The only difference is there was an additional bottle cap this time. I just decided
That's
to
tough,
leave because
bro.
we had already cleared the floor twice now. Something I've noticed as I've been
Duplicates
playing is that the
enemies.
treasures inside of a cave stray exactly the same as the cave it's based off of. For instance, all the treasures we got in the Emergence Cave were also in the original Emergence Cave. They even remain in basically the same order of collection. So if we continue along this cave and don't run into the bubber ducky, we're fucked. Sublevel 3
The paradoxical enigma.
is another maze. An enemy we see a lot of here is the careening Dirigibug, who produces and drops
BD
bombs.
Longlegs?
But we can easily stun lock them
BD
using
Longlegs.
purple Pikmin.
I played this game, man. I played it.
Stay put for a second. Yellow Pikmin can easily take care of the BD
I remember
Longlegs,
this
as
shit,
they're actually
dude.
able
I
to
remember
reach him
it.
for the
It stays
majority
in my
of
brain,
fights.
dude.
In fact, they get thrown even higher than the vanilla game, so it's hard to miss him. Except for when you do, and a Pikmin gets tossed all the way over to
Peace
a
out,
lake.
bro.
Even when juggling both a careening Dirigibug and a BD Longlegs at the same time, this isn't the worst. Plus, we get a bubber ducky.
You just
meaning
use
we
the,
likely didn't miss any
Dirigibug to
treasures
blow
on
him
the
up,
last
probably.
floor. Hopefully.
Yep. The
We're not there
W1 purple
already?
on the
Despite the
Dirigibug.
motions he was pulling the first time we saw him when I needed him to move away from the Dirigibugs to fight him, he's very keen on staying still, even when they are
Yeah, but look how much
actively
damage
blowing
that
him
bomb
up.
does.
Help yourself, I guess. I'll just go over and deal with this bread bug while you do whatever. Oh, well, now he wants to move.
Oh.
He's just a complete contrarian to what you want him to do. Need him to move, he'll stay perfectly
That's my experience with the Water Wraith.
still. Want him to go away, he'll hound you down all the way to your base.
Yup.
Also, cheers to
that's
the
the Water
rocks that can spill Pikmin over
He can
them
come
from
right
only
over to the
one
base
way,
right here.
leaving them
For
stuck.
sure. Through the wall? Through the wall? No? Oh, a volatile dweeble.
We were there. It's not even a question this time. Where are you coming from? Just leave me alone. He had nothing, and the love of the treasure here
Nothing?
is just the same duck. I guess we can collect the duplicates to see if... Oh. There's a lot of them, and also enemies that are...
Oh, yeah, because on sub-level 2, I was looking for the paradoxical enigma, being like, oh, that's the next treasure in order. Because I remember, because I probably looked it up, and I was like, yo, where is this treasure? Why can't I find it? It should be on this floor. The Pikmin are going, it should be here. It was not there. And I'm like, where is it? Forget it. Whatever, I'll move on. I'll come back later. And then you get to the next floor, and you find fucking, like, 10 of them. And you're like, well...
in water are in the background. Neither of them we can reach. After a while of trekking through this, I just gave up and took the gamble of leaving. It's either that's the only treasure we have to guess, or there's another one, and even if there is, I'd rather do this floor with blue Pikmin.
The
Oh,
convergent
fuck you.
gameplay is fascinating. Doesn't matter who plays this. The spirit of evil game design takes you over like a fungal hive mind. Lands of Torture is a very specific game, man. You know what? It has an identity, and that's something.
This cave has just been non-stop enemy litter. This one's similar to
every
the third
cave. It's
floor
it's
of the
Pikmin 2.
original Citadel of Spiders, except it's the size of Canada.
Could have been
It also
Press
has
A
the same
playing with
treasure as
1,000
that floor,
Bulborbs.
fittingly titled Patience
I'll never do
Tester.
that.
So
We're almost
I
at the
assumed that
1
the
hour
treasure would
mark.
also
How
be
long have I
here,
been
and was
streaming?
correct.
141?
I was
Okay.
tempted to leave,
I'm
but
keeping
I
pretty
kind
good
of got
pace
cold
then.
feet and decided to double check.
I don't want to yap too
12
much.
minutes later,
It's a
I
big
regretted
video.
double checking.
I got work
This
tomorrow.
floor isn't even
know.
hard. In fact, I'd say it's the easiest by far, but it just takes ages. There's at least a queen.
It's paced
candy
very
pop
well.
up,
I
though.
should say that. Is this where Dweebert showed up? Yo, I think this is where Dweebert showed up. This is the oh my god, dude. The Sasuke Beetle, Dweebert, all of this shit comes from Lands of Torture, I'm pretty sure. Oh, the Dumple! Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
This floor has Bulborb larvae falling from the sky, which looks really weird, but I do find it preferable to King Vol over here. More enemy litter again, with tons of duplicate treasures.
You thought he was in Frozen
obviously
Hidden
didn't
X?
like
I
enemy
remember there'd be
litter when I did Kaizo,
babies dropping
I
from
mean,
the sky.
who would? But
And there's a
throwing
Munch
duplicate
Dweeble.
treasures
No,
into
this
mix
is
just
where
makes these
Dweebert
floors
was, I
fucking
think.
nasty. There's also a large orange Bulborb presence here, an enemy we only saw briefly before.
Low key.
They still
Unless
have a
Dweebert was in
longer
vanilla
wake-up radius,
Pikmin
but
too,
are
but
also
I don't
immune to
think
getting
so.
stunned by purple Pikmin, making them pretty dangerous.
Whoa.
I didn't bother scrutinizing
freaking
this
Sylveon.
floor as it is filled with duplicates,
Thank
and I
you.
just
8
couldn't
whole
see
months.
any spot
Hey,
where the
Dweebert.
Bowser matches could even be. Plus, with how many duplicates there are, it probably would have shown its head at this point. Part of that
Oh,
decision
you
was
didn't
also
shake 'em all
influenced
off.
by the fact that I was just over this cave by now.
Oh, fucking hell.
Heading into sublevel 6, we see it's very similar to the second floor of the Hall
Yes.
of Demons. It
Yes.
actually looks easier than that
The
floor
king
since
of the
there's dweevils
dweevils.
instead of anode beetles, but there's a
And
reason
the
it's
only, yes, because this is where Dweebert showed up, because the only Dweevil who's not on this sub-level is a Munch Dweevil.
said
I'm pretty
looks
sure.
instead of is.
Maybe there's
not
one.
just a beady, there's also a raging
Oh.
longlegs who acts the same but moves a lot faster and has
Is he bigger? I think the Raging Longlegs is bigger.
far bigger feet.
Yep.
If you have bitter spray on hand, this becomes a lot easier, as
And
you
the
can single
program?
out one of the bosses to kill. If you don't
The
have
program?
bitter spray, though, then better luck
Nothing?
next time.
Nothing?
On the bright side, all of these bosses had the remaining treasures of the caves, so all of the gambles I took with the duplicate
You like the cave
treasures
lighting in this
paid
mod?
off.
Oh, it's
Naturally,
beautiful.
we can't just collect our
No,
goods
definitely
in peace.
aesthetic.
The mod has to have a
Sometimes
bread
Lands
book,
of Torture
steal
could be
one of
not
them,
aesthetically
and then
pleasing.
promptly drop a
But
segmented
generally,
Crobster to
it is.
harass us.
Oh, yeah.
You aren't even allowed to finish floors in this game.
Right.
I chose to ignore the segmented Crobster while collecting treasures, which sounds a lot riskier than it actually is. He only targets captains, not Pikmin.
Is that true? He only targets captains, not Pikmin. I don't know if that's true.
Meaning, as
it
long as
doesn't
we
matter.
keep our captains away from him, he won't bother any
Well,
of
so
them.
you're far away from him though. There's nothing he can like aggro onto right now. But like I'm pretty sure he can aggro onto Pikmin. You'd never want to ignore him in CC. It's why he never rolls in the Picklepedia. Well, it's the same reason why you can't wake up like the Empress Bullblacks in the Picklepedia though. You know, I think it's like the same kind of principle. It's like, well, they're pick carrots. They're not technically Pikmin. They're missing some of the properties. Like they can't damage. But maybe it's because when the Pikmin try to damage the crab, maybe that like hit kind of gets him to go into motion. I don't know. That's
Pikmin collecting.
It's fascinating.
This would have allowed us to easily finish the floor, but of course the breadbug just had to dump the treasure behind the crobster. Instead of fighting him, I just let him into the arena and continued to ignore him, finally allowing us to wrap this floor up. Thankfully, the final floor is just filler, and it's really easy to dash to the exit while Armageddon breaks out behind you. I don't know why these weird useless floors exist, but if I had to guess, Pikmin 2 has a mechanic where if you're on the last floor and a treasure drops from a boss, it will actually change its way.
That is definitely why. That's definitely why.
If you wouldn't have had enough Pikmin to collect this. Having an additional
Again, a very, very, this is 2017, man. There's very thoughtful gameplay stuff that has been changed in Lands of Torture. Like, legitimately. Like, for a mod called Lands of Torture that's made in 2017 and is kind of rough around the edges and a little janky, there's legitimately, like, gameplay things that just utilize facts about Pikmin 2 that push it to its limits in a lot of places, and that's really dope.
Floor at the end of the
quote. Okay, this is a question for you. Quote: do the segmented crobsters, do they not aggro onto Pikmin? Do they only start rolling if there's a captain around? Because like I can almost recall like being on the other side of the map and the crobster just randomly rolls, and then like the boulders spawn near me, right? I'm talking in Colossal Caverns, granted, but I don't think the enemy AI was changed at all for Colossal Caverns, besides in the different modes and stuff. But I'm pretty sure the segmented crobster does aggro onto Pikmin, as well as captains. But, I mean, shit, I don't know everything.
Cave prevents this from happening. If that's the reason these floors exist, then that is just hysterical levels of being mean to the player.
It's mean to the player. Is it mean to the player, or is it kind of props up your own game and your own ideas? They should aggro on a Pikmin, but they do target captains, not Pikmin. Interesting. I don't know how the hell you test that, though. I guess you get one behind a wall, you throw a Pikmin close to it, and then you run away and you see if the boulders keep appearing. That's probably the only way to test it.
Finish with this cave. I don't know if it's because my experience was tainted by all of the shenanigans we had to endure, but that was probably the hardest cave so far and also my least favorite.
Also how the
enemy litter
Pikmin
floors
get bigger.
with tons of duplicate treasures were just brutal. Even if some of them are technically easy, they take forever, and I'm really hoping that this isn't the norm from here on out. From start to finish, this cave took an hour and 36 minutes, which is absolute insanity for an early game cave that's only 7 sublevels. For comparison, the longest cave in Pikmin 2, the 15 sublevels long Hole of Heroes, took me 33 minutes to beat from start to finish. That cave was also one big advertisement for the treasure gauge, so I decided to set my sights on heading to the Frontier Cavern. That is, of course, a late game cave, and I suspect it could be a pretty big jump in difficulty. So we will
He's going to the Frontier Cavern right now.
Need at least a bit of preparation. I wrap up the perplexity.
Dude, after he's like, yo, this is my least favorite cave in the game, then he goes to Frozen Hidden X.
Pool by just collecting some treasures on the overworld. We get a good look at the water dumples too. They move fast and have a lot of health, meaning they can tank a lot of damage.
And what else do they do?
To the point where in order to kill them in water, you either need to just swarm them and accept that some Pikmin will die, or fight them slowly with surgical precision.
They also throw your Pikmin off.
Stupid knockback that sends your Pikmin literally everywhere.
Yep.
What a fun enemy.
Awesome.
After that's done, I head to the Awakening Wood and use the purple Pikmin trick.
Not
as
really,
they
I
didn't
hate
exactly have the best time in the Citadel of Spiders. We of course pay a visit
Spiders.
to our good friend the Doodlebug, several times in
The
fact.
Doodlebug.
If a difficulty mod like this exposes any accidental loopholes, I'm obviously hopping right on them.
You know, I usually do too. I didn't this. I don't think I ever did.
This game of chess isn't entirely...
I almost lost 100 blues in that spot. Was that from the Dirigibug babysitting my Pikmin?
one-sided. I was also meant to do a bit of actual progress in the area too, but I got a bit carried away. We harness a total of 10 spicy sprays and 20
Big.
bitter
He's
sprays.
non-organically
It might sound like
berry
overkill, but I've
farming
seen
right
these
now.
types of
He's
mods
using
turn
all
36 bitter sprays
GMO,
into 2 after a single cave.
full
So I feel it's
artificial
reasonable.
spray.
Anyways, now it's time to face the Frontier
beautiful.
Cavern.
Oh,
we
God.
land in
Are
the
we
Valley
here?
of Repose, which we can freely explore
God,
now
he's
that we
doing
have
it.
blue Pikmin. And it's not every day you see the tutorial have a worse layout than the regular area. The iconic Gatling Groink is just gone. His sole
sad.
purpose in life was to just fucking annoy us when we tried to weigh down a paper bag.
Yup.
Even the rest of the area isn't that bad. For example, the burrowing snagret here is replaced with nothing. Where did he go?
Nothing?
Thanks for making me waste a spicy spray.
Nothing.
There's nobody even around the bridge to mess with us while we build this.
Yeah, that's easy. Except for... Oh. Oh.
Where in the fucking world did you come from?
Underneath?
I'd argue this layout is slightly easier than vanilla, and
The
while it's
red
the
40
easiest,
spread.
this one is probably the fairest overworld layout so far.
Sure.
And in terms of being a normal area in a Pikmin game, and not a Pikmin 2 hack that wants you dead, this is probably the best area. In fact, I like some enemy placements here more than the original game.
Sure.
They're challenging to deal with, but fit the fairly fast pace this area has. I collected most of the treasures, well, all of the ones I could see.
Is it
as the
251
2
that
bird
never
ones appear to
turns
have
the
been
geysers
moved.
off? The
Now
fire
it's time to
geysers?
go to the hidden
That actually makes
frozen
them
X.
a problem.
What does that even mean? Well, this is the cave we were looking for, and we can't postpone it any further
Oh,
if we
no.
want the treasure gauge.
Oh,
So
no.
let's go in.
Oh, no.
Olimar and Louie delve into a snowy sublevel to start the cave, and I was playing this one in the middle of a heat wave, so this was the first cave where I wish I delved in with them. Not actually a bad start. A lot of the enemies here are weak, and we even get some doodlebugs, which is
Doodlebugs!
very generous of the game.
W.
I'd say the worst thing about this floor is that other enemies can wake up the bulborbs by bumping into them.
That happens.
And stuff like this
What
can
is
end up
this?
happening.
Colossal Cavern? Where are you going? Why are you running? Oh, yeah.
I mostly went through the floor with purples, which you'd think wouldn't be able to deal with these poison pipes, but purple Pikmin can deal with anything.
They can, it's true. You should only use a few of them while doing this stuff. But he's showing it off. He's doing it. No, I'm not backseating, you know. Oh. 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 Okay. Nope, you gotta. Nope, nope. Okay. I love that he's not cutting here. I love that. This is just like this is a snapshot. This is what the gameplay looks like, guys. Like, I'm not commentating right now. I'm not doing all of the bells and whistles and the meme edits and all the stuff. Like, I like the commitment to just be like, this is how this clip went.
Well, I'm never...
Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. I don't want to interrupt him. I like the commitment here.
Well, I'm never doing that shit again.
Yeah, I get it.
As I was able to figure out by the floor being
Colossal Caverns makes it so that they turn on, they turn off, they turn on, they turn off. It's beautiful. It's a wonderful thing.
covered in poison, and also the fact that there's buried treasures at this point in the original cave, the treasures here are buried. I found the first one quickly enough, but the second one drove me nuts. I was on the cusp of assuming that the glitch on the second floor, the Citadel of Spiders, had happened again, and just giving up to move to the next floor. It hadn't, though. It was in a spot of this room that I just about missed when scrutinizing the floor several
look at him.
times.
That's what I do for volatile dweevils.
Too, as this is a unique
With the white
treasure.
Pikmin. That's what I do.
The trend for the Frontier Cavern so far just seems to be doing the original floor, except harder, and the size has been increased to a comical degree. This floor alone has 5 rooms, and these are large rooms. The occasional falling boulders and the not-so-occasional careening dirigibugs do up the challenge, but using a similar strategy as the original floor work the same. And the decorated canopies can help you clean some of the clutter if you need them to.
Kidney shot.
Skitter leaves are here. It's the first time we've seen them, and I'm naturally suspicious since they are a completely harmless enemy. When a difficulty mod randomly throws harmless enemies into a floor, I'm never like, oh, they probably wanted to add to the atmosphere of this floor. No, it's probably because the treasures located in one of 50 of them are stupid shit like that. It surprisingly wasn't, though. I doubt they're here for any innocent reasons, however. I think they were put on this floor in an attempt to potentially have them wake up the bulborbs when they skitter around.
Okay.
Oh, so that's why they're called that.
Oh.
Anyways, I collected one of the treasures. I wonder where the other one is.
Oh. They're just bitter spray, bro.
Probably not that way. Whenever you're ready,
The voices in my
This
head.
floor is far
The
from
voices
easy,
in my
but so
head.
far the Frontier Cavern, our hidden frozen X, hasn't been the worst, surprisingly.
Except now, this I remember this floor, dude. This floor is this floor. This floor took me like, I don't even know, like 45 minutes to like an hour. Like just this one floor. Let's get to it. I'm gonna actually, before we dive into potentially my least favorite floor, I mean, it's in the entire game, I'm gonna use the bathroom really quickly. I'll be right back. It'll take me like, a minute. Leave a like if you haven't. Go subscribe to I'm Only Here for Pikmin. He made this beautiful video, and I'm excited to keep watching it. So, be right back. VOD watchers skip to 157.02. Why? For the chair stream? Let's keep going. Come on, mouse. There we go. And then, where are the Bulbmen at? Oh yeah, he has 99 Pikmin. Only one of the Bulbmen is here. Only a single Bulbman. Ironman. Here we go.
As you can see, there's quite a lot of Bulbmen around. I'm thankful this happened in the cave where I started off by only losing one Pikmin, so I basically don't get any Bulbmen.
You're happy about that? Wait, what's your beef with Bulbman? I'm only an hour and 8 minutes deep. I gotta.
Looks like things are
I
starting
want to
to
be up
pick
till
up.
like 11. That's fine. No big deal. No big whoop. Boom! There he is.
Well, they definitely are.
Yep.
Would
this
you
floor.
get back in the arena, you fucking cheater?
Yep,
How am I meant to look
Again,
at this
45
masterful
minutes
display of
to
camping
an hour.
and not believe that the enemies in this game have not achieved some form of sentience?
A very
At least to
long
put
time.
the two bosses that had the treasures of the floor only a hop, jump,
Oh,
and
is
a
that
shit your
sarcasm?
pants
I'll bet.
away. So
Dry
the floor
sarcasm.
wrapped up rather
No, I
quickly.
know his
I'm
big
not
thing
getting
is
any
like you guys don't need
Bulbmen.
to
There's,
explain
like,
sarcasm to me.
Boo,
I wasn't picking it
go
up
play
there.
the
I'm
mod and
sorry.
Claim that Bulbman for yourselves if you want to see it so badly. We can
Oh,
thankfully
crying
just
baby
head straight to
audio.
the. Oh, now we're clogging holes in
Good.
the cave.
Yep. Of course.
Now is when we're gonna start doing
Yep.
this.
This sub level.
All right, fine. I'll go get the Bulbman while I'm at
The
it.
Louis. One singular Louis.
It's beautiful. I'm sorry I ever doubted you. The confused
beautiful.
Bulborb has fallen in with the Pikmin. Will you ever give this guy a fucking break? I just dash over to the exit, ensuring that the few yellow Pikmin I brought with me remain unharmed.
Okay.
Sublevel 4 looked at the
Unharmed.
floor from the original Frontier Cavern that contained loads of anode beetles along with bumbling snitch
And
bugs,
said?
how can we make this floor as obnoxious as possible?
Groinks?
The answer is to
Oh,
cover the floor in
no. Oh my God. Frozen Hidden X, dude.
water, add a ton of additional enemies
Oh
such
my
as
God, the
Wallyhops,
Emperors.
and make you fight the Emperor Bullblacks. 9 times.
Yup. This cave took me like 2 streams. It took me like fucking 7 hours. It was a long time.
You have to micromanage all of these separate enemies at once, and it is insanely stressful.
Yeah. Yup. Here we go. You're like, nope.
Oh, you plonkers.
Yep.
If this was all condensed into one room, despite its difficulty, I think it'd actually be a fun enough challenge.
4 rooms.
But it isn't.
Rooms.
You have to repeat this process 3 times in a row.
Yep.
Spicy Spray is at least able to absolutely tear the Bullblaxes to shreds, so they did end up being the easiest.
I don't think I had any sprays at this point.
Part of the floor, but even then, holy shit!
I'm learning for next time.
Much, at least on purpose, because I hadn't felt that much of a need to.
Now
so
you
I
do.
only really notice now how much it boosts your Pikmin's
Yeah, it makes a
attack
big
damage
difference.
in this mod. Do not sleep on this stuff.
Nope.
We actually ran into the first purple flower we've seen since the second cave. I didn't have too many reds or yellows, so I predominantly drew in blue Pikmin, which I'm sure was a good decision. This floor
does he have to do it twice because it goes in the water?
Alone took 22 minutes to clear.
Yep.
It takes me that amount of time to beat the Frontier Cavern in regular.
Dude, it took me like an hour.
It
took me like a long ass time.
I have the receipts, I'm not lying.
Are spray tables altered for bosses in this mod? Seems like a lot of program opportunities. It could be. I think I asked Quote that, and I'm not sure if he responded. I have done a bad job of keeping up with chat generally. Not a bad job. I've done a mediocre job.
Sublevel 5 seems okay at first glance, but if you do a bit of listening, you'll realize there's just a bit of an issue.
Oh, and that.
Yeah, there's an Empress Bullblax shooting out larvae somewhere. The first part here is like a horror game. You're just dealing with some weaker enemies with the looming threat of 1,000,000 children coming to hound you down.
Yep.
Then we finally meet the larva, and it's as petrifying as I thought it would be.
Like Normandy.
Our captains don't really have the best health, and while the larvae thankfully don't chomp off a third of our health like most smaller enemies, they still deal some damage that I'd like to avoid.
Sure.
That means trying to stand still with one captain like
torture
you
worse than
usually do
Kaizo?
doesn't really work.
No.
Not to mention the arena is filled with the enemies that do take one full third of our health, so this feels almost impossible to manage. I was mostly just running around dumbfounded for a few minutes. I tried to use this concrete part as cover, similar to what we did in the emergence cave, but it was too
they climb like World War Z.
shallow. They just start spilling over after a bit. Eventually, I came up with the strategy of not using any strategy. I just charged right in and hoped for the best.
It worked.
Pikmin obviously died, but it wasn't as much of a cataclysmic disaster.
Oh, yo, dude, the spicy spray, that is a crazy increase of attack damage. Because that was unbelievably fast, killing that Empress right there. That was, I'm going to watch that back. Hold up. That was cathartic to me. Hold on. Watch this.
Hoped for the best. Pikmin
Okay, watch this. Ready? Okay, we're at 112:16.
He died, but it wasn't as much of a cataclysmic disaster.
He maybe he tried bittering the Empress right there. I'm not totally positive, but it took 3 seconds.
As I was imagining.
Awesome.
The Empress doesn't even have the treasure. We have to go all the way to this fiery Bullblax to get us. You usually get the Brute Knuckles upgrade on this floor, which I might add is usually a rest floor, but the mod isn't too keen on those.
Yeah, no.
We instead get the Silencer, which is usually what you get from the segmented Crobster. They brought back the old joke exclusive to the Japanese release, of its
666.
price being the number of man. This was very quickly changed outside of Japan to contain the new number of man. We had to put up with 2 brutal floors.
Beautiful script.
Back to back,
Beautiful.
but we got through them. Sublevel 6 thankfully ends up being a bit of a break.
Wow.
Now, due to the stuff we've had to deal with so far in this cave, a break does not mean a nice rest floor. It means a floor with several decorated
That joke didn't
cannonballs
exist
that take 7
when I
minutes to
played.
beat instead of 22. Something I heard about this mod from people who requested it after the Kaizo video is that compared to Kaizo, this mod was more interesting and fair. And from what I've played, I'd have to agree.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, I'm not saying fighting 9 Emperor Bullblaxes for 22 minutes is fair difficulty.
There's ideas.
But Pikmin 2 Kaizo relied on a lot of nonsense spam floors that were repeated over and over again ad nauseum.
Yeah.
So far, Lands of Torture has had fully distinct layouts for every floor we've gone through.
Exactly.
And there's usually been some method to the mayhem.
Sure.
Despite the game obviously being pretty frustrating, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't at least a little entertained seeing what the mod would come up with next. Now, while
That's
Sublevel
my
6
thoughts
was
exactly.
hard but fine enough, the next floor is a whole different story. The floor that Sublevel 6 was based off of included a lot of water, and I thought we had been spared by the mod when there was barely any on that floor aside from a very small segment. But it actually turns out this was far from an act of mercy, as they were merely holding that water off for this floor. This is already bad enough because the sheer prevalence of water dumpos, who with our dwindled blue Pikmin numbers and the overall clutter of this floor feel almost impossible to deal with. But the real stinger here is that because they held off the water for this floor, instead of needing to collect 2 treasures that are usually out in the open, we have to get 1 regular treasure and 1 buried treasure. That means we have to drag white Pikmin around with us everywhere we go in order to search for us, which is easier said than done due to the various vast pools of water. After several minutes of hopelessly pursuing this treasure, I run into a buried cannonball larva who ends up having us. It is just about possible to bring a singular white Pikmin over there to uncover the treasure. However, to my dismay, it needs 25 Pikmin to carry. We only have 20 Pikmin that can actually cross the water, so the floor is impossible. The mod appears to be well aware of this possibility, as this is the first non-final floor to contain an Exisgeyser. There's nothing I can do now aside from either continuing on or just leaving. I chose to just leave, as we have to come back here anyways. On a more positive note, at least we have some security.
I think the same thing happened to me because I remember doing Frozen Hidden X twice.
As we keep everything we've collected so far. When we surface, we get congratulated for fully repaying the debts. Since we've only fully done 4 caves, it's naturally hard for this big credit sequence to actually feel rewarding in the slightest. I was just staring at this wanting to get back to the Frontier Cavern. Louis gets left behind, or maybe he left himself, it's never made clear. Though if I had to go through all of this just for my coworkers to call me a fucking creature, I'd probably leave too. The President joins us to search for both Louis and more treasure. Maybe seeing this stuff firsthand will convince him to give us a raise. Heading back to the Valley of Repose with the President, I'm obviously dead. Oh, you are not the President. How did this random purple Pikmin end up joining us? Anyways, I'm obviously dead set on heading right back to the Hidden Frozen X to finish it off once and for all. Back on floor 1, I do spend a tiny bit of time on the first floor to whack one of the doodlebugs for some bitter spray.
Of course.
Oh, watch your...
Notice how the last time he came into Frozen Hidden X, he had, I think, 23 bitter sprays. He has 13 right now. He's going to get some more from the doodlebugs, but he used 10 of them throughout 7 sublevels, and that's like, that's kind of a lot.
Your head. How did you get over there? You were in a dead end. This isn't even meant to be a proper part of the video, but there's just so much going on in this sublevel. Then when it ran out of random stuff to distract us, I get attacked by a burrowing Snagris. In real life. Just some random friendly dove came to my window to watch me write notes for 5 minutes, like I'm a Disney princess. He clearly wanted to come inside too. Should have had him playing the mod. I was expecting most of these revisited floors to be really easy, but I don't know. Sublevel 2 somehow went significantly worse than the time where we actually had to clear us.
Does it explode the bomb? Oh, whoa! Oh, bold strategy.
I also realized that if you tried to stunlock the flying enemies with a singular purple Pikmin on this floor, which is what I did for this attempt, the giant bread bug will likely end up killing them by dragging their corpses back with that singular purple. Yeah. Basically punishing you for trying to do that. I put way too much thought into some of this stuff. Also, it looks like my little theory about the skitter leaves was bang on target. Yep. Targus.
So I think that skitter leaf already died from the explosion, but I think that because the bomb was thrown on top of it, it instantly wants to move, and that is why it dies. I don't think the bomb hitbox is what killed it.
They can get crushed by bomb rocks?
No.
I had no clue that interaction existed, and I don't even know why it's programmed in, since skitter leaves are never around bomb rocks in the original game. Weird stuff. Anyways, the other flows go a lot more smoothly, and we eventually...
It looked like the bomb rock was what plopped them.
They can get crushed by bomb
Very
rocks?
funny, though.
I had no clue that interaction existed, and I don't even know why it's programmed in, since skitter leaves are never around bomb rocks in the original game. Weird stuff. Anyways, the other floors go a lot more smoothly, and we eventually make it back to sub-level 7. It's definitely easier now that we know what we have to do, but even then, it's quite a loss. Simply just finding the cannonball that we need to kill can be an absolute nightmare, and when have you seen a Pikmin 2 sublevel require precision platforming before? Anyways, we are finally able to collect the treasure, and I can sit back and watch in relief as we... Huh?
More
Why did you go
dumples.
that way? Stop trying to freak me out for no reason. I don't want to do this all over again.
Is that foreshadowing? Yeah, I think it just died when it activated an emotion too. Not the final floor.
I thought it was going to be real this time. This floor is very similar to the last Empress fight we did in the Hall of Demons.
Except...
the key difference being is that she gets to experience the miracle of childbirth about 10,000 consecutive times. It makes it harder to deal with, but at least we have some health to spare. Some bosses have specific health values for specific caves, and for some reason the mod makes the Empress Bullblacks weirdly weak for this cave. Not sure why, but it means we're done here pretty quick.
Okay. There it is. Very helpful.
I've never seen anything more cathartic in my life.
Yeah, it's nice.
We still have to put up with her irate husband, who thought that licking the clogged hole was super...
I think it took me a while to get the Frozen Hidden X. I think I did that within the last, like, third of Lands of Torture. So I went generally longer without the treasure gauge. I think.
Funny. I guess my more refined brand of humor of killing his wife and children flew over his head since he went straight to our base to complain about us.
Fucking
It was
genius.
just a joke. Stop overreacting.
He's a genius.
To finally put a wrap on things, we have this really bizarre filler floor. These things are just slowly turning into arse exhibitions. That was definitely the hardest cave by far, and I'm sure you don't need me to tell you that. Ace full sublevels are some of the hardest stuff we've had to put up with so far.
Yeah, this cave was ridiculous.
And the floor
he's not even like doing... I mean, he obviously is talking about how difficult it was. This shit sucked.
Part is going through the cave twice unless you are super cautious with your blue Pikmin from start to finish. I do actually like how the treasure gauge is set up and used. I think not giving it to you early in the game, but providing you with a clear hint on where it's located is actually clever, and puts getting it into the player's hands rather than it just being in some random sublevel at the tail end of the game.
Oh,
now that
like what mod?
Out of the cave, I chose to collect...
Say what mod? Don't.
the final two treasures in the overworld here, which will be much
You don't have to
easier
protect
now with
Kaizo.
our treasure gauge.
You don't have to protect it.
So that's where they were. At this point, there's zero reason to pearl clutch about some snag roots. It's just kind of whatever at this point. The other treasure was moved just a smidge away from where it usually is. No clue why, aside from being slightly annoying. The only thing left here is one other cave, the subterranean complex. But I'm holding off on it for as long as possible, mainly because the original cave gives these types of mods way too much material. Well, that was the President's first day on the planet. Say what you want
That's
about
what
it.
everybody thinks Pikmin 2 is like. There's 2 sub-levels like that. Maybe 4 sub-levels like that.
But the
if
fact
you count
he
the
came
submerged
all the way
castle
to help
one.
us must mean he's a pretty upstanding
People think
guy.
that every sub-level in Pikmin 2 is like that.
President
They're
you
not.
are. I just got back from vacation to find out you're cheating on me.
Oh.
Well, don't bother coming home until you die and I take every item in this house. Looks like somebody is in for a whole new land of torture when they get back home. I suspect if your domestic life was better, Olimar would be doing all this stuff by himself. We're back at the Awakening Wood, and we might as well complete this area fully, though I doubt that'll be a quick process. I started off with the routine purple Pikmin trick again to get their numbers up. Then the section we have to do to get to our next cave, the Bullblack's Kingdom, is another
I
instance
like how this is cut. It's showing that like no, their hitbox is so big that they kind of like bounce the purples off of them. That's some visual storytelling right there, based on how much bullshit goes on.
Having strangely good level design at random. Instead of just breaking down a wall and unclogging a hole to get full access here, you simply just have to walk past the pool of water which can never be drained. To let other Pikmin get over there, which you'll need to do in order to break down the electric gates, you have to break down a bramble wall on this ledge, which is blocked off by an orange bulb.
Yeah.
You can either fight him with your blue Pikmin, or there is just enough wriggle room to sneak past him so you can bring some more combat-oriented Pikmin to deal with. This is vastly more interesting than what the vanilla game did with this section, and there's actually quite a lot going on here. After all of that, we're able to access the Bullblack's Kingdom.
Oh yeah, it's very red.
And the Healing Cask, which was moved to make room for that obnoxious groink.
Yep.
After collecting it, we might as well enter the kingdom. Going back to a cave that's meant to be earlier into the game with the treasure gauge feels like I time traveled to a war in the 18th century. And
Every single
tank.
flint beetle
Look at
jank
this,
possible
I can
from this
identify
mod.
which rooms
Did
are
you play
useless,
the
what
2
direction I should be
randomizer?
going in,
Actually,
and can quickly uncover the enemy I need to kill. I know I'm
like
acting like a
Loki,
caveman
you
that
must have,
discovered
right?
fire over an upgrade you usually have for the vast
You must have
majority
played
of the
the 2
game in
randomizer.
vanilla Pikmin 2, but having it taken
That's the
away
one
from
where
you for so
the
long
doodle bug
really
haven't
makes you
yet.
appreciate
Oh,
it
okay.
when it's back.
So in that one, the doodle bugs crash the game very frequently, which in turn makes it so that you don't get a lot of bitter sprays. You have to farm them. It makes the randomizer. It is not just Pikmin 2 randomized. If you're going and you're going to play Pikmin 2 randomized and you're like, oh, that sounds like fun, it is more than just a randomizer. By the time the end game hits, it is just full balls to the wall, Kaizo. It is not cool.
One was actually really easy, just consisting of some bulborbs. Nothing our purple Pikmin can't handle. I cleared it in under 3 minutes though, which is a clear indicator of the impact the treasure gauge is having. That clear time
sounds super fun. Yeah, you only lose all your progress every time a doodle bug just shows up.
It's really great, especially here on floor 2 when he's surrounded by a bunch of dwarves.
Really
being immune to purple Pikmin's stuns obviously isn't helping, though they do still suffer from the smaller stun that enemies face from a purple slam, so you can definitely lag them out with that if you are.
He does look immune to it.
This being the Bulblax Kingdom, and the fact that the game has been using the Emperor Bulblax quite liberally, enough so that he revoked his role to a constitutional monarchy, it's going to be pretty obvious what boss we'll be facing here. Yep, it's Burrowing Snagret time. Heading into sublevel 3, I'm definitely not regretting going out of my way to get the treasure gauge anytime soon. Giant maze with tons of dead ends, and the treasure is buried. No thank you.
The Bulblax Kingdom.
Burrowing
Snagret, yeah.
Annoying, literally pushing your
That's
Pikmin
boss
into
gen.
other enemies. Also, quite a lot of Bulbmen. Don't bother splitting up from your squad for a second, or else you'll suddenly start getting jumped by one who hiked from halfway across the sublevel.
That's Colossal Caverns right there. Team Snag'em. The Burrowing Snagret. Snagret season. Oh, he's big.
I was about to say that the cave had been weirdly easy.
Oh, that's big.
That definitely didn't scare the shit out of me.
guy.
Most of this floor is spent engaging in this Tom and Jerry chase with a fiery Bulblax and a bunch of dwarf Bulbears who decided to chime in.
Oh my
After
god.
I finished that chase, we
chasing you
had to
forever.
do another one, as this big lump of lard woke another one up.
Oh,
It got so
ridiculous,
bad
bro.
I had to take a break to clear up this large pack of Bulbears.
The program?
Devoured all my Pikmin
Oh?
and asked for dessert.
Oh?
At least the gambling.
Oh!
Handy, because despite how big the Emperors are in this cave, their health pools weren't really scaled up.
No, they weren't.
So Spicy Spray still tears them to shreds.
So actually, I remember doing this. I did it with yellows because I was like, oh, he's going to be tall. I want to get him on the face. And then I used a spicy spray, one of the few spicy sprays I think I had during the playthrough. And I just shredded him. And I was like, wow, that was like way anticlimactic. So it's interesting, like, you know, how different people have different experiences with the floors. He's obviously kind of doing the same thing, but he had, I feel like, a lot more trouble with like the fiery Bulblaxes. I think I first went for this guy and then I killed the firies.
So big, the process of turning them to stone actually lags the game slightly.
Sweet.
I was worried from the background we'd have to do the Mel Maze again, but this time with tons of fiery Bulblaxes.
Nope, it's just another one.
It's just another arena.
It's just another one.
I guess is a preferable outcome.
Yeah,
I chose to just ignore the fiery Bulblaxes this time, which was probably what I should have done the first time. Overall, I was just
Doesn't have a
rough.
cave spawn on the floor.
The start of
so you had to manually
sublevel
add one in
5
the
is just one of
corner.
those ones where you
I
simply
see.
have to let the footage do all of the talking for you.
Fascinating. The footage doing the talking. Yes. And then they go to electricity, and you're like, wait, what do I do? Where do I go? What should I do? And you're like, well, I don't have any room. This is what Colossal Caverns is like. Yep, this is what Colossal Caverns is like. Every time you start up the rod. Oh. Oh.
After that absolutely abhorrent start, it turns out the rest of the floor isn't the worst. There are a lot of traps, but you don't need Pikmin to activate
you can see them now.
And since there's those rolling boulders you can't gauge the direction of, you'd probably be strolling around without Pikmin, or just one of them anyways. You don't have much choice. Then you just deal with some dwarf bulborbs and maybe some cannonballs to reach the treasure. I didn't safeguard the Pikmin as it was being collected, which was a mistake, as a dwarf followed them home. I was so eager to save my Pikmin from a threat they could easily kill themselves, I ended up bringing over something far more dangerous in the process. This floor also brings back the beloved duplicate treasures, but thankfully with the treasure gauge, it's far easier to identify when a floor is solely just duplicates, so they weren't really an issue. Yeah, we get the gist at this point. It's... oh, what the...
Oh, the kidnap. Oh yeah, that happens.
Sublevel 6 is the Empress Bullblack's arena, except the way up is filled with my most favorite enemy in the whole wide world. That little
unironically, I like the dwarf bull bears in this mod.
And lo and behold, it worked pretty well, and got us one of the treasures of this floor way before we were supposed to. The other one is inside an Emperor Bullblack's, who ever since we've discovered the power of spicy spray in this mod, hasn't really been a cause of concern for a while. I used to dread seeing them at the start of the mod, but now it's kind of nice. I prefer having them over like a Snagrus. I guess our power levels are growing or something. That's hardly it, is this? I figured. This is actually quite an underwhelming finale. We already know this guy is easy with spicy spray, but these 4 other Bulborbs weren't really much of an issue. And despite the puzzle being fully intact, the treasure just spawned over here, so we could just ignore it.
Yeah. Something gonna happen?
Why is the entire screen shaking? What's going on with your leg?
Oh.
Where are you guys going?
Ew.
We finally have immunity to fire, because that was our biggest concern. Or well, I assume that floor was the finale, and that this one was the mere filler one right at the end. But no, it isn't.
It's just a random one.
I guess I didn't notice, not like there's a really obvious cue that denotes when a floor is the last one.
Yep.
That's one reason not to play Lands of Torture at 1 AM. Getting your Pikmin over to the clogged hole is obviously really obnoxious.
Don't play Lands of Torture
past midnight. All of these dead ends that look like safe spots for our Pikmin are filled with hermit chromads who peck away at our Pikmin, while we try to figure out where we should even go. Eventually, I just bring a few Pikmin and pretend that there aren't 3 giant Emperor Bullblacks behind me.
It's fine.
If I stay up any later playing this fucking mod, I'll be doing that during
Heck yeah.
sleep paralysis too. The actual final floor would have been a complete and utter nightmare. If the game ever takes an abnormally long time to load a sublevel, you already know it's over. There's a lot of gates blocking off the floor, including the unlikely pair of a wall and a hermit chromad who wouldn't let Olimar through, blocking us from the exit. However, a careening dirigibug blew him up with 1 bomb rock and gave Olimar a completely free route to the geyser. What a polite young man. You must be one of the ones from Pikmin Squared. This might have been the easiest case so far, likely in large part to the treasure gauge.
The Pikmin Squared dirigibugs are great. They're awesome in the randomizer.
But it cannot be understated how helpful it is.
Hef, did you know there's a Pikmin Squared update that came out? And a Louis Quest randomizer? You gonna play that, Hef? Yeah, maybe. Some point, probably. We'll see. Oh, W. Oh,
that gives us a shortcut. The game has had an awful amount of restraint to only use the pileated standard now. Engaging in this epic jewel accomplished absolutely nothing because the game just broke. The onion stopped working. It cut me off at 90 Pikmin? I don't know what is happening or how.
10 Bulbmin.
This is not a known glitch or anything. I just decide to reset to try and get the game to function like it should.
Isn't there a Bulbmin or is that Kaizo? Yep. I think it's a Bulbmin.
It's happening again? What is going on? Maybe there's too many objects loaded in or something, but it kind of throws a spanner in the works of my plan to visit the Snagrid Hole if I'm going to be 10 Pikmin short. I just decided to collect some overworld treasures, such as the scale puzzle one, which can be cheesed with this bumbling snitch bug. These guys can be annoying though if you're using them for stuff like this.
I hate them.
First of all, they never fucking follow you for zero reason, and second of all, half the time, no matter how much you Mario Party the joystick...
This is random, actually. I learned this. I asked Anto Pikmin about this. The bumbling snitch bug holds you for a random amount of time. It's either really easy to break out or really hard to break out, and you never know what it's going to be. So timing it is not a thing you can do, really.
Your dipshit captain won't get off when you need him to. Sometimes he just leaves instantly, though, which makes it pretty free. Then the other treasure is behind the Snagrid Hole Gaze, which we get fairly naturally. And the other is near the Blue Onion, with tree water dumplings.
Dude, I would bitter them, honestly. Yeah, fuck it. There's the Bulbmin.
Here's the problem.
So that explains why we could only have 90
Same thing happened to me.
Didn't really consider Bulbmin being spawned in as a possibility, as that would be nice, and that's the one thing this mod isn't. At least we crack that case and can finish the area off tomorrow, hopefully. Before we head into the Snagrid Hole, we obviously have to go retrieve the Bulbmin, which is fairly easy despite being a bit of a hike. I didn't really talk about the Bullmen when we first got them because we only had one, but they're just a type of Pikmin that you stumble upon in caves that are immune to all 4 of the core hazards,
A little Bullman
which obviously
exposition.
makes them very useful. Then we can warp up here with our bumbling friend and just head into the cave from there.
Hate that guy.
Unless we want to fight the pileated Snagrid again,
Nah.
and believe it or not, I don't.
Nope.
The Snagrid Hole is the hardest cave in the Awakening Woods, and in the vanilla game has quite a lot of Snagrids.
I would argue that the Bullblack's Kingdom is harder than the Snaggered Hole, but
So I'm
Go
not
off.
really looking forward to this one. Delving in, the Bullmen do thankfully join us. I was fully expecting them to just dip and leave us with 90 Pikmin. We start off with a Snagris surrounded by Shearwigs who are all blocking
I'm thinking
off
of the
a
Bomb
fiery
Rock floor
Bullblack.
specifically.
Good intro. We had a Snagrid as the first
though that's,
boss
like,
of the
not bad
Bullblack's
either.
Kingdom, and now we have an empty
Neither were hard.
Bullblax in the
Pikmin 2 is real
birdhouse
easy.
for the Snagris Hole. Everything's just fucked up in the Awakening Wood this week. I've also officially hit Husk status. This is the part of a very difficult Pikmin mod when you've seen so much nonsense trout playing that it eventually stops phasing you.
Yep. I've been there. I've been there. And then, yep, he gets got because you just... It's like, why is he over there? Oh, who knows? Who cares? Oh, another Snagrit. I think there's 20 of them on this sublevel, maybe 15. Also, I don't think I had the treasure gauge doing the sublevel. Like, low-key.
If there's so many Snagrits in this garden, then how are all of these little insects in such high numbers? And if there's all these little insects
Snagrits eat Pikmin. They don't attack sheer grubs. Although ecosystem.
in this garden, then how are the strawberries in such high numbers? Also, I only noticed while editing
yeah.
that the changes from day to night are actually kept up inside of this cave, which is some nice attention to detail. After a while of looking at this, I decided no, and just brought a lot of white
I also decided no. I definitely got to this exact sublevel and ended stream.
Pikmin to the nearest.
It's phenomenal how, like, there's a limit. I think our limits might be the same. Because I definitely, like, was streaming this, got to this sublevel, and was like, no, fuck this. I'm done for the day.
strawberries so that I could ignore everything, which worked relatively well. We do, of course, have to crawl all the way over to the exit with our Pikmin, however, so we can't get off completely scot-free.
No, I went to watch Safe for Liz. Oh, is that true? Is that when I did my last reaction video, like, 3 years ago? I only react to peak Pikmin 2 content. That's it.
Please, just please, can we stop?
No.
Get away from the exits. Sublevel 3. Never have I ever wanted to stop playing a
Ranging Bloisters?
game more.
Ranging Bloisters, Bulbmin. Oh, unless this is the double pileated.
Snagrit spam starts right
Yeah,
at
this
the
is the double
base. There's
pileated.
countless bread bugs that steal all of the treasures, tons of duplicate
Yep,
treasures,
there's pileated one.
poison everywhere so it's hard to navigate, and dwarf bull bears that also make
Every
it hard
floor
to
in this
navigate,
cave is a
along with
break
making
floor.
fighting
Yeah.
the Snagrits even more obnoxious.
When it starts to
It's a
take,
complete
like, when one floor takes as long as a vanilla Pikmin 2 cave, you know it's like, I gotta take a breather. Speedrunning Lands of Torture. Can I get the Lands of Torture speedrun world record, actually?
concoction of mid
That's not on Pikmin 2 ROM hacks category on speedrun.com. Probably not, but maybe I'll do a run and then... Although it would have to be in one sitting. I just don't think that's possible.
Something about Snagrit spam specifically is just extremely aggravating. More
Really? I like Snagrit spam. Surprisingly. I don't know. There's enemies I like being spammed a lot less than the Snagrits. Because the Snagrits are like... well, maybe it's because I call it Snagrit season, like it's rabbit season or duck season. Maybe that's why I like it.
more so than any other type of enemy or
But
boss
I
spam.
don't really mind
I think
it.
it's just the fact that you can't see where they are until you stumble upon
Yeah.
one. So when you do find one, it's
I
just
get
like,
that.
oh, great.
I get
and then
that.
they also just screech so much. I don't
Their screeching doesn't bother me.
mind their noises in the original game where the Snagrits are being used in moderation, but for mods that spam them, you just have to hear this
I like
shit
their little
constantly. It does my head in. I haven't even talked about the pileated.
That's very interesting because you don't have a problem with the treasure gauge, but you have a problem with the Snagrit's noises. But I have a problem with the treasure gauge and no problem with the Snagrit noises.
Snagrit that much, but basically just imagine a regular Snagris with a lot more health that can also move and jump around.
I
Just
do
one of
hate these guys though.
those inventions
You guys know I hate the pileated Snagrit. I don't even need to explain it.
that quickly get outlawed
Yeah.
by the Geneva Convention. There's 2 of them here, and I fought both. The first one had the treasure, and the other one didn't.
Right.
That wrapped up the floor, and while there were still duplicate treasures everywhere, I just assumed we were finished and was confident in that assumption. Sublevel 4 is probably
Oh no, that's foreshadowing.
the easiest floor in this cave so far, with it having the same set of enemies as the
Zoom
original
in.
sublevel it's based
Oh,
on.
yo, they
It's
just
also
took
pretty
that to the
small and
face. Oh my god, I need to watch that again.
It having the same set of enemies as the original
Oh, so sick, dude. Dude, they're moving so fast. They tilted the marble to shield themselves.
sublevel it's based
Awesome.
off of. And it's also pretty
Oh
small
my
in
god, that's some expert Pikmin gameplay right there. That's incredible.
scale too, with no snagrets around.
The
There
visual
is water
storytelling
here,
is
but I was
real.
already
I
well
notice
equipped
these
for this.
things.
Now, the
I
enemy
notice.
layout is fine, but the actual layout.
Average viewers might not
What is
notice.
even
I
going
notice.
on? There's so many clashing assets
Oh,
and
yep,
rooms, not
yep.
to mention the random holes in the ground.
Yep.
This
Yeah,
floor
you
is
can see through it.
disorienting to the point I was struggling to navigate it properly.
It only
How
gets
does
worse.
this even get generated?
It gets
How was
worse later.
Grok, the author of all Pikmin 2 caves, configured for this?
Randomly generated. Would Bud Pikmin be even faster while carrying? Great question. Oh, this is the Dumple floor. Oh shit, yo, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Oh, I'm so excited. This floor, dude. This floor drove me crazy. I didn't have any bitter sprays, I don't think.
We're at the point in the game where we don't even get to breathe anymore or process the sublevel we just entered. Just delve in and right away, buttons, buttons, push buttons, buttons, move the joystick.
Gotta
We
get
have
out.
to fight 2 pileated snagrets
And-
across 2
which are
arenas
fine.
filled with water. As
That's
a large
not the bad
swaths
part.
of water dumples surround every single crevice.
How many
arenas
Pikmin did he
through
start
we
the
just
sublevel with, actually?
We're at-
82.
Don't get to breathe anymore. Just push buttons, buttons, move the joystick. We have to
He
fight
starts
2
with 82 on the
pileated snagrets
sublevel.
across 2 arenas filled with water. As a large swaths of water
Now he's at
dumples surround
73.
every single crevice outside of the arena, along with additional burrowing snagrets who also surround the place, poison pipes and electric wires that make it hard to navigate, and dwarf bullbears in dead ends who can
this
interrupt
floor
fights.
is
Simply
something.
listing the layout of this floor conveys the playing experience, and any additional
Trying to get him to
comments would
jump
be
over the
completely
edge.
redundant.
Or
You've
just
seen how
pausing.
the water dumples treat blue Pikmin, so just use purples to deal with them. After quite a lot of time, I'm able to deal with both of the pileated snagrets. So far, this cave has been utterly miserable. I was worried about sublevel 6 because there were a lot of snagrets there in the original.
I think you're generally better at Pikmin 2 in your playthrough of this than I was at Pikmin 2 during my playthrough of this. You've got things on lockdown that I did not have on lockdown when I played through this. I've gotten significantly better at Pikmin 2 just from, the lifespan of the channel or whatever. When I first played Lands of Torture, though,
So I was expecting something horrible like sublevel
Shit's
3,
crazy.
but no, we get something not quite what I was expecting.
because I remember really struggling on that last floor. Sublevel 5, I remember being like, why, dude?
But not much better either. It's the original floor, but 20 times worse. You have to bring Pikmin
Yeah, I
through
think
this
so.
long,
I think
water-filled
CC
interior.
leveled me up,
However,
a
this
lot.
time there's more everything. We also see the antenna beetle for the first time. 3 of them.
The Pikmin
While
2
they are
muscles
mostly
for this
harmless,
video.
They do mess up our treasure gauge.
It's the
so I
one
don't
with
have
the
a very
most
clear
skill
idea on where
expression,
to go.
for sure. And I notice it. Oh, yay, it's raining bullboards. That's great. Snagret. Snagret season. Oh, Snagret season. Oh, yep. This is the moment you're just like, fuck it, go. You're like, okay,
That's
this
the
is how
stuff
it's
we have
going
to
to
deal
be.
with on this floor.
Yep.
Can't complain that much though, since I used
The
a bitter
program.
spray on
The
one
program.
of the snagrets and got a spray drop that was.
The triple spray drop. And he has 2 spices left, and he just got, delicious.
Descended
Love
from
it.
the heavens. That
Love
cheered
it.
me up.
I can't wait to play through Lands of Torture again because I'm going to do that to every fucking boss. Every fucking boss, I'm going to bitter spray. I'm going to get so many sprays you guys don't
A
even
little
know.
bit at least.
I'm so
In the
excited.
original floor, there's a dwarf orange
Now that I
bulb
know.
that falls from the sky. A nice little reference to the previous floor, where there's a lot of them dropping down. And he gives you a treasure. Here you
Cha-ching.
get absolutely bombarded by them everywhere you step, and you'd assume you have to go and find the one with the treasure, but no. That treasure's not on this floor, and you'll be on a wild goose chase looking for us. made worse by the small clover being cloned in every dead end.
Yep.
At times locked behind gates with unreasonably high health. These interfere with your gauge while searching for the treasure and don't allow you to immediately know it doesn't exist. So you have to get all of them to fully figure it out.
Gotta take out the farmer hat. I still got it.
For the first time since we initially saw them. Though the speed Pikmin isn't very thematically appropriate for the floor that took 18 minutes to clear, not even including the time.
Well, I mean, you probably timed it in post, but also granted, you didn't do this on stream, and I'm just like yapping as I do these, and I'm reacting and whatever. So like that's why a lot of these sublevels take me like over an hour. It's like I'm just like pissed about it, and I'm just talking with chat about it. You know,
getting the white Pikmin.
Discussion,
Final floor,
conversation.
What are we in for?
Oh yeah, Snagrid season. This is a gambling floor for sure. Gambling, 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 gambling.
Yeah, this is as stupid as it looks. You have to fight a pileated Snagrid to get one of the treasures of the floor.
And then there's one randomly.
The easiest part, as he's not too hard to section off from the rest of the sublevel.
The thing is, though,
Justice Alloy, an upgrade that lets your captain endure more damage. Aside from the treasure gauge, this is probably the most useful upgrade for this mod. We now don't really have to be too concerned with our captain's health, and it also completely neuters the damage output of these smaller enemies, turning them into much more menial threats. Hopefully this thing will be able to reduce the mental damage I'll be experiencing from the rest of this floor.
Oh, he's doing it, dude. The program.
If we just had to get the treasure from the pileated Snagris, but no.
Spicy
the treasure
spraying
I was
on the
searching every
pileated
nook and cranny for in the last floor was bumped up to here, and put inside one of the 500 burrowing Snagrits. I think what you're meant to do is break down all of these gates and kill the antennabeels so you can access the treasure gauge and get a notion of where the treasure is. But there's so many Snagrits that they actually begin to block off access to the antennabeels. I eventually decided to just tuck in and kill every single one of them.
Snagrid season, baby. This is
Snagrid
season.
There's not really much strategy to this, especially when there's 3 of them at once. Just use Spicy Spray to power up your Pikmin and use Bitter Spray to stall off some Snagrits so you can kill
and
others.
The program.
Repeat ad nauseum.
And he got a coin. If I remember correctly.
Fucking finally. If you're watching this video and thought I was going overboard with hoarding up sprays...
No, I never thought you were going overboard with hoarding up sprays, ever, once.
I definitely wasn't. 67 Pikmin died in this cave. A large bulk of those were from that floor alone. I don't know if this was the hardest cave so far, but it is at least a contender, and was definitely the most miserable. Well, we can leave the Awakening Wood after we just collect one more treasure.
Yeah.
We might have a bit more to do, actually.
Yeah. Alright. The program! Oh. Just kidding. Oh, this is all good. This is great. Yeah, this is great. Everything's easy.
I saw that coming and threw a purple to counteract it
and
kill them all, but then this sack of spuds floats in the air like a fairy instead of doing his fucking job.
Awesome.
I hope he's the one who got his head bitten off. I'm trying to cultivate their kind from the brink of extinction, and this is how they repay me.
Killing that second one.
At the very least, we always get some extra sprays from these purple grinds.
The Groose theme. Woof. Yo, just bitter him. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter if you lose reds, really. It doesn't matter at all. You just say fuck it. You just start plucking and leave him to do it. Yup. You can tell that part of the script was written directly after it happened.
Shoal's not the only cock around, it seems.
Awesome.
I grabbed this treasure by not engaging in the puzzle at all, and we have finally finished our first
you can
area,
do that.
Which means
I think
we're
I did do
approaching
the puzzle.
Goal quicker and quicker. Well, as sad as it makes me, I'll never see the Awakening Wood again.
Sad.
Unless I turn my head 50 degrees down. Back to the perplexing
pool. Oh, it's a
the
penis
only
joke.
Pool more perplexing is the gene pool
50 degrees is
creatures.
pretty specific.
At least the overworld here feels chill after all the shenanigans in the Awakening Wood. I decide to head straight to the Glutton's Kitchen, as it's what I originally planned to do straight after the Citadel
Awakening their wood.
Before that cave reminded me what a migraine is. While this electric fence is being broken down, I decide to pick up a treasure that I just left.
This is not the last time we see the Awakening Wood.
Bottle opener.
Oh, because
right before the cave, we get a doodlebug. I have a feeling things are gonna be all right.
And then,
can't even turn my head for 1 second.
There's a bull bear.
Anyways, onto the
No.
bread bug invasion.
Was that the randomizer that did that?
Whoa, it's the giant
That was
bread
the
bug
randomizer
maze.
that did that.
We've got to deal with a lot of dwarf bull
I get all
bugs
my
while
difficulty
searching for
shit
a
mixed
giant
up,
bread
dude.
bug who has the treasure. Not a tall task when he spends all his time in the same spot with all the subtlety of an outdoor firework that was lit off in a kitchen. Pretty easy and brief floor overall.
Dude, I love the little details. I love the little details that just showcase how broken Pikmin 2 is. It's awesome. Oh, here's the bull bear. Whee!
Not even allowed to look away for a moment
No, you
just
can't.
to check that I am recording.
It's
The
Pikmin
floor
2,
is
bro.
a large train maze this time with a good amount of enemies. It was very big, but the bread bugs just kind of kept coming to me, so I was able to get them all out of the picture very quickly.
Yep.
The first treasure was inside one of them, which I
bye.
claimed before anyone else did, and the second one was completely out of the way of any bread bug's reach. Killing them all also allowed me to very quickly see that the rest of the treasures spawned in were duplicates. The sublevel was pretty easy thanks to that, and also a nice starting room, aside from the very stars. Sublevel 3 is a real goofy sublevel, in a similar vein to goofy music, which is
Oh,
what is
dude, the
playing right
blowhogs
now,
are
the
so
giant bread bug theme.
fast. That did a quarter of his HP, actually. Oh, yep. Oh my god.
The treasure
I'm watching that back. Yo. Oh my god. That's how quick it happens, bro. I've been there. Oh
One of
my
the treasures
goodness,
is
bro.
in this really hyperactive balloon who loves zooming from room to room and shoving random Pikmin into enemies while trying to do other stuff, like clear out the electric
it's
hazards that
awful.
almost turned our entire squad into a public service announcement. Why is the puffy blowhog only showing up now, actually? You're a bit late. Don't you know we're completely immune to your nasally blasts? Was probably the worst floor so far, but still pretty easy. The bread bugs would want to step up their game a little bit. Are the bull bears like an invasive species?
Oh yes, this sub level, guys. This one is also iconic. I spent far too long on this sub level and then the next sub level. I did not have that many Pikmin, or like I brought in very few reds. He also seems to not have very many reds. He grinded purples, which was very smart. I don't think I ever did that. I think I just fucking sent just red Pikmin, dude.
With no natural predators, why has there been
There's 3 emperors on this sub level, and also the bread bugs, and also a raging longlegs. The raging longlegs was the cherry on top. I remember this sub level. This one really got my brain swimming in grief. I was like, I cannot believe I have to do this.
So many of their offspring throughout this mod. There's 2 giant bread bugs around, along with a copious amount of bull blaxes, who I chose.
And the thing is that if there is, because right, the way this is designed, and he's probably going to talk about it, but the way this is designed is that their nests are on the plate. There's emperors at both. There's 4 emperors. I'm lying to you. There's not 3. There's 4. There's emperors on both sides, both entrances. So if a Pikmin is grabbing on to the dwarf bull bear corpse, they will drag that Pikmin through the emperor and wake him up. And then if you try to attack the emperor and he roars, then all 4 of them are awake on the sublevel, and now you have a problem. So then you're trying to deal with multiple awake emperors at the same time. This was an absolute freaking disaster.
To ignore.
I'm excited.
The giant bread bugs got dealt with fairly quickly, and I was mostly confident that there were only duplicate treasures left. Since it's a small enough floor, there's nothing wrong with double checking. This means dealing with a few emperor bull blaxes.
Dude, the spicy spray is unbelievable. I really I wish I could go back. I mean, I will go, obviously. I wish I knew, dude. I just did not utilize spicy spray in the same capacity. Like, I just bit the bullet. I just did it all natural, and that's not the way. It's just not the way. Now I know, but it's so disappointing me watching this, knowing that my past self made so many just judgment errors.
Nothing new, and at least I've eased my mind and know that there's nothing else we need to.
Yeah. He's got some.
Well, it's good I checked since the raging longlegs does have a treasure. Then, of course, an Emperor quickly gets woken up, and we have to deal with getting berated by him and some dwarves my Pikmin kept completely missing. We can finally then just focus on the raging Longlegs, who wasn't the worst, and died before he could make it out of bounds to camp there and be an insufferable dickhead.
Yeah, and then
for
get all of
several
his HP
minutes.
back.
Good
That happens in
riddance.
Colossal Caverns.
The start of the cave has been easy, but it's picked up real quick.
More
Some of the
emperors.
fight is
More
miserable.
emperors.
It's absolutely
Man-at legs.
humongous and filled with buried cannon larvae and dwarf bullbears again. I thought this was meant to be the breadbug invasion.
Ah, yes.
It might make sense if this was any other dwarf variant, since they are all part of the breadbug family, but the dwarf bullbears are the exception to
a fun
this.
fact.
Then again, why am I talking about this as if any of these caves made much sense in the first place? We face off against
Retweet.
a man at legs. You know this floor is backwards
potentially.
when he's the easiest part of it.
Old Hef's
Then we have to
tongue
comb through
hitbox
the place
theory.
for a
It's
dreadfully
true. I
long
know things
time to
now.
find the other treasure, which is
Well, no,
inside
because
one of
I still kind of have that same issue. You still kind of get put in that catch-22. I know exactly how it works now. Then I didn't. But you still kind of get put in the catch-22 because if your Pikmin fall off his face, or you just have to accept that some of them are going to get crushed because he does the jump attack after the tongue attack, and that's why he's the one on the thumbnail. That's why the Emperor's on the thumbnail of Lands of Torture, is because there's just so many of them and they gave me so much trouble.
these Emperor Bulbaxes. I decided to not use any spicy spray and fight them the old-fashioned way. I thought it'd be more resourceful.
Did I know
It
how to
wasn't.
dupe sprays in this
I eventually
playthrough?
caved and used a
Honestly, I
spicy
don't
spray.
know.
Fought them with yellow Pikmin, as they were the most expendable type I had.
Maybe
as a
not.
pet.
Lands of
However, I
Torture was
quickly
very
found
early in
out
the
trying
channel's
to fight
career,
these
which
guys
is
with
kind
yellow
of
Pikmin is like trying to piss into a plastic straw
yeah,
without
that
making
too.
a mess.
That too.
That whole ordeal cost us a lot of Pikmin,
Yep.
so always remember to use your sprays.
You think I did? Maybe.
Sub-level 6 is where things get truly insufferable. Just a giant maze filled with breadbugs, dwarf bullbears, and anode beetles.
This one's
At least we get to
something.
kill one of the breadbugs quickly.
Except for yep.
I guess not.
Nope.
Our purples have also just begun to kind of deteriorate, a trend I also notice in Kaizo. Their homing shots just never land half the time anymore. This isn't an intentional design choice, it's just the world starts working against you the deeper you get into these types of mods.
I feel your pain. I get it. And then, oh, here we go. Oh, he's
Yes,
doing
he
it.
survived. This floor took 20 minutes to beat, though it felt like at least
That's awesome.
40, and if you like the Giant
That's great.
Breadbugs theme song before entering this floor,
You're gonna
you
hate
won't after leaving.
Nope.
This map
Yeah,
just doesn't work
I
with
recall.
any of these enemies. Well, at least it doesn't work towards your favor in any way. The walls and slopes prevent you from reaching and stopping the breadbugs easily. The dwarf bullbears should be blocked off
This
by
one's
these walls,
frustrating.
but they just zip up them.
Yep,
Same
nope.
for the anode beetles, who can fuse currents even when they are both at entirely different elevations. They have cannon beetles in most of the dead ends, but if you have them shoot at the corners, they just kill themselves, acting like he's the one who has to
You
go
can't.
through
That's why you
this.
get
With
demonetized.
this
Bro.
mod's overall design, I can't tell if this is like an accident
gotta
or
say
an actual
stupid
strategy
shit,
they
like
want me
unalive.
to use for this floor to deal with them. They're typically bundled with hermit chromads,
Which
which
I
is
hate
a
that
really
term.
annoying mix. I used a bitter spray to try and combat this, but then the chromad was just
Yep.
unfazed,
Yeah.
even though I directly hit him. Even the game knew that was
No. So the Crawlmat is immune to the bitter spray prior to trying to eat a Pikmin. If he's eating a Pikmin in his nest, he can be hit. But if he's just peeking out, believe me, I would be bittering the Crawlmads.
shit. They gave me a refund.
Oh,
To cap
the
things off,
program,
before we
though.
can get the final few treasures, we have to deal
Awesome.
with breadbugs who are doing the hyperdrive
Great stuff.
nonsense
Good stuff.
again. They
Love
start
that.
dodging
Seen
if you
this.
throw Pikmin near
Yep.
them, and I have no clue how because they
So-
don't do that normally. They
so
aren't
sick.
programmed to dodge you
It's
while
so
they're doing
sick.
stuff.
That's
It's
so
only in this
cool.
weird hyperdrive form that they start doing this. Well, anyways, after getting the final treasure of the floor and walking past Spider-Man, we can finally leave. The last floor is the standard filler affair, this time with a cameo appearance from Bulbman. I don't even know how you figure out that you can use the Hermit Chromad to block off spaces. To avoid it this time, instead of a Dirigibug, I just got clipped out of bounds. Don't even know why, but I'll take it. This cave wasn't the worst, and did have an easy enough start, but the latter half
No, this cave sucked. I remember doing this cave. I did not like it. I'll have a much better time going through it a second time, knowing what I know now. But
of it is fairly brutal.
I had a
Both
bad
the rest
time
of today
in
and
that
the
cave.
first half of tomorrow are spent clearing out the overworld in the perplexing pool, which probably ended up being the easiest section of the mod, as there's not too much going on. There weren't that many new enemies around, and I'd say the worst threat were the water dumples, but even they weren't giving me much hassle. A few of the
Much
treasures
hassle
were shifted
bitters them.
around though. Despite me going over to where the shower room usually is several times, I
not
only
there.
noticed now that the shower room wasn't there.
It's not
Instead,
there.
there was just a big nuss. At least save that for the shower room.
A big
The
nut?
shower room is moved next to the onion replica, and now it drains the water from there instead of the pool. This changes the puzzle up slightly, along with also moving the magic conch shell, but overall it's mostly the same as the original area. An annoying thing about this section is that you have to throw any non-blue Pikmin over here to get them across safely, which is all fine and well, but this lip here prevents your Pikmin from being able to use it on the way back. So you just have to awkwardly navigate them across this really thin platform. It's not the worst for yellow Pikmin, but for the white Pikmin
it's
that jitter
expert
and
Pikmin
careen
fucking
everywhere,
gameplay.
good luck. You
Yeah,
want
that's-
some
that's
blues on
not-
standby to rescue any Pikmin that fall.
It kind of, it
After
still is
wrapping up
though,
the
actually.
overworld, all we can do now is take on
That
the
was some
two
expert
remaining
Pikmin
caves in
gameplay.
this area.
Kudos.
I'm delaying one of them for as long as I possibly can, so I decided to start with the shower room, now called
It's
the
blue.
Watery Ways.
Oh, sure.
Right off the bat, what should have been a
Big
difficult
nut,
floor
first
with
Pikmin
stuff
5
such as
treasure.
orange bulborbs submerged in water,
Yep.
and so many different pools that could serve as a summer resort.
When you see
ends up
all of
being
this shit back to back, you're like, wait a minute, like, he played through the whole thing. You're like, yeah, he played through the whole thing.
really
It's like, I'm exhausted just watching this, right? Like, I did this actively. I've completed this mod, but watching it, I just have, like, this sense of dread inside of me that I'm like, oh, it's still going. It's still going. There's still more. There's still water. There's still electricity. Nothing's getting clean. Nothing's getting clearer.
easy as the treasure spawns not very far
It's a
from us.
fascinating,
There are loads of bread bugs here,
psychological
which should
thing
have stolen
going on.
the treasure, but none of them wanted us. I saw 3 of them just look at us and then choose to steal a bulborb carcass instead. Guess they have zero desire for a giant lemon squeeze.
They can't carry it. They can only carry up to a weight of 10.
Used as an ashtray or something, I don't know. Oh, great. This time it seemed like there weren't any bosses, but after a while...
W.
Yep. Actually, it didn't really matter too much. He spawned in a room that he couldn't even leave. That means we can just pretend
Hilarious.
he isn't there, and
Wraith
most of this
jail.
floor is spent doing the Emperor Bullblack's
Wraith
puzzle,
jail, Wraith
similar to the
jail.
one we saw in the Emergence
Meet
Cave, but this
potential
time with
boss.
dwarf orange bulborbs and no female sheer grubs. Uh-oh, the water wraith has breached containment. No, it's a
Oh, the
singular
awesome edit. Yo, awesome edit.
Uh-oh, the water wraith has breached containment. No, it's a
Excellent edit.
singular orange dwarf who helped himself to our blue Pikmin. I grabbed the other treasure, which was a duplicate, and the treasure gauge deactivated, which any normal person would probably assume would mean the floor is finished.
Any normal person.
But just as I was about to head to the exit and start writing notes, I remembered that the water rate works weirdly with the treasure
In
gauge, since in the
Kaizo.
submerged castle, it's set to only recognize the treasure inside of him on the last floor,
Yep.
not the other ones where
Not
you
the other
can't
ones.
kill him. Knowing that, I decided to go back and double check. He's not really hard to deal with since we have purple Pikmin and his hardest phase has been nerfed. I'm aware that him running around like a jackass while being completely defenseless doesn't really look like his hardest phase, but in the context of a floor with several enemies around, it definitely would be quite troublesome. Thankfully in this mod he starts panting after like half a second,
Yeah,
meaning he will never
it's
get
awesome.
far.
Yep.
Every time I've listened to my Gus, it's been completely correct. Except for that one time it told me not to use a spray, though that may have been my liver talking. I also don't think I have to explain why this is cruel, since you'd very easily assume that the water rates here were useless unless
This happened to me on the 24th floor of the Cavern of Chaos in Pikmin 2 Kaizo. I went through the Cavern of Chaos 3 times looking for the one treasure that was hidden inside of a water wraith. I will never, ever not kill every water wraith on a sublevel ever again.
you knew that extremely niche technical detail that you can't even
They
encounter
die
in
on sight,
regular play.
actually.
Not to mention, the previous water rate we saw didn't have anything, so it's not a huge leap in logic to assume that this one also would have nothing. Niche technical stuff like this does get weaponized throughout the mod, but this is probably the harshest example of it. On sublevel 3, and we can already see it looks great. There's quite an abundance of enemies here. Cannonballs, jelly floats, a fiery bullblacks, dwarf bullbears, all a nice mix, but what really adds to the floor are the non-stop water dumples that fall from the sky to really enhance
So, okay,
the
he's got, yep, there was a bitter there. I thought he was going to use a bitter. Because I may have used a bitter. I may have tried to get the fiery. He doesn't have any Pikmin that are able to do that. Notice the spray count though, 10 and 3. That's like not like 10 bitters is a good amount, but you can burn through them very, very quickly.
I first felt a bit bad on this floor because I thought I was using too many bitter sprays.
No.
But after like the 6th time I had several water dumples fall on me when I was in the process of fighting other enemies, I just stopped caring. It's essentially mandatory for this floor. I mean, look at the fairest layout the Pikmin scene has ever seen. All the enemies waiting behind a wall, and like half of them can interact with the Pikmin through the wall. What am I meant to do? Not a
Colossal
fun floor
caverns.
in the slightest.
And we get to the next one. I love it. Oh, the weed floor.
I thought we'd never see one. Mind you, this is the 9th cave we've played, and this is the first rest floor we've seen in the entire mod. We get access to Bulbmans,
it's just kind of
white
fun.
and purple candy pop
I wouldn't call it even a rest floor. It's
funniest
just kind of
treasure
fun.
in all of Pikmin 2. I'd better give it a test run. I can't believe they got away with that in a Nintendo game. For those of you who don't get the joke, the leaf is a metaphor for penis. Finally, though, a relaxing floor. Felt good after all we had to put up with, and also because my Pikmin numbers kind of got a bit ruined in the
Is that the third or the fourth penis joke so far?
previous floors.
At least the third. Maybe the fourth. It's a good one. It's a good one. Oh. Hey, Mr. Bull Bear. Oh, stunner. Stunner. Awesome. Oh. Sure. Oh. 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 Ah. Ah. W gameplay. Oh, I love the restraint. I love the restraint on the commentary.
Is a stress floor. I don't even have much to say because most of the things here.
Sometimes the gameplay just speaks for
itself. I
itself.
used both of my sprays to clear up the man at legs because I had little confidence in his ability to stay in a place where we could duck for cover in a reasonable amount of time. Then I quickly dashed over to an Emperor Bullblacks that was nearby to clear him up before the spray ran out, finishing the floor.
So this is a fun little tidbit. Not he probably won't mention this in the video. If a Pikmin is spicy sprayed, they are currently being affected by a spicy spray. Is it delayed or are you crazy? Is it delayed? Let me pop over to OBS real quick. No, I don't. It shouldn't be delayed. It doesn't look like it's delayed. Maybe just like deactivate, reactivate. Hold up. Which one is that? Boom, boom. Maybe that did it. I don't know. Does it feel that way to you, chat? It shouldn't feel that way. Anyway, sorry, to go back to what I was saying. If a Pikmin is currently being affected by a spicy spray, if a bitter goes off within the radius or the circumference of the bitter spray, let's call it a hitbox, right? And there's Pikmin inside of that hitbox, their spicy spray timer will reset. So you can kill a boss with a full squad of spicy sprayed Pikmin. If you bitter that boss and most of your Pikmin are like around the boss, they will continue to be spicy sprayed. So you're kind of playing this like juggling game and you get double-ish the time, maybe not double, but maybe like 1.5 to 2 times the time of spicy spray if they get affected by a bitter spray. And that's something I didn't know until like pretty recently-ish. But it's kind of awesome. That fixed it. It's been annoying you. Was it? Deactivating it and reactivating it. That happens like randomly with like OBS and capture card stuff. It's just like, I don't know. Doesn't matter.
6 is interesting because if you ignore how obnoxiously long it
is kind of weird.
It's probably the closest to a regular Pikmin
it's a weird
2
thing.
sublevel. This was like the one floor where
the
it felt
gaudy
like I was
goon.
playing a version
I've been seeing
of
a lot of
Pikmin
gaudy
2 that
goon
wasn't
comments. I don't
entirely
think I
far
understand
gone
that.
from what a normal video game should look
But that's
like.
okay.
The enemy layouts
Maybe
are
I will.
surprisingly tame. They could
Could
probably
be a
pass
reference
in
to
a
this
regular
video.
game. In fact, I like stuff such as the jelly floats around several dwarf bullborbs. That's actually a good mix. The only thing really torturous here is the aforementioned length of the floor, as it goes on forever with several duplicate treasures. But that is isn't new, and we've seen that exact thing happen with far worse layouts. It's not really the best floor, it is just a worse version of the one it's based on, but it is definitely a lot more tame compared to everything else. Except for the dweevils that fall from the sky, which are...
electricity!
Scary, to say the least. I don't know what to call these final floors that aren't actually final floors since there's an extra floor tacked on at the end. Well, I do know what to call this specific one, annoying.
Oh,
We have to
wall
fight several
pulls.
ranging boisters who are
Dude, there's
surrounded
4 of them, I think, on this sub-level.
by toady boisters. If this was any other boss, this would drive you to drink, but the ranging boister lets
Oh, dude, Lands of Torture's the one with the freaking, Bloister bath.
you to move from basically wherever due to him directly targeting a captain. Plus, he can be stalled indefinitely by switching captains continuously.
True.
You actually already do something like this in the vanilla game for his refights, which I'd argue is far harder than this floor is.
Oh.
Interestingly, both Bloisters share a lot of the same files, to the point where they start acting weirdly when around each other. Nothing
His
severe,
refight
but their
ain't
buds
shit.
will randomly swap colors, even when they're dead.
You
There's
just
also the wall poles who
kill
move around
the
really
cannon beetles
fast
and then
and
just deal with
juggle
them in
around
a
the
bigger
enemies. How do you even figure out you can use them
He
for
ain't
this?
nothing.
Lore takes forever, but it is mostly fine.
Oh.
Aside from when a jelly float showed up, then it wasn't fine.
Yep, then it
The
wasn't
filler
fine.
floor this time is a room filled with toady bloisters that takes about 10 seconds to leave. I like collecting the enemy
Yeah, but then there's another one of that in the Dream Den, and that one takes an hour and a half.
corpses at times just to see how absurdly high the Poco counts for them gets. The watery ways initially seemed like it would be one of the hardest caves, but thanks to a rest floor and the difficulty falling off towards the end, this one was relatively alright. It was basically the inverse of the breadbug invasion. There's only one thing left to do here, and I'm sure you're all very aware of what it is. It's time for the submerged castle. I fight the ranging boister outside to get our blue Pikmin numbers up further, and then pay a visit to our doodlebug friend. I brought 100 blue Pikmin with me in case any died on the way there, which was good planning, but none did. You usually don't want exactly 100 blue Pikmin in this cave, as Bulbmen typically spawn here. So I threw away a few, stopping at 77, since it's lucky. That's all the beating around the bush I can do, so let's finally enter. The very first
The other ones will go back to the base. 77 that's very interesting.
floor of the submerged castle is a harsh reminder for what we were in for. The original submerged castle could have really labyrinth-like sublevels that were pretty hard to navigate, filled with lots of dangerous enemies. This first floor takes that labyrinth aspect to a whole nother level. It is huge, with tons of winding paths.
Is big.
Obviously, we are accustomed to maze-like sublevels at this point, but what makes the submerged castle different, both here and in the original game, is the water wraith. We've seen glimpses of him in this mod, but this is where he will really be a tress, as we don't have purples to make him vulnerable up until the very last floor. After a set amount of time, he will drop from the ceiling and terrorize the sublevel.
I wonder if it's 3
steamrolling
minutes and 20
absolutely
seconds.
anything in his way, including our Pikmin. The time limit for him is usually 5 minutes, but
Oh.
it seemingly has been increased for this cave to accommodate the much bigger floors. I also said
3
we
minutes
don't
and 20
have
seconds
purple
is how long
Pikmin,
it takes
as
in
since
Colossal
this cave
Caverns.
is located
5
directly
minutes
inside of
sounds
water,
right.
you can only bring blue Pikmin into this. In fact, it is hard-coded to only allow you to have blue Pikmin
Yep,
inside of this.
true.
We've been using purple Pikmin a lot for combat, since to say they are really good at it would be an understatement. So suddenly having the rug pulled from underneath us
Yeah, it
for
makes
this
it
cave is
way
certainly
tough.
hard to adjust to.
Yep,
We do get
definitely.
Bulbmen here, as said earlier, which are needed for dealing with the hazards the cave will likely be throwing at us. So at least we have that.
Look at all
but
that
man,
HP
this floor
on the
is
Bulbmen,
rough.
dude.
Every aspect of it is designed to waste your time. There's the layout itself, bread bugs that can easily steal a lot of the treasures, snow bulborbs that block basically any carrying roost that could possibly exist here, along with a bullbear. A bullbear being here is already bad since it's a very tough enemy, but remember, they come back to life and also weigh 80 Pikmin now.
They can
You're
also
going to
get
have
those
to use a
Pikmin
bitter
through that
spray
wall.
against them
That
if you
thin
don't want to
wall, the
seriously
bullbear can
run the
bite
risk of
through
the
it,
water
for sure.
rate showing up. All of this culminates into a really exhilarating experience. You never truly feel safe until you're right at the exit. We are able to get through this first floor without seeing the water rate, but I don't know how
Every single submerged castle variant is a banger, always.
long that will last. Sublevel 2 isn't the best, but isn't too bad, as it follows the same layout
look,
as
yeah, I
the
remember
original
this.
floor, which is basically always the same. This meant I already had a partial idea of what to do, plus unlike the last floor, the layout here isn't outrageously long, which also puts us at an advantage. They did have some ways of spicing it up, though. There are a lot
Yeah,
more
they
dwarf
reheated it for
bulwarks around
Pikmin
and
4,
some
but
poison pipes,
that
making
ain't real.
sections
The
like
engulfed
this a
castle
lot
ain't a
more
real cave.
time-consuming.
That shit.
This does backfire in
kinda
some
ass.
ways. The dweevils on the pipe will go
It's not
straight
ass,
to the
but
corpses
they
now.
ruin a
Cutting out
lot
what
of
is usually
the
the most tedious part of the
novelty.
original sub-level, as you can completely
not the
ignore them
same.
while collecting the treasures. There's also an Emperor Bulblax thrown in there
Least
for
favorite
good
Pikmin
measure.
mod?
The
Can I
Bowmen
say
are still here,
caveless
but I think she
without
got
anybody
lost in
getting
the
mad?
pipe or something. Since the little Louis were just standing there
Can I say
waiting for her,
Kaizo?
but she
Actually,
just
I
wasn't
don't
there.
know.
This
I've
is
played
a
a
rather
bunch of
short
Pikmin
floor,
mods.
which is nice.
Ah,
but I'm
repick
hoping
3
that doesn't
Kaizo?
also
Dude,
mean
if you-
that the water
you
wraith
break it
has
out of
a
just Pikmin
shorter
2.
spawn time.
Hey, there he is. That's the guy.
Since the floor isn't as big as the last one, the timer is back
You thought
to
I was
the
playing it
standard
already?
5
No, I'm
minutes,
reacting
which is
to I'm
definitely
only here for
harsh due
Pikmin's
to the new
video
stuff
of it.
added. The water rate was troublesome, but not the worst. I had to quickly get Olimar to dash to base to retrieve some Pikmin and
You
bring
went
them
to
to a
the
safe zone.
friggin'
Then we just
shower
had to
room
get
now,
to
the
Donos,
watery
which is
ways.
on a long section of land, so it's easy to both see the wraith coming and to avoid him. It's always a good idea to have a captain right by the exit, as I can just immediately leave as soon as this treasure
Peace
is
out.
collected.
Time. Yep. Yep. That's gonna hit you. Oh. Oh, dude, I thought he was gonna get. You know what I thought was gonna happen. For a split second, I was like.
Alright, so we go from the water rate
That's
having
gonna
a
happen to
longer
me.
spawn time to accommodate a harder floor,
To immediately.
him having the usual spawn timer, kinda harsh, but whatever. Then it goes to him spawning
Clearly
in the
marked
first
safe zones
fucking
on every
20
sub-level.
seconds.
It's true.
Despite that, this one isn't the worst. It's so big with
Also,
really
the
large
Wraith
and open
is worse,
sections to the point
generally.
where the
His
Wraith
pathfinding
actually
is
has
better,
trouble navigating us.
but he's
it's pretty
slower.
likely for him to stay out of your hair for the vast majority of this floor. Plus, even if he did show up,
Less
it wouldn't be the
deadly.
hardest
OG
to avoid him,
exists
so it's
also,
not quite as
so it's
bullshit
not
as that
like you're not
intro
gonna
had you
lose as many
believe.
Pikmin.
Getting the treasure
OG
is difficult,
makes it
though, thanks
bad.
to the toady bloisters and their impeccable
I'm an OG
reaction
defender,
times.
mostly.
The worst enemies here are probably the dwarf bull bears
cut,
that fall from the
obviously.
sky constantly, but even that isn't too
Cut on the
obscene,
moo.
and the
That's
animal
Pikmin
beings are in
editing
short enough supply
101.
to mostly be ignored too. I thought this one would be hands down the hardest floor, but it ended up probably being the easiest one so far. Sub-level 4 is the one I was looking forward to the least, as it was
Bombs.
absolutely filled with explosives in the original game.
But-
And that also rings true
Oh,
for this rendition.
Oh,
You have to
there's
put up with
groinks.
quite a lot of
There's
volatile
groinks on this one.
dweevils who move
I remember this.
extremely quickly, if you recall, and are really difficult to avoid. You need to do some meticulous planning and playing here, splitting up your captains, moving the bulk of your Pikmin to safe rooms while
Yeah.
checking sections with your
Hey
fastest
guys, let's not
Pikmin.
talk about
All of this
OG.
precise and elaborate play
Dan from Press
must be
A is not
done on a
here.
floor
Let's
that
not talk
gives
about
you
OG. I got right there
3 minutes
in
until
that
the water
spot.
reach
That's the exact spot that my water wraith clip is from.
goes up.
Right there, right in that very spot. That's it. I go what? What? Because
If
I'm
you ever wondered
20
why
years
there's
old.
never that many standard enemies in the bomb rock oriented sublevels in the original,
There's right there,
Pikmin
man.
2,
That's
this
from the
floor
clip.
provides the
That's the
answer.
one Coney
Trying to use
reacted
your
to.
C-stick to avoid the bombs is very annoying when corpses keep getting in the
Boom.
way, leaving your Pikmin to die.
Dude, Colossal Caverns has me so fucking ready for
I was
Lands of
already
Torture
going to
round
use the
2.
bitter spray, you didn't have to sell it to me.
Yep.
The worst
yep,
thing here
yep,
is the
yep,
utterly
yep.
baffling design of the sublevel that is near impossible to navigate, enhanced by the dim lighting that makes it super hard to see.
At least there's no fog of war. You'll get to that when you do Pikmin 2 randomized.
And some of the most bizarre gate placements where it's
Am I
hard to
redoing Lands of
comprehend if they're
Torture?
even
We'll
going
see.
to bring you anywhere
see.
after they're broken down. I eventually find the last treasure and sourly overestimate how fast my Pikmin will be able to carry it.
Sourly overestimate. Oh, damn! Oh, damn!
That floor-
Oh, shit, dude. Honestly, like, you were gaining a little bit of distance on the volatile Dweevil, but every time you had to turn a corner, the Dweevil could just cut over. He got you on the corners. It was like a NASCAR race right there. Oh,
floor was definitely the
awesome.
most difficult one by far.
Sweet. And then... Bull Bears.
Shame on me for expecting this floor to be free, I guess.
Yeah,
This
no,
is
it's-
the sublevel
no.
where we finally get access to purple Pikmin to
And
kill
then,
water wraiths.
there's a
40
bunch of 'em. I
purple
killed
Pikmin to
all
be
of them.
exact. It's kind of easy, but the sheer quantity of water
There's a
wraiths
lot
and
of
dense
wraiths.
level layout
There's a
means it's
lot of
easy for
wraiths.
some Pikmin to get flattened. Then there's the process of actually killing
Yeah,
all
which takes
tree
forever.
rates, which takes forever and is pretty tedious. We at least get the Pluckophone, which allows us to
Original
easily
volatile
uproot
dweevils look
Pikmin
trivial.
sprouts.
True.
Then there's the filler floor at the very end, which in my head I was imagining
Always
as a
have been.
huge maze with like 50 water rates.
It
but
depends.
no,
Sometimes
there's
they can
no
get you,
rates,
but-
not even any bosses, just some out of the way
If you know
water
they're coming, they're
doubles
not so
and some
bad.
free white Pikmin. That's unexpectedly nice. That wraps up the submerged castle, which was brutally difficult, but I also found
Nice.
it to be the most fun.
See,
cave
he
ever.
says brutally difficult, but he lost 65 Pikmin, and in other caves he's lost more Pikmin. So it's interesting that he's considering it to be more difficult because he just doesn't have purples, right? That's the trade-off. It probably felt a lot worse to play, but generally he did exactly evenly to how he was doing in other caves. So
For them all so
it does feel bad to have purples ripped away from your arsenal in combat, though. It really does.
far. Just the addition and looming presence of the water rate adds a lot of pressure
There he
and
is.
stress to these floors, which I found myself oddly
Is the Wraith
enjoying.
not
That
faster?
fully
He
wraps
might
up
not
the
be
perplexing
faster.
pool, and the only
That's
thing
easy.
left to do aside from the
2
very
hour mark,
last
by the
area in
way.
the game is the
Huge.
subterranean complex.
Are we? At
I held off on this
202.35?
cave for a long
yeah.
while because its enemy roster in the vanilla game is a modder's wet dream to make the most agonizing floors humanly possible.
And
You go from a jolly winter wonderland to a metal hell where half the enemies carry fucking artillery.
Mhm.
Since we cleared everything else in the Valley of Repose, all we have to do is
Kaizo
walk to
raids
the
were
cave.
relentless.
I didn't bring any blue Pikmin since the subterranean complex typically doesn't have water, and to the mod's
a
credit,
third of
it
this has been pauses so far. Yes, correct.
hasn't been telling any major
I'm sorry. I can pause again if you'd like. I'll pause again if you'd like. I have a lot to say, and I'm not the guy to sit here and eat my cereal as I just watch a video, right? I'm not Asmongold. I'm not Hassan Piker. I got things to say. I got knowledge to give. I got dialogue to exchange with a fellow Pikmin 2 Lands of Torture veteran, all right? Listen, this is like a Korean War vet and a Vietnam War vet recounting war stories to each other. You have to give this some respect, okay? You have to. It's on our license plates. It's like I survived Pikmin 2 Lands of Torture, like right above my license plate.
fibs with the hazard disclaimers.
Find it.
Hopefully there's
Find
no
it.
unexpected obstacles that would require me
I'm
to
also
walk
kinda
all the way
reminiscing.
back to
True.
get blues.
True.
Grace. Go purple Pikmin.
Uh-oh. Yeah, I could have told you that would happen. Oh, dude, no, the
Seems
panic
gonna haul
whistle.
my ass all the way back to
Uh,
get blue Pikmin after I spent time crafting the perfect squad layouts just to deal with this cloaking burrow shiz. Then I have to watch a bridge slowly be built.
It's
and
been
then walk
fucking
all the
years.
way
It has
back
been
to the
years.
Onion to
What a
remake my squad.
comparison.
After all of that, we can finally
how
do
it
our
goes, man.
peaceful
That's
stroll
how it
to the
goes.
subterranean complex. The first floor is simple. Well, it really isn't, but after all that we've seen, a floor with a bunch of Bulborbs and 2 Emperor Bulboxes isn't really noteworthy. Surprisingly, the worst enemies here were the snow Bulborbs. They were being insufferable. I could just not hit them for whatever reason, and it was driving me up
I should
a
have done this
wall.
with the
Not
Kaizo
helped by the
video
fact
too,
that you
but
have
that
to
was
use white Pikmin for most of them too.
that was
a
not
type I
as
didn't really
long,
want
I
to
don't think,
lose.
and I also
Exhausted
didn't feel like I needed to relive Kaizo, if that makes any sense. And especially because he's going over every sub-level because, quote, specifically designs each sub-level, right? Kaizo has 50 sub-levels per cave, right? So the watching experience is very different because you can't just be like, oh yeah, and then I was on sub-level 30 and there were orange Bulborbs and Manet Legs and Beady Long Legs and Mamutas and Skitter Leaves and electricity and poison and fire, and then just do that, 400 to 500 times throughout the video. Lands of Torture has more thought, it's got more depth, it's got more to kind of dive into and latch onto, it's got specific gameplay technical quirks that it tries to work with. There's a lot more to talk about with Lands of Torture compared to Pikmin 2 Kaizo. So all things considered, this is the one to react to, I think.
Use white Pikmin for most of them too, a type I didn't really want to lose. Exhausted Super Stick. Me too, Super Stick, me too. Easy floor, but it did have
Me
molding
too,
right
Super
off the bat.
Stick. That's pretty good. All right, how many groinks we talking? How many groinks? Do they fall from the sky? Oh. Oh.
Oh, just the exact
Oh.
mental image.
This is why the Korean War, Vietnam War, together. We're here not only to learn, but to listen.
Of what I didn't want to see when I entered this cave.
Yep.
I took a risk by just chucking all my white Pikmin onto this treasure, and it ended up working. They could speed past basically all of the threats, so I decided to use them for most of the floor.
Hell fucking yeah.
The groinks are actually the stationary ones that you usually see on towers and
you freaking genius, quote Balrog. You genius.
Such, so they won't be moving. Especially this one because the Dirigibugs just killed him for no reason. I didn't even tell them
No
to do
reason.
that.
They're homies.
Oh man, this 4 is just the gift that keeps on giving. The gift that keeps on giving. At least you can have most of the other enemies just kill each other. It sorts out a lot of the orange bulborbs in our way quite nicely.
What goes on here? What is this clip for?
Sure.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry.
Bulborbs in our way. At least you can
just kill
each other.
That's from the bread bug. Does the bread bug kill himself? Is that what happens? Is that what's being momented here? It's just like going through. Or maybe a bomb did it? A bomb could have killed him. Look at the bread bug. That's not a bread bug. That's the Indomitable CPU, maybe? I get these guys mixed up. I don't remember exactly what these are called. There's 2 of them, I believe.
Sure. This 4 was surprisingly easy, actually, though some of that may have been down to luck.
Oh! So sweet. Bull bear. He knows there's a bull bear right there. He's smart.
I wonder what could possibly fall from the sky, if anything at all. I'm at least happy that's out of the way immediately, but the rest of the 4 isn't much better. There's a section with an antennabile and a ton of dwarf bull bears, which already didn't look fun. But then they throw a cannonbile you can't see beforehand into the mix, and I swear my guardian angel must have been working as hard as Olimar to get me out of this mostly unscathed.
That was sick.
I had a boulder aimed right at my general direction that just about hit something and broke. I tried to stop it with bitter spray. What's that gonna do, idiot? It's already stone.
Dude, the panic bitter into a boulder is so real. It's so real. I know exactly where you're coming from. You're like, oh, safety. You hit the safety button and you're like, wait, that's not an entity. Maybe it is an entity. It can't be bittered. Yep, that happens too. Oh, yep, bye. See you later.
That's fair. The final treasure is in a careening Dirigibug, which is actually really nice because it can blow up all of its surroundings, making it easy to isolate and kill. The careening Dirigibug has been surprisingly polite during this mod. It's always fulfilling its random act of kindness whenever we play any mod, really. I don't get why, but thank you.
The goat. The Dirigibugs are the goats.
Another rest floor? It's a Christmas miracle.
Get the sprays, yeah. Oh. They will always bite. They will always bite. Yeah, that happens.
That's just cheating.
No. Well, yeah, I mean, it is absolutely cheating.
Back up to 100
I knew that was going to happen.
Nice, though we actually didn't lose too many of them, surprisingly. Sublevel 5 is the same as the original sublevel, except it's massive, and there's dwarf bull bears, just kind of the mod's go-to at this point if they need extra enemies. Also skitter leaves, who are likely here to clog up the C-stick when you're trying to avoid the volatile dweevils. The same strategy, just using white Pikmin to outrun the explosives, works just as well. Even when they ditch the designated safe path you made for them and run off so fast you can't even stop them,
you can't even stop them.
Things still turn out completely fine. For how long I held off on this, and for how much of a nightmare I thought this cave would be, it's been weirdly easy, and that's not even a bait and switch for the next floor. Sublevel 6 continues that trend. Sublevel 6 is the same as the original sublevel, except it's massive, which makes it more tedious to find the treasures,
There's Snagrets here,
makes
right?
the floor way less difficult compared to its vanilla counterpart.
Do I remember Snagrets?
This was one of the hardest floors in the original Pikmin 2, because you'd have to face a lot of enemies in a very condensed arena that was surrounded by poison pipes. All of that is sectioned off here, which makes it really easy to deal with, and the only new additions are some dwarf orange bulborbs that fall from the sky. That's kind of whatever at this point, and we've seen that exact concept used in worse ways before. This one kind of ends up being a joke compared to the floor it's based off of. Sublevel 7 is the same as the original sublevel, except you get the drill by now. A lot of these enemy layouts look fairly nasty, but either they're in rooms that are useless, or suffer the issue of there being so many hazardous enemies that they kind of just end up all killing each other, causing it to wrap around into it being really easy to deal with.
Yep.
This is probably the hardest floor still, since you do have to put up with a good few groinks and random bulborb larvae that fall from the sky. But the most
Was it Pickhacker? I think it was Pickhacker who made it so that the Groinks couldn't walk off the edge in one of his mods. It might have been 251. Because like, usually you can lead the Groinks off of, you know, the edge in caves like this where there's an abyss or a bottomless pit. But in one of the mods I played, you could not do that. Or either they made the generation like ever so slightly taller so they couldn't walk over it.
deadly thing here was the Dwarf Bullbear's shake range that I didn't even know was that bad until it fucked 6 purple Pikmin off a ledge. Whoops.
Yeesh.
There was also this part where the Groink got blown up, but the treasure he dropped somehow managed to fly all the way over to a different room, meaning I had to go over there to get us.
Whoa.
With some expert distraction tactic way
sorry,
over
run
to a
that back.
different this
Run that
part where
back.
the Groink got
Boom,
blown
boom.
up, but the treasure he dropped
Pop.
somehow managed to
Oh,
fly
you
all
can't
the
even
way
really,
over
like,
to a
see it.
different room, meaning I had to go over there to get
Still
us.
sweet.
With some expert distraction tactics and
Power
white
Cut
Pikmin,
Blackout does
it
that in
wasn't
some
very
sublevels?
subterranean complex to collect. I forgot there were usually very subterranean to get us. With some expert distraction tactics and white Pikmin, it wasn't very subterranean complex to collect. I forgot there were usually tree treasures on that floor, not 2, so I was extremely confused when I thought the game decided to cap the cave off with a fight against the pileated Snagris. We also saw some scales again, right at our base,
Pileated?
but they thankfully didn't break anything. Back to the pileated Snagrid, it was fine. There's a few
That's
other
when you
Snagrids
bit
around, but
her.
it's open enough to where you can just lead the pileated Snagrid away from them.
That's okay.
It did give me uncomfortable memories of the Snagrid hole, though. I'd completely forgotten
She
that
did
floor even
what in the
existed until
Snagrid
now.
hole?
My brain was quick to repress that one. We get to see the man
I like
himself
that
on
sub-level.
sublevel 9, and his arena is clogged. Man at legs, my ass. You're always never using your legs and are casually letting your dwellings go to the dogs. The battery I got at the start of the game will have a higher price than the rent here after you get evicted from this dump. Not as much cleanup is needed as some of the previous fights, just tidy up one of the trenches and use us. Then
Boom,
it
bam,
should be
bop.
smooth sailing
Bada
from
bop
there.
boom. Pow. Oh. Surprised I didn't make the joke about the Awakening Wood, even though you would. Oh, brother. Yep.
Cheers. This
Cheers.
Looks like really fun to play through. That concludes
Sweet.
the subterranean
Dude, wait, no,
combat.
that's not
Cheers.
even.
This looks like it'd be really fun to play.
This looks like it'd be really fun to play through.
That concludes the subterranean complex with only 19 Pikmin deaths. For a cave I was holding off on doing for so long, I was very surprised to see that this was and likely is the easiest cave in the entire mod.
Huh.
Obviously, I don't have to tell you that easiest doesn't mean easy. I mean, look at some of this stuff. But compared to every other cave, it was mostly fine. It strays pretty closely to a lot of the original floors, so if you know what to do for those, you'll know what to
they're
do
quick,
here.
yeah.
Plus, some floors ended up being easier than their vanilla game counterparts. After that, we fully finished up Tree the areas
That's
and
crazy.
11 caves. The only thing left is the last area, and while we may be
Tall
at the
grass,
end,
baby
we're far from
assassins
finished.
floor yet?
The last
Baby
area, the
tall grass,
Wistful
baby
Wild, is
assassins.
infamous in the original Pikmin 2 for having the
I don't
hardest
know.
overworld section. A treasure that requires 100 purple Pikmin to carry, and tree the most long and grueling caves the game has to offer, with some of these floors looking like they came out of this mod. This area really pushes your limits, so I already know that this is where we'll be dealing with some of the most difficult content this mod has to offer. I said that a treasure there, the Doomsday Apparatus,
The Doomsday Apparatus in Lands of Torture is across the map.
needs
Doomsday Apparatus. Doomsday Apparatus. Say it. We can say it out loud. If we say it out loud enough, it will stop being scary. Doomsday Apparatus.
100 purple Pikmin. But how will we ever get such a gaudy amount of purple Pikmin?
Grinding.
ha ha! It is I, the gaudy goon from Nintendo.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Nintendo's most critically and commercially successful title, the Hey Pikmin game.
I'm missing some lore here. I have to be missing some lore. Go back. go back. Hold on. I'm sorry. Okay, wait. Let's lead into this.
Purple Pikmin. But how will we ever get such a gaudy amount of purple?
A gaudy? What is? Son of a bitch! I have to Google gaudy. I vaguely know what it means. Unpleasantly bright, flashy, or excessively ornamented in a tasteless or vulgar way. A gaudy goon. An unpleasantly bright, flashy, or excessively ornamented goon. Now, I don't know if he's using goon how it was used prior to 2020, or if he's using it in big 2026 terms. Regardless, I'm confused, but also slightly intrigued.
Oh, ha ha! It is I, the...
It's Wario. Why is this shit just like... This is so on brand just for everything. At all points. At all steps of the process. This is just like... This is it.
Gaudy Goon from Nintendo's most critically and commercially successful title.
Bro, what is this voice he's doing? What is this voice?
A gaudy goon from Nintendo's most critically and commercially successful title, the Hey Pikmin game for the Nintendo 3DS family of systems.
Have you played Hey Pikmin? I'm only here for Pikmin. I only made it to World 4 and then it crashed and broke my emulator forever. I got it reworking, but I have not wanted to go back. These little cutscenes drove me fucking crazy.
Here is my gaudy guide on obtaining over 100 purple Pikmin.
I like that render of Wario. Is that the... Hold up. What render of Wario is this? Is this Mario 64 DS? It might be Mario 64 DS. Hold up. Unless it... No, that's a different render. Is that his 64 DS? Yo, I know my Wario renders. I know them, bro. I am the... No, Shifril is the gaudy goon, apparently. Oh, the gaudy guide? Oh, I'm in. Tell me about it.
Purple Pikmin.
In Pikmin 2 Lands of Torture, specifically.
Land into the perplexing pool and head into the cave known as the Watery Ways. You will
Dude, the Wario World Greenhorn Forest? Oh my god, guys, this is going crazy. This is going crazy. This is cinema. He's got Greenhorn Forest. He's got the 64 DS Wario render. He's got Shayfrilla's doing whatever the fuck.
Most critically and commercially successful.
Whatever the fuck this voice is.
Title. The Hey Pikmin game for the Nintendo 3DS family.
It's like his normal voice, but he like... I don't even know what he did. He's just like putting on a cadence. It's not so much like a voice like he's voice acting. It's more like a way of talking. Of systems. Like what?
Here is my gaudy guide on obtaining over 100 purple Pikmin. Land into the perplexing pool.
Dude,
and head
the Pikmin gameplay combined with Greenhorn Forest is going crazy. I'm sorry.
Into the
Continue.
cave known as the Watery Ways.
This is like my favorite track in fucking Wario World, dude. It's so sick.
You will have
Wario World has great music.
Go through three rotten sub-levels filled
Rotten.
with easy-to-navigate layouts and fair enemy placements that will leave your Pikmin as safe and sound as the sounds that come out of the Nintendo 3DS's speakers while playing the Hey Pikmin game for the Nintendo 3DS family of systems. On sub-level 4, you will reach the purple flowers that give you purple Pikmin. Then head for the exit. Something you will never do while playing the Hey Pikmin game for the Nintendo 3DS family of systems. After a brief 35 minutes and 196
35 minutes and 196 deaths.
You will find that you have obtained 100 purple Pikmin.
Good job.
You can also find the Wario amiibo for
This is like this has so many layers to it.
$50 on the Nintendo website, giving you access to the Gaudy Goon stage for the Hey
What? How did you just ask him to do this? You had to just have asked him, and he was just willing. He was just ready. I was like, there's no way you paid the man.
Pikmin game for the Nintendo 3DS.
This ain't a cameo.
Of systems. Thank you for listening to my guide, and stay gaudy, goons.
I thought he was gonna hit the wahaha. I was about to pop off.
Thanks, gaudy goon. Now that we have what we need, we can head to the
incredible
final stop on our journey.
Cinema, truly cinema. Oh, the intro card for the Wistful Wild, that goes crazy. Always. You see the bull bear, you see the electricity, you see some overworld stuff. Oh,
I'm not even going to pretend to act surprised that the Doomsday apparatus was moved to the furthest possible point on the map.
Yup.
I saw that one coming as early as day one.
Nice.
I was expecting the final area to start off a lot more eventful, but no, not really. Mainly because usually you can split off between the two parts of the map.
Yeah, see, he starts doing it. You can tell that he starts throwing the Pikmin first.
But now there's poison blocking off the bridge that lets you do that.
What do you do?
You have to take a linear path now, which means a lot of sitting around waiting for high health walls to be destroyed.
Yep.
We don't get that far in the area because of this, though we do get 2 treasures. I don't want to speak too soon, but the enemy layout doesn't even seem to be that bad either. There's a bull bear in...
The overworlds... Okay, so here's the thing about... In comparison to the caves, I'm going to give you a little technical knowledge, right? So in Pikmin 2, the plants and the foliage contribute really heavily on the memory side of things. Loading stuff in the overworld and putting a lot of enemies and spamming enemies is not a thing that really happens in a lot of Pikmin 2 mods, even difficulty mods like this, because there's only so much space, right? In the caves, it's different because you only load that sub-level, you load the next sub-level, you load the next sub-level. But in the overworld, it's like one big whole freaking thing, right? So you'll find that, like, most of the bullshit of Pikmin 2 mods are in the caves. That's the reason why. It's because the overworld, it just does not have the capacity to have a shit ton of enemies all of the time.
Instead of a groink, which is slightly worse, and then stuff like a hermit.
You gotta make the overworld areas possible to corrupt
further. Which is definitely not worse.
Yeah, we'll get there when we get there.
Actually.
Maybe I'll be 30 at first. Although, was the original Pikmin decomped? That was the original Pikmin, right? I don't think the Pikmin 2 has been decomped yet. Unless that is what Pikmin 2 Plus is, in which case, I don't know anything about coding. You gotta sleep or else you'll become a gaudy goon. Oh no! Well, maybe that's a good thing. I don't know. I like Wario.
Oh, that's real nice. The burrowing sniper can't get hit by the boulders.
So real.
Well, it can, but it won't
at like
do any
80%
damage.
completion.
This is pretty tricky, but if you just hit them both with some bitter spray and take out the cannon things should be
Well,
fine.
obviously, I'm going to keep reacting to this. If you want to watch the rest of it, obviously, it'll be in a VOD. This has been amazing so far.
Like
I'm having such a good time. Thank you for making this beautiful video.
By the time we reach the Poison Bridge, we've basically done everything in the area except collect the final 3 treasures. To reach the mushroom, we can either break down this poison gate and get through the orange bulborb family, or break down this electric gate where you have to go through tons of entirely optional anode builds for a longer route to the same orange bulborb family. I feel the answer here is obvious.
Send them! Yep.
They don't even know what hit them. The other treasure was inside of that snaglet we saw earlier, and we all know what the final treasure here is.
Say it with me now. Doomsday apparatus. The nectaring. This is so silly. This is so extra. It's so hype. And you can't even get it. Because there is poison, because there's fire, you need 2 different kinds of Pikmin to delete the hazards first.
It's been half its weight this whole fucking time?
And it's been half the weight the whole time, which I forgot about.
I did all of that grinding, all of the work to get 100 purple Pikmin, and you're telling me it was for nothing? Call me insane, but this feels more insulting.
Quote Balrog, ladies and gentlemen, the #1 troll of the Pikmin community. I guarantee you. There's nobody else who does it better than Quote Balrog, man. There's nobody else, bro. That's it.
Than if it was the original weight of 1,000.
It's so insulting.
All of this
you could actually
grinding
kill
for no
all
reason.
of this with purple Pikmin.
Since when
That's
was Lands
fine.
of Torture for people who didn't try? I guess I should
People
have
who
checked
didn't
before getting
try.
all of those purple Pikmin, but why would I assume that the game named Pikmin 2, Lands of Torture, would suddenly make the Doomsday apparatus easier to collect after its previous good deeds, such as making us fight the Emperor Bullblacks 9 times in a row? Well, we've done everything in the Wistful Wilds overworld, plus we have a huge supply of purple Pikmin to burn through. All that's left are the caves, though not with these spicy spray numbers. Back to the Awakening Wood, but just to get some sprays and give the Dualbug a sentimental goodbye for the last time. Unless the Cavern of Chaos has hands. Okay, This is no time for jokes.
That happens.
29 bitter sprays and 11 spicy
That's
sprays.
not enough.
Should be good. All that is left is the stuff I've been dreading the most, the tree caves in the Wistful Wild. Might as well start with the first one, the Cavern of Chaos.
At least they're not 50-50 and 30 floors, respectively.
Okay, we'll just go get some more. Anyways, might as well start with the first one, the Cavern of... Oh, please. Might as well start with the first one, just get in the fucking cave.
Yep.
I like this intro floor. Well, I don't, but I like how blunt it is. Practically saying, yes, these caves are going to be as bad as you think they will be. A giant maze with right off the bat a bull bear who silently stalks you, ensuring he intervenes at the exact point it'd be the most inconvenient for you. Then there's Bulborb larvae constantly falling from the sky with tons of female Sheargubs around to try and push your Pikmin into them. Especially effective since
Yo,
you'll
Lick,
usually
what are
be
you doing
dismissing
here?
your squad to kill the larva with just
Stop
your
spamming.
captain. Top that off with a lot of Sheargrub and Dwarf
Put it
Bulbear
away.
spam in an extremely hard to navigate layout, and you have yourself a rather grueling floor that I am shocked I got through debtless.
The double spider web. Thank you.
Oh brother. I foolishly thought that I could just fight the man at legs on his own, not knowing that the Blowhogs had planned full assault tactics that required them to line up in position to interfere with the fight. At least that was just the practice run, now I know to clean up the arena for the next fight.
Sick. That's gameplay. Yep.
Turns out that guy was just base. Run, purple, run. Not even the emergency bitter spray was stopping this guy. I had to whip out that extremely risky purple Pikmin cheese. I don't care how many Pikmin jimmies tell me this allegedly thwarts the fiery...
I love... Hold on. Say it for the people in the back. Say this for the people in the back, bro.
Pikmin cheese. I don't care how many Pikmin jimmies tell me this allegedly thwarts the fiery Bullblacks every single time. It's so dangerous. Just look at this.
Say it for the people in the back. Oh, Hef, you could just use the purple Pikmin. Just use the purple Pikmin to deal with the fiery Bullblacks, Hef. If there's 2 of them next to each other, good fucking luck. If there's another enemy anywhere in the vicinity, good fucking luck. Alone? Okay. Okay. Maybe alone. Maybe. I've done it. I'm not saying I can't do it. But I'm just saying, it's not ideal. I don't like it. It doesn't feel good. It works most of the time. It's a little slow. Oh boy.
Why does everyone have a little hat trick today on this sub-level? He's meant to whip out his gun like that if you haven't attacked him for a while. Not today on this sub...
Nope. Nope, he can do that. He can do this.
Why does everyone have a little hat trick today on this sub-level? He's meant to whip out his gun like that if you haven't attacked him for a while. Not the second he wakes up and you are actively attacking him. I didn't want to use a bitter spray on him since it'd be a bit of a waste, but I didn't feel like fighting him normally after the disrespect on display.
Give it.
Though I definitely didn't regret it.
Yes!
Look at that drop.
Okay!
Another floor I miraculously did debtless. Don't ask me how.
That's gambling. It pays off, dude. I'm so excited to bitter every single boss in the game, bro. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that'll do it. That one's mean as shit.
I like how every time I somehow end up doing these near-perfect runs at the start of a cave, the game suddenly decides it's a good time to hold a Bulbman ice cream social.
Purple Pikmin are broken.
What is with all of these close calls? Holy shit.
Yep,
I'm actually familiar with these because I used to fill around with making some custom caves. Essentially, if you put falling boulders on a floor but don't configure them correctly, they just do that.
Okay, that's nice for me to know because I never knew the distinction between the ones that actually drop and the ones that just like randomly spawn. You don't configure them correctly. Okay. I've not messed around with Pikmin 2 modding even a little bit. Maybe in the future. Not yet. I've seen both types of rocks fall from the sky, including obviously the rolling ones, which is the third type, kind of. But
I don't think it's any accident here, though. I will compliment the fact that the mod does have a very deep understanding of how
stream has
Pikmin 2
hella
works.
program
You can
potential.
tell by how deliberate and niche the
To
use
be
case
exact,
scenarios.
hit us with it, quote. Hit us with it. Tell us the facts about the boulders. If you make them fall from the sky, pretty much spawns them instantly. If you give falling boulders the drop from the ceiling flag. Okay, so even though they technically drop from the ceiling, you just need to place them. You don't need to make them drop from the ceiling.
For some of the enemies, guess, along with the utilization of unused stuff like this. I know it's like complimenting the craftsmanship of a guillotine before it cuts my head off, but whatever. This floor is just sublevel 3 of the Cavern of Chaos, but the enemy count has been bumped way up. Though the creeping chrysanthemums and cloaking burrownets aren't particularly the worst to deal with. So I'd say this is the easiest floor so far. I can't get over these ridiculous boulders. That's just so comically unfair.
It is.
Debtless again. I don't know who's blessing me to allow this
You're the
to
goat.
happen, but I have a feeling it might not last long.
You're the goat.
Also stumble upon a doodlebug right at the end too.
Hello.
We've been awfully lucky in this cave. Another room filled with water and Emperor Bull
This is fine.
Here we go again. We also lost the Debtless streak for this cave here. Thanks a lot, Frog.
Oh, that'll happen. Boom. Hello.
Apparently, it's not just bull blacks.
Two.
Well, how are you gonna camp this time? There's nothing.
He went a
here
little
for
early
us.
on the. You weren't gonna get the
You
one
took
cycle
that
with 30
literally.
blues,
How were you even
unless
going
the
into
spicy
solid abyss?
damage
Thankfully, though, we
multiplier has
killed
been
him before he took
increased
things
like
too
a
far and
lot,
made this floor
which it has
extremely
been
tedious.
increased for Lands of
The other
Torture for
treasure is
sure.
inside an Emperor Bull Blacks, but due to there being dud bomb rocks around, we can very easily stun him, making him pretty easy to kill.
Didn't that happen in Pikmin 2
All the
Regrown
treasures
where a
were
boulder just
condensed
instantly
into this
dropped enough
one
trying to
room,
carry
meaning
the
we
treasure
got
in
to
the final
skip
cave?
quite a lot on
Maybe.
this floor. I'll take it as an
Timestamp
apology for
is
having to fight the
bedtime.
Emperor
It
Bull Blacks 9
is
times in a
2:20
row last
of.
time.
I have 40 minutes
We get a
left of the
weird
video.
dip in
46 to
difficulty
be exact.
for sublevel 5, as this floor is just extremely brief, and all of the enemies in this are spread out. Except for this annoying Wally Hop who butted in while we were dealing with highly dangerous explosives. I don't even know how to describe this floor, since it not only looks bizarre, but also doesn't really have anything going on. Feels like the enemies here were decided with a Tesco community fund. I had a beast in 2 minutes, which is a pretty big outlier for a floor clear in this game. I'd usually class a short floor in this mod as being around 6 minutes long, to put it in perspective.
What is happening here? What? So he just like... I think he means to swarm this white Pikmin into the poison geyser, doesn't realize he misses, goes to check to see if there's any treasure over here, and then accidentally brings it with him. And he's like, oh wait, I have it with me. And then he accidentally whistles it toward him and then back, and then it drowns. What do you have to say about your death?
You should have listened to my commands.
Oh.
We've seen the
You should have listened to my commands. Okay, yeah.
wall
I was gonna
pulls
say.
before, but here they get a pretty major harmful application,
Yeah.
which is jolting across several rooms really fast and potentially leading Pikmin into water where they will drown.
Or electricity.
This is actually the second time they've used the wall pulls in a negative way, and I do find it commendable that they somehow managed to find 2 separate ways of making this completely harmless and forgettable enemy into a nuisance. For the rest of the floor, if you ignore how grossly overtuned some of the enemies, such as the water
dumples
dumples are, this is actually a good layout for a sublevel.
The freaking
There's a
dumples,
lot of
bro.
hazards around, which means you'll have to bring Pikmin across the water
There's a
using these
wraith.
platforms. In fact, this sublevel actually makes better use
Double stacked falling rock interaction consistently possible. Maybe. It probably is possible. I know exactly what you're talking about.
of the layout than the floor it's based on.
Did you see that, Casper? Were you around for that one colossal? I know it's like this is pulling really, really deep in the bag. I doubt somebody was here. Somebody in chat saw this. There was one boulder that like I don't even know what happened. It like bounced off the side of one of those boss spawns, like the simple little dirt peninsula, if you know what I'm talking about. That boulder, I've never seen anything like that. I haven't seen anything like that since. I've played thousands of hours of Pikmin 2. It's in Clips chat. Oh, in the Discord? Yeah. There's a boulder that fucking bounces. Like, it bounces off the wall and it, like, goes to the side. It's like, I just don't freaking, I don't know.
Stuff of in that regard.
I don't know.
Plus, the dynamic with the wall pulls, while weird, was actually interesting, forcing you to get creative with your squad composition since you can't leave Pikmin just laying around idle at base.
And then he comes through, right? Oh, nope, the Wraith.
Okay. Well, there's only so many times Bubble Buddy can show up before it begins to lose its initial shock value.
No, it's not in the clip compilation. It happened
actually
relatively recently. Is this the ranging Bloister floor? No, Groink Tower. Oh, this is the Snitch Bug, Dirigibug, Sheer Grubs, Groinks. I remember this floor too.
It's like the mod Her that I was having the slightest bit of fun.
It's so big. The floor is so big. I remember this one.
Loud and clear and have resolved that issue fully.
He's squeezing that Pikmin's neck. You see that?
Went, we hear you.
He's squeezing that Pikmin's neck. Yeah. My God, somebody help him.
Loud and clear and have resolved that issue fully.
First time you've ever seen that. Isn't it insane?
Dream Den and wanted it to be repeated until it was a giant maze.
I've never seen a boulder do anything like that.
Snow bulbs replaced with careening Dirigibugs.
Before or after.
Then the gates are probably going to be bolted shut when you die, but also you're in luck.
Kaizo becomes static. Yeah, I don't remember anything about the Kaizo sublevels except for the Emergence Cave. I think.
They're strong,
I remember the Emergence Cave.
They can't get anything done in time while avoiding the Groink's line of fire. Instead, use
and also some sublevels in the Dream Den, and also sublevel 50, obviously.
And will actually have a better damage output because of this. Then you have to kill the
say it again.
Groink's line of fire. Instead, use white Pikmin since they're far better at avoiding both the bullets and bombs, and will actually have a better damage output because of this. Then you have to kill the Groinks with yellow Pikmin, and be sure to use a bitter spray unless you have 60 yellows on hand. How are they getting worse? I tried to flank the Gatling Groink with just yellows.
How are the sublevels getting worse?
But the treasure weighs 15, and we only have 12 yellows. This thankfully doesn't mean the floor is impossible, since we can throw a purple up there with a bit of effort. But it does mean we have to do a lot more additional cleanup to transport the treasure safely.
Naturally.
Very rough floor overall. Right after dealing with Gatling Groink spam, we have to deal with Gatling Groink spam.
Yep. This is the fun one. This is the one where there's usually a lot of, that's cooked. Oh, no. The Groink set a pick. It's vibes. He's gonna get out of there.
At our base in lockdown.
Hell yeah,
all
dude.
Of the enemies that come over to lay siege there. The last one we had to deal with was a particularly annoying Groink. I've said it before that the Groinks don't really precisely follow you, and they instead kind of stalk you a bit until they're in a
it is
peak.
The floor is absolutely
and you can
peak.
definitely see it with this guy. He'd spend most
of
his
every
time
kind of bread
camping
bug
near
here.
a poison pipe with some dwarf bulborbs around
or
him.
bread bug,
and any attempt to get him
the bread
to leave
bugs are
there
here
so we
too,
could
but
safely
you know what I
kill
mean.
him, he'd turn around to hide behind a wall.
Because technically
no
the bulborbs are bread bugs. That's what I was trying to get at.
After all of that,
Anyway.
the rest of the floor is just clearing out some dwarf bulborbs until we find the treasure, which ended up being inside of a bread bug. This floor was more tedious than anything.
Zoom in.
Sublevel 9 uses the wall pull trick we saw earlier, though it's even more impactful here due to how much water there is.
Dude, I hate this layout. It's so narrow. I hate this big pool of water. Most water generations I'm not a fan of, but this one bugs me.
And also how little room there is to move any non-blue Pikmin around in the first place. Since we can't really leave our Pikmin idle for that long, we'd have to bring the majority of our squad with us to deal with hazards. And with how little space there is here, that could obviously lead to disaster. So it's better to find alternative means to deal with hazards, such as having the careening Dirigibugs blow them up. As you can probably see, this pool is brimming with life. It feels like a petri dish in here. However, it's not as bad as it looks.
It's not as bad as it gets, either.
Most of the rooms here are optional, and even if they weren't, the prevalence of Dirigibugs means there won't be much clutter for long.
Yo, do those still one-shot the Dumples? I wonder, do Bomb Rocks do set damage to enemies? Like a percentage damage? They might do a percentage damage. So even if their HP value's been increased, the Bomb Rocks will still always do the same amount of damage, like percentage-wise, to them. That looks to be the case. Because we saw Beatty has like a shit ton of health now, but like we saw the Bomb Rock do a quarter? Well, no, maybe not, actually. Because I think a Bomb Rock usually does a third of Beatty's health, like in vanilla.
We have to deal with a burrowing Snagrus and a beady longlegs, which are a little hard to find thanks to an antenna beetle. But even with him there, you'd probably be able to figure out where the treasures are fairly quickly. Find enough floor, surprisingly.
I can't wait, dude. I can't wait. Beady can be affected by bomb rocks. Not only can Beady be affected by bomb rocks, Beady Longlegs can be affected by bomb rocks when he's up in the ceiling still, before he drops. If a bomb rock goes off right where Beady is about to drop, he will come down pre-damaged from that bomb rock. It's amazing.
Is this water ever going to be real?
No.
You have to fight a segmented crobster while there's some snitch bugs flying around.
Fast as
Being
fuck,
there and
boy.
seeing that. I was
Never
fixated
on sub-level,
the
what,
snitch bug
3?
since he's probably a bigger threat than the actual boss. I left another captain near enough if we needed to be bailed out, and eventually just hit him with a bitter.
Okay, so look. Right here. Right here.
Is this water ever
the crobster aggroes onto the Pikmin. He does not aggro onto the captain. Not after this clip. After this one, right here. Nope, not here.
I was pretty
so look.
fixated on the bumbling snitch bug since he's
oh no, you know he might target the captain.
Threat than the actual boss. I left another captain near enough if we needed to be bailed out, and eventually just hit him with a bitter as the crobster was stunned to get him out of the way. The swooping snitch bugs are far more inconsequential this time since we have the pluckaphone, allowing us to very quickly uproot any Pikmin.
Big freaking damage, yeah.
After
Bitter.
that, we defeated the segmented crobster, a little underwhelming actually. With how much we saw him earlier, I would have expected there to be several here. This guy goes down easy enough.
Wait, I would have expected there to be several here.
Underwhelming.
Is that's sarcasm?
After that, we expected there to be several here.
Because that's the second one.
This guy goes down easy enough,
I would have expected.
And he also has a treasure,
that's
which
like
I quickly grab since I don't know how many other crobsters are here. It's the brute knuckles, which you usually get in the Frontier Cavern off of a random Mamuta. No clue why.
Yeah, no clue
why.
They
give you a stronger punch after punching 3 consecutive times. Not too useful, as the punch has been nerfed to shit in this mod. I was curious how many crobsters were here, and it turns out there's a grand total of 3. I'd say that was a fine floor overall, but the layout definitely provides the potential for absolute disaster. The final floor is a
big room.
Probably the most boring one so far. I killed a Bullman, though, for the giggles. It's like we didn't lose any Pikmin at all. That was definitely the hardest cave so far, though I somehow only lost Ace Pikmin. I'm not bringing that up just to brag about how much of a fucking epic gamer I am. I'm genuinely surprised we got through most of this cave.
You might be an epic gamer, though.
Considering some of these ridiculous floor layouts.
You could just be an epic gamer.
I was more entertained than I should have been throughout this cave, actually.
Pat yourself on the back.
Some form of Stockholm syndrome, but I did enjoy
Nobody
a
else
few of these floors.
can do this shit.
If you ever wanted to sympathize with the 8-year-old coal miner, this is the mod for you, because straight after the exhaustion of clearing out a grueling cave, we're delving right into another one.
Yep.
The enemies have respawned here, so getting to the cave
I have
is
a lot of empathy
hike,
for the
and
8-year-old coal miner.
Guy, who I chose to just cheese by keeping my Pikmin up here, going to the entrance, and entering the second everyone has whistled.
Yep.
Anyways, time for the Hole of Deaths. Damn.
I love the stock. I love the stock image. Oh. The Hole of Deaths. It's not a phase, Mom.
Oh look, the treasure is right next to us. Seems like we are in for an easy start. I want to use just yellow Pikmin to deal with this guy, but it is obviously a complete nightmare trying to find space to split up our squad.
Yeah, you can't.
Even when there is space, it doesn't last long. However, this guy's harassment tactics have caught up to him, as once we do get our yellows, he stays right at our base to hound us down. That means he's away from all of the other enemies, and he also drops the treasure in a safe location where we can easily nab it before the 500 bread bugs do. That made this floor pretty trivial, thankfully.
Oh my
I guess
goodness.
we were in for an easy start after
That
all.
looks like Kaizo.
Sublevel 2 looks really difficult, but it isn't.
No.
This cave follows the Hole of Heroes structure of having strictly 1 treasure per non-rest floor, meaning half this floor ends up being useless, and while enemy layouts like these look absolutely dreadful,
they're fine.
everyone
There's
just kind
bombs.
of ends up dying. They all just die with minimal involvement from us.
Sure.
You can tell they only ever intended to use the cannonballs in more open spaces, since their boulders freak out in these more dense floors, often leading to them killing themselves on accident.
That happens on those like shallow walls often.
Ends up being one of the easiest sublevels in the mod.
There's like a little slope that they kind of like go up, and then they just kind of like roll backward. Like they don't really like quite collide with the wall. They just kind of like ride up against it.
thanks to this.
Boulder shenanigans. There's so much to say about the boulders in Pikmin 2.
Due to this cave sticking to the Hole of Heroes structure, I at least know how many floors it will probably be, and won't get blindsided by the Hole of Heroes suddenly being like 72 floors long, and leaving me a decrepit old shell of my former self.
Like Kaizo.
Sublevel 3 is engineered to be as annoying
I haven't
as
been the
possible,
same since Pikmin 2 Kaizo, man.
blowhogs and volatile dweevils that
I haven't been
activate
the same.
as soon as they spawn in.
Whoa!
Is obviously very
I'm
blowhogs
sorry.
and volatile dweevils that activate as soon as...
That's new. That's freaking new.
Be as annoying as possible, with several blowhogs and volatile dweevils
Is that from the purple?
that activate
Like
as
doing damage to it? Is that from the purple stun?
soon as they spawn in.
Or is that
Bitter
like
spray
a
is obviously very
separate
helpful.
metric?
In fact,
Oh,
I'd go
shit.
further and say that most times it's mandatory for saving yourself from the volatile dweevils
Yeah,
in this
okay.
mod.
Yep.
As there will be instances where there's essentially nowhere you can go to avoid
Yeah,
them.
sorry.
The rest of the floor is covered in fire and water, but I just got lazy and
Oh my
forced my white
God.
Pikmin to dash through the fire and flames to grab us. It only killed 2 of them. Sublevel 4 is usually the one with the pileated snagret, so I'm obviously feeling queasy.
Keep trying to turn my autoplay off. Usually don't watch React content. This is messing with you.
Oh, that's real
Sorry.
nice. Quick, kill him before the pileated snagret shows up. Quick, quick. Oh, he is the treasure? Where's the snagrets? Are they not here?
It was you.
Well, they are here, but they're all outside of the arena. I think the mod bit off more than it could chew here, since it tried to have several arenas spawned in, but it just led to most of the snagrets spawning outside of them. We also got lucky with our base, as not only was the treasure next to us, but we also got this strange open hallway near us where we could manage our Pikmin squad. This is better than a dead end, since it's more spacious, and also because all of the dead ends here have those instant boulders that would have halved our
And
Pikmin squad if
Matites,
we went near
guaranteed,
them.
right? No. I don't remember this one. Sublevel 5. Oh. That's multiple.
This is usually a rest floor, and I guess it kind of still is since there's no treasure, but I mean, who am I kidding? The exit isn't clogged, however, so you can just dash for us. Just be sure to keep a close eye on your Pikmin. There are some goodies scattered about, but I don't know, the butterflies that could potentially drop a spray out of bounds where we won't be able to reach it weren't really enticing me to bring my Pikmin spray out of...
Yeah, those are the kind of comments you get. Oh, on sublevel 5 of the Hole of Deaths, you missed all the sprays from the butterflies. You really should be getting those. It's like, come on, man.
Bounds where we won't be able to reach it
Come
weren't
on.
really enticing me to bring my Pikmin over here.
You're not
I was
you're not
so eager
using your
to
big
leave,
brain.
I
You're
forgot
using your
about that
small
little
brain.
tidbit about the water rates not displaying on the treasure gauge correctly. I'm sure that won't come back to bite me in the ass. No foreshadow thing, so I guess it didn't.
Oh.
Sublevel 6
I guess it didn't. I guess it doesn't.
Original floor, but due to the not
Okay.
one but 2
Dream
Gatling
Den.
groinks they put in here, it ends up feeling more like Dream Den.
Fuck it, dude. I remember. It's all flooding back. Akira. Sorry.
Sublevel 10. I'd be upset about this floor, especially these insane maneuvers we have to pull off here in order to counteract this guy's camping
This is so
strategies.
fun.
But considering how this floor already feels like
This
Dream
one
Den
did not go
Sublevel
well for
10,
me, I
I'm
don't
more
think
worried
so.
about what artistic vision the mod has for that floor.
Blisters, right? Oh.
I'm running out of reactions at this point. This is just Bitter Spray, the floor.
Bitter
It
Spray,
was
the
helpful
movie.
for the groinks here, but now it's necessary to deal with the constant tag teams that Pileated Snagret keeps making.
Yep.
I mean, if you didn't have Bitter Spray, how are you meant to cope with a yellow Wallyhop and a Pileated Snagret bundled together? Aside
Easily.
from a noose.
The program.
I like how this floor is characterized. The other ones were doing all of this without remorse, but this one seems almost sorry.
Have we seen a bitter spray drop from a boss yet? You don't know if this is a you problem? The stream keeps occasionally stuttering for you? Yeah, it might do some stutter. It could be a you problem. Could be a me problem. I don't know. I've given up on trying to solve my internet.
For what it's putting us through. We had that generous spray drop, but also the first thing you see upon landing is several blue candy pop buds along with a queen candy pop bud. It feels apologetic in a way.
Yup, I remember. Yup, I did the exact same thing.
This floor
YouTube
is
just broke
a
streaming
mess.
as a whole.
Even spamming bitter
It could
spray
be.
is barely going to help you.
I don't
since
have
it
any like
misses a
drop
few of the
frames or any
enemies
like
who will end
dips
up
in
wreaking
kilobytes
havoc
per
on you
second.
as you try to
So
deal with the petrified
feels fine.
ones.
Let me
There's nowhere to go either, and you just kind of have
could
to
check
wait
the health.
for
We're
certain
almost
enemies
through
to
the
be
video, though.
semi-isolated so you can kill them. And
No, it
then
says
maybe
stream
if the
health is
stars
excellent,
align, the
so-
ranging boister will eventually be
I don't know.
isolated and you can finish the floor.
I don't think that's me.
Joyless Jewel. Me too, Jewel. The first 5 floors were actually surprisingly easy, but it picked up really quick.
The man's
like
still
practically
going.
A
What do you mean,
complete
good lord?
180 in difficulty. There's not even a strategy to this one, just complete
It
and
could
utter
just be
chaos,
YouTube
which
being
obviously
YouTube
didn't
thing.
end well.
I don't know, man. I can't solve it.
They have some fucking nerve to play rest music as if this is actually going to be a rest floor where I can relax and grow up some Pikmin in
Yeah, no,
peace.
not gonna happen.
We at least get some Bulbmen. I can't stay mad for too long when one of them is pretending to be a choo-choo train.
That's awesome.
just adorable.
That is
There's
adorable.
also some dual bugs and Glimpials, but good luck catching them. Sublevel 9 is the Sparta floor from the original game. I don't even know if the kids nowadays know what that means. It did a hilarious thing where it spawned the enemy with the treasure, which was a...
I'm sorry. Okay, sub-level 9 is the Sparta floor in the original game. Of the Hole of Deaths. The Sparta floor. I'm not going to look at chat for this. He calls it the Sparta floor. What fucking boss is on sub-level 9, dude? Sparta. Shoot, I don't remember sub-level 9. Alright, I'm looking at that. Oh, the Daz Let's Play? I never watched the Daz Let's Play. Daz Let's Played Vanilla Pikmin 2? Yeah, okay.
know what that means. It did a hilarious...
Oh, wait, was it the... Oh, is that that video where they're all, like, running toward the one wall and, like, all of them are together? And obviously the song... I know what song you're talking about. I've seen the remix. I know what video you're talking... I did not know it came from Daz Reviews. I know what video is being referenced, though. Okay, as long as I'm still hip, still jive, still groovy, we're going to keep going.
Hilarious thing where it spawned the enemy with the treasure, which was a fiery Bulblax, in water
Look at that
where we
HP,
could kill it
bro.
immediately. Getting my hopes up, thinking I'd just leave instantly, but no. We have to deal with this.
Yep.
They don't even wait for the gate to be
No, they
fully
don't.
broken down. They
They
just
don't have
vault
to.
right over it
Yep.
to chase us. Again, Bitter Spray doesn't even come in clutch, as purple Pikmin still end up dying. This wasn't the worst layout we could have gone, since we did get to skip a good chunk of the floor, but even then, it's horrible. Cool. We get another
Daz
pretty lucky
referenced
layout
it
since the Emperor
in-
Bulblax
Oh,
with
he
the
just
treasure
referenced
spawned
it.
right by
Okay,
us.
so it has
Well,
nothing
even
to
if he
do
had,
with
it'd
Daz,
probably be
then.
easy enough to track down the one
All
we
right, so
need.
I'm
We
right.
also pull the same Matai trick
Everybody
as Satan
else is
before.
wrong.
We
No,
wiped
I'm-
out the
it's
Emperors
fine.
quick enough so that didn't matter. Also, speaking of
That's like
basing
watching
stuff
this
off the
video
original,
through
this
me
has
and
probably
not
been
actually
the
going
most
to watch it.
derivative cave so far, as most of these floors have just done the
Daz
original
popularized
layout,
it.
except
I
bigger
saw
with
that
some
video
additional
before I knew who the
tweaks.
fuck Daz
Makes it a bit
Reviews
more
was.
bland compared to the
No
other
shade to
caves, in
Daz
my
Reviews,
opinion.
of
I kind of
course.
knew what I was in for most of these, aside from
I'm
the
being
pretty
honest.
obvious curveballs.
Whoa,
Next up
that's a
is the
curveball.
Empress Bulblax, a new evolutionary variant in fact.
The double
that has
butt.
foregone the need for a face, and instead now has 2 reproductive organs to shoot out even more children.
It's
This is
insane.
pretty stressful to deal with, but the Empress still has a weirdly low amount of health, so even 2 of them go down in a shockingly
Oh,
quick
dude, the
amount of time.
freaking program. I'm so excited to do this.
We're not done yet,
I'm
though.
so
There's
excited.
a whole other arena that has plenty of
Oh, yeah,
time
the
to
babies
assemble
can...
a
This is where the
strong
babies
army
climbed
that
the
would make
wall
less
like World War
blush.
Z.
There's a little trick, though. After the Empresses have produced a certain amount of larvae, they'll go back
Gotta
to
get
sleep
going.
until you
I
start
got, you know,
killing
half
them.
an hour left.
If we hit them with a bitter
This
spray,
been
we have
great.
enough time to make a dash to the clogged hole while mostly avoiding the
Oh.
horde. Hey, Bulblaxes,
Anything-
I've been
anything?
working on this
Oh,
video
not
for a
even
month, and I really need the ad revenue. Can we nos?
I
It's
really
definitely an
need the ad
interesting
revenue.
floor. This one's usually a rest floor, but I forgot that the vanilla game just throws a treasure in there because, I don't know. Shiggy said the game couldn't come out without a fully completed set of gyros. Because of that,
Shiggy
instead
was
of a
right.
vague interpretation of a rest floor, we just get a straight up floor. At least the cave's been generous with the Pikmin handouts. We'd probably be at like 50 or 40 Pikmin without them.
I had some tough times in Land of Torture. Oh, yep, that happens. Just attack his
Do you
feet.
mind?
Yep.
Thank you. He has the treasure, and the rest of them are likely
Been there, done
duplicates,
that.
so I'm just leaving.
Bye-bye. Still shocked my original vid got demonetized.
Oh, you idiots.
Yeah, I
I've
don't
gotten
know.
so good at overly cautiously
It might be-
wrangling my Pikmin,
I'll
that I
check right
forgot
now.
how
I don't
busted
wanna
their detection
pause. I keep
radius was for the
freaking
bosses
pausing.
in this mod.
I could check right now.
Olimar, you have Pikmin.
Yeah,
you
you
don't
got
need to
Pikmin.
bare knuckle the enemies, just throw the Pikmin. We are not doing
Just-
this again.
Just throw
Fuck
the
off.
Pikmin.
That's brutal. I spend the first part of the
Oh, I'm
floor
sorry.
chasing after
I
this
missed-
flint beetle
I
like a
missed that.
complete
Hold up.
savage fiend.
What's brutal? Peace
That's
out.
brutal.
Yeah, that's happened. That has happened for sure. Let's see here. Videos. Lands of Torture. Where are you? Where are you? You want to load for me? Maybe that's sweet. Thank you. Yeah, no ad earnings on my Lands of Torture video. It is straight up demonetized. View feedback. Inappropriate language at 1650, which I say Wally Hop. I say the word, I dead name the Wally Hop, and I get demonetized for it. And I remember reporting it and providing feedback on it. And obviously it's still demonetized. YouTube was like, nope, this is definitely right. Yeah. So, granted, it's one of my most viewed videos, so not to be like I'm missing out on hundreds of dollars here, but like I missed out on hundreds of dollars there.
I spend the first part of the floor chasing
It's
after
okay.
this flint beetle
It's
like a
okay.
complete
We
savage
scale.
fiend.
We scale.
I'm not letting you get away with the spicy spray. The rest of the floor is the Man at Legs arena, but with a bunch of stuffiness, an entirely new and original concept of which the likes we've never seen. Just use purple Pikmin to clear out the mess and then fight the Man at Legs, which is made trivial.
The frog
with
lobby.
spicy spray.
The Council
then
of
the
Frogs.
remainder of the sublevel is just identical clones of this.
Oh, squish. Yep. Oh, and? Oh, he's being froggled!
Well, sorry for checking up on the well-being of my good friend Olimar. It's very natural that this mod punishes you for being selfless. Sublevel 14 is the beady longlegs refight, but with a lot of additional hazards.
You probably
thrown
said
into
Wally
mix,
Hop like
which
100
would make
times.
this
You mean the
floor an
other one?
absolute nightmare, but since we
No, I
built in an
agree.
ample
I
amount of
thought
Pikmin,
when it
this ends
first
up
got
being one of the
demonetized, it was
easiest
because of
floors so
the title
far,
Lands of
as we only
Torture.
have to worry about the boss fight, which is pretty easy. Yeah, it's
He gets
not
the program
yours.
drop. Pop.
Oh, my bad. They've also been keen on the duplicate treasures towards the latter half of this cave, but as said earlier, they stick to the formatting of one treasure per floor, so they really don't do anything at all.
Yeah, whatever. Bull bears. I remember this.
Just let them pass the fence and hit them with a bitter spray.
Yep.
Another
I didn't
one where
have any
don't
bitter
even know
sprays.
what
I
to
actually
do
just did it
aside
all
from using
natural.
bitter spray.
I don't think
After
I
that,
lost
it's
any
just a
Pikmin
regular
there.
fight against the raging longlegs.
22 bulbs?
No tricks up his
Sure.
sleeve this time. He didn't camp anywhere, and another one didn't fall when I thought I was finished. It's just a pretty regular fight, but I won't complain that much. Then we get the bread.
Pretty
Jamboree.
regular fight. Just a
Just
pretty
tricks up his
pretty
sleeve this
regular
time. He didn't
fight.
Camp anywhere, and another one didn't fall. when
Just
I
a
thought I
pretty
was finished.
regular
It's
fight.
just a pretty regular fight, but I won't complain that much.
Boom,
Then we
boom,
get the
boom,
bread
boom, boom,
bug
boom, boom, boom.
jamboree for the final filler floor. Fun to look at, I guess. That was probably the hardest cave so far, but it was a pinch better than what I was expecting. I was even able to beat it in one sitting, which surprised
Somebody with
me,
a 9
but
to
still,
5,
it
that's
was
something you have
brutal and
massive respect for
miserable.
content
Also,
creators.
it's a
Hey, you
weird thing
guys
to
go
say,
through
but
that, but
this
you
cave
affect you
didn't
from
feel
moving
quite as
forward.
refined as
I
the
do
one with
both
the forest,
now.
if that makes sense. I'm wondering if the mod has begun to
It
run out
used
of
to matter
steam,
more
though,
to
so
me.
we'll
Now
just
it-
have to
it
see
doesn't
what the
matter at
dream
all,
den
really.
holds.
But
Speaking
it
of
doesn't
Dream
feel
Den,
good
we've
to have
now
one of your most
officially
viewed
done
videos
everything
be
except
demonetized
the Dream Den, so the
for no
finish line
reason.
is in sight. We definitely need more sprays, so for the second time,
That feels
after I
bad.
said
To
my
edit down
grand
a whole
goodbyes and
compilation
acted
of like
we'd
8
never see
streams
it
and
again,
spend like,
we're back
you
at
know,
the
a month or
Awakening
2
Wood.
on it.
This time though,
To
it
have it be
really
like,
is a
"Meh,
swan
I don't
song,
think
as
so."
It's the last
like,
time we'll be
why?
seeing this area, and
Feels
someone is
bad.
definitely
Feels bad.
dying in the Dream Den.
But it's all
That's
good.
for certain.
The doodle. Oh, peace, bro. Oh, yep.
Okay, that's just ridiculous.
That is
Capped
ridiculous.
the day off with
That
3
is
bitter sprays
ridiculous.
and 19 spicy sprays.
Oh, bro,
Plus,
he
I
just went
collected
back.
the
He's doing it
leftovers
non-organically.
every time we had to
Guys, if I do Lands of Torture again, I have to do it organically, probably.
kill them and
You'd lose your mind. I mean, I'm surprised. You might one day, man, you might get there. You might be like, why is this being demonetized? You're like, this video has 1 million views. Why is this demonetized?
1,000 Pikmin. This is probably the last time you'll be actively growing Pikmin, so it's a nice number to end it on. Well, to commemorate our journey, I took in the Awakening Wood in all of its glory as the sunset timer counted down, reminding me of how far we'd come and how the time we have left in this mod is also counted. Can I talk? You know what,
No.
with that attitude, I won't sit out the sunsets.
Yeah, we out.
Yeah, I'll miss you guys too, I guess.
Peak.
Warning. The upcoming cave contains flashing graphics for most of its runtime.
Yup.
Viewer discretion is advised.
Always have to put the fucking epilepsy warning on these Pikmin 2 mods. You guys are the worst, for the record. Quote, I get it. 2017. Haha, funny. I get it. But man, every Pikmin 2 mod needs an epilepsy warning. And they just don't care about their players, dude. They don't care about who plays the mod. They're just like, yeah, you're just going to have to just suffer through it, man. Just do it. It's fine. I'm only the guy who's playing the game. It doesn't affect me, but it affects all the viewers, right? I'm good. There was a PikTuber who got his channel demonetized for comparing yellow Pikmin to a certain... Who? I mean, do I want to know? Do I know what race? If I had an immediate thought, which, is racist. I'm not going to say it out loud, but I was like, what? I was, who? Who is that? Oh, Vitus? Mr. Vitus? Is that a guy? That's a guy, right? I mean, did he do it with malice? Or was it like comedy? Is this my bridge moment? What's a bridge moment?
We're back in the Wistful Wild, and
Okay, wait. Give me 1 split second. Hold on. Sorry. A Pikmin Extinction Challenge. Huh. Okay, one sec. We'll be finishing up real quick. I wanted to plug my phone in.
it's finally time to go to the end point of our journey.
This whole channel's
that obviously
gone.
being the cloaking Burrowness
Jeez.
who breaks down a bridge. Get out of my
Yeah,
way.
that.
We've reached the actual end point, that being the Dream Den. We've just got to sneak past this orange.
It was way
boat
too
ride
open
while we
about it.
watch that
Really? His
cutscene.
whole channel's
Okay,
gone?
we're here, the error
Did he do it
den.
out of shame, or did
Time to
YouTube do it?
end this once and for all.
That's insane.
What
PewDiePie
exactly
bridge
am I
moment.
meant
Is
to
that
be
like Logan Paul's forest moment?
Looking at.
Even though I like PewDiePie more than Logan Paul, obviously, for plenty of obvious reasons.
A few floors were kind of weird with their layouts and aesthetics.
Logan Paul is
before,
the kind of guy
but
to
this one
entertain
is
Andrew
actively
Tate.
hideous
Andrew
to
Tate's the
look
kind of
at.
guy to ask
It
the President of the
actually
United
hurts
States for a
my
pardon.
eyes more than the two
You do the
glorious
math.
I'll immediately see upon landing.
Who do we like? Who do we not like? It's easy. We hate the enemy. Oh!
That's obviously a bit of an issue. I tried to lure the bumbling snitch bug out of there, which
I'm
is
freaking out for him.
basically impossible to do without also attracting the attention of the Crobster.
A no-no
so
word
I
in
decided
anger.
to just kill him as the Crobster was stunned, which will obviously happen when he hits
Sorry,
the
bro.
tower.
I didn't.
and
Oh
all the
my
purple people
god!
Okay, you win this round, Error Den. After walking
Error
all the way
Den,
back and
right.
getting harassed by even more
Yes, the
enemies this
epilepsy.
time, we're inside
Yes.
the Error Den again.
Gets drunk and
and
plays
I'd like
Mario
to say
Kart
I
now.
know exactly what to do this
Good
time,
on him.
but that would be a lie.
I've only
I didn't know
been
if the
a
floor
little
outside of the melt
a
stuff
little
was solid or
on
not,
stream.
so I consulted this
a couple
groink,
times.
but he
I've
just
never been
kinda left
drunk
me
on
more
stream. I've
confused
been
than I
tipsy
already
on stream,
was.
but I've never been
We
like.
run into the Crobster again,
I've never been
who
like
didn't
drunk.
have a
You know what I'm
bumbling
saying?
snitch bug in his
I don't
little
do
den,
that.
but he did have scales.
It's not within my
We
interest
were actually
to
able
like.
to deal with him flawlessly.
I did drunky ball,
Perfect.
to be fair. That
However,
was
there's
probably
apparently
the
still
most
a
I've
treasure
drank on
here,
stream.
So I have to head over to face
But I also
another
didn't
Crobster.
do that much. Nothing for the program. Nothing for the program. Sad. Why are we hanging on this? Why are we hanging on this?
Where's the treasure?
Where's the
It's
treasure?
a bit late in the game to be pulling this nonsense. I didn't know the name Error Den would be a warning. I don't know if this treasure is a duplicate or not, and I guess we'll never know. I have to reset and do the whole floor over again, thanks to...
I think this is another problem.
this.
You were once, and that stream's lost media. I remember that stream. I remember that stream, bro. That one I actually remember.
I'm sorry for making you look at this for so long. We do the first Cropster fight again, and then have to...
No, there's some good Pikmin ROM hacks you can recommend normies. You know, you don't have to recommend them Lands of Torture. You don't have to recommend them Pikmin 2 Kaizo. You could be like, yo, play Pikmin 251. Yo, play Pikmin 2 Power Cut. Yo, play Pikmin. You know, like... Pikmin is a little bit of a grind because of the key system. I like Pikmin a lot, but I don't really love the key system. I think there's too many keys, generally, especially on the later levels. But Pikmin is a solid playthrough, even if you don't like memes as much as your average person, which I don't. That type of funny haha meme doesn't really do it for me, but it's a lot of good ideas. I'm gonna keep going. We gotta keep going.
Arena, which is easier since I know approximately.
Pikmin Squared's a good one. Louis Quest's a good one. Yeah,
and it leads to some truly riveting gameplay.
Squared's a good one to start with. Mainly worried about epilepsy. You don't want a dead coworker. That only happens in these mods. Don't recommend the randomizer either. Yeah, this shit's tough to look at. Bold. Yep. They're trying to get the crab. He's like, how come they won't attack the little orange bulborb? That's an instance where the crab is the main thing they're attracted to, and they just are ignoring the orange bulborb because of it. That happens a lot with bosses. Also, look at the triple orange bulborb spawn behind the quadruple poison gate right there. Look at that, bro. Look at that crap.
Freaking out again. And
251 would be boring for you. Is it still worth playing? Yeah, I would definitely. I mean, I'm always gonna recommend Colossal Caverns. That's a little too maybe intensive for your average Pikmin player. One time through is like fine, but to speedrun it like me, you got to be a real fiend for this game.
And is nowhere to be found, so I guess it's on purpose. This is
have I seen Grapefruit's playthrough of Pikmin 269? I think I've watched 1 and 2. I don't think I've ever watched 269. By that point, I was making content. I haven't watched a lot of Grapefruit, but just some.
To get through sub-level 1, I decided to turn the game off and head
to
an entirely different dream.
That's not shade. That's just like.
But while I was there, I was given time to think about whatever happened with the treasure on that floor, and I came up with a theory. The reason these treasures seem to not be spawning is because they were duplicate treasures. Usually the duplicate treasures are all spawned in at once, but I think that time they were actually set to spawn inside of the Crobsters. And I found it suspicious that the treasure always spawned on the very first Crobster we killed. Usually when you collect a treasure, it's set to never spawn again, which wouldn't impact the usual duplicate treasures we saw, as they all get spawned in at the start of the floor, but for the ones inside of enemies, they have to spawn after the enemy is killed. So I figure if you collect the treasure before spawning all the duplicates, it just won't spawn after the enemy is killed. But the treasure gauge will still act like it's there for some reason. In fact, one of the few floors we saw with duplicate treasures inside of enemies was the second floor at the Citadel of Spiders, where if you remember, the treasure detection for the Pikmin was also completely messed up, which adds to my theory. Anyways, the second floor ended up having a lot of Gatling groinks inside of these structures,
this floor is awesome.
Which all had duplicate treasures. I held off on collecting any of them throughout the floor until it was fully cleared, and they all spawned in with no issue. And the treasure gauge worked perfectly fine, so I think my theory was correct. So for the final cave in the game, we have to deal with duplicate treasures again, except with a new twist that makes them far more obnoxious. I killed all of the groinks, which because of where they're placed, they are very hard to hiss and can easily knock Pikmin into the abyss. Meaning the only way to take them out is usually using bitter spray or purple Pikmin spams if they're in somewhere open enough. The sprays do make them easy, but I'd like to be using those somewhere else, such as the final boss maybe. This floor also has weird visuals, which thankfully aren't an absolute eyesore to look at, but this time they do actually have gameplay ramifications.
Yes, they do.
It can be pretty hard to gauge where airborne enemies precisely are due to you not being able to see their shadows, and also those bullshit Mike Tyson boulders are back, except since you can't see their shadows, there is zero telegraph for them
summoning
at all.
salt.
I got lucky since the first one spawned a bit away from me, and I very quickly scouted out the floor with one Pikmin afterwards, but they could definitely lead to a disaster if you don't see them coming. Overall, this floor was really difficult and tedious, taking 20 minutes to beat.
Sure.
We at least know what the rules are starting on sublevel 3, so I can avoid having to spend a ridiculous amount of time clearing out
I'm
the
hoping that
floor.
the guide that
You
I
have to
have
face
is
off against an
gonna
Emperor
let me
Bulblax to get a
avoid most
treasure,
of this.
which
I don't
is
remember
usually
a
on
lot
the
of these
previous
weird,
floor.
intricate
I kill
details
another
with the
to
treasure
check if
gauge,
they all have
but
the same pencil, which it seems they do. So I get us and head for the exit, but then the treasure gauge picks up again in a spot with no Bulblaxes.
and it's into Bulb Bear maybe.
This is just a load of nonsense. We have a cannonbeel larva, a hermit chromat, and a fire geyser fused into one hateful entity. Not even fellow
It's like Chess
enemies are
Marimo
safe from its
from One
wrath.
Piece.
Not even itself is safe from its wrath. Turns out all of that was actually useless, as there either was no treasure or one of the enemies had the same pencil which didn't spawn in. So I headed to the exit, but not alone, unfortunately.
Nope.
Sublevel
Never.
4 is this giant dense maze
Love
filled with
sublevel
boulders
tree.
and also silly water, which the game just dumps you into. All of your Pikmin can walk over it, but sometimes they fall in and usually pop right out. On my first attempt here, I resetted the game because I thought the floor was busted. The treasure gauge was going off here and there were no enemies there. The treasure wasn't showing up at all. However, it turns out it actually wasn't busted. These dwarf bullbears gave the game away on the next attempt. I know I've been pushing the no reset rule quite a bit, but these floors are getting abstract enough to where it's hard to tell if they're breaking or working as intended.
Yep.
I do always end up in a significantly worse...
You always end up having to do this stuff where you're like, okay, there's some garbage at the end of a run, and you just have to bite the bullet. You have to reset. You're not going to go through 30 floors. You got to get stuff done. You got to get the video out. You got to complete it. Like, it always ends up happening at the end of Pikmin 2 mods specifically. It's exhausting to have a bunch of asterisks and be like, oh, well, actually, it's this. Or actually, the rules have changed. Actually, it's like, Again, hoping the guide helps me on my repeat playthrough. If we get there, if I do,
wrong, so I've not been getting one over
if I do have to replay it.
Also, unless with some insane trial and error, or if you know the game's inner workings, which I did, good luck ever finding out that you're meant to slam a purple Pikmin on the ground in order to trigger the flag for the
than the main campaign of Pikmin 3.
I haven't even mentioned the absolutely abhorrent
then the
enemy
lost
layout
area,
aside from
that's
the
lost
bullbears.
media.
Every spot is crammed with several wally hops and water dumples. If you want to keep your Pikmin safe in a dead end, a bullbear will
dead.
Pikmin true a wall.
Yep.
Worst floor by far, and that's saying something.
Wow. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. This one's a good one. This is a banger. This is a banger. Watch this. What do you have to say about this? One more poop. Timing.
Do I have to sit here and explain why this is bad?
No. No, you don't.
Tree larvae get spawned every 2 seconds.
This
and
shit
there's nowhere to lead
is
them
insane.
To. Even just standing still can't ward
This
them
one
off. They
took
cover
me
too much
a
ground, and
long
at least
time.
one pack of them will be heading
there's
towards
so
your
many.
Pikmin. Another one where we'll have to just barge in with no strategy.
And then...
Really? It's just spamming our Pikmin and sprays to clear up the Empresses as fast as possible, and then taking out the raging Longlegs, which is actually fine this time aside from when he's near the Empresses, as it's an actual arena. There's nowhere for him to camp. Oh hey Timmy, what are you playing on your GameCube? Oh, don't mind me, Dad, I'm playing grass. There's a bunch of shear grubs in here and I can't see where they are, plus there were two
Dude, when the babies went back there, this was a nightmare.
Larvae here waiting to jump us. Just a very memorable mess of a floor. Sublevel 6 is a rest.
A memorable mess
Usually
of a
these are
floor
kind of a
is
pleasant
real.
surprise, but now it's like, yeah, it better be a fucking rest floor. Obviously, they do have to make it as annoying as possible by having tons of withering blowhogs and
I love the
weevils
clear
that drop from
floor.
the sky.
It's
But
awesome.
compared to everything
I remember I left the cave at this point, and then I came back.
else here, it is pretty relaxing. You do get one of every candy pop bud along with 3 queen
Why
candy
did
pop
I
buds, so
leave,
we are able
though?
to get our
There was a
Pikmin
reason
count
I
back
left.
up
I
to
don't know if I had enough
100.
Pikmin.
I took a break to watch Mamuda. That was fun. Sublevel 7, aside from the rest floor, obviously, is the easiest floor so far by a landslide. It's another one of those sublevels where everyone just kind of ends up killing each other with minimal involvement on your end.
The Groink's
I think
doing
the
it.
only thing I actually fought with Pikmin was this singular cannon beetle. Again with these bizarre layouts, this 4's unconventional aesthetic feels like something conventional that's being twisted around and turned into something unconventional. It doesn't feel like something that exists, but because the thought exists of the existing 4 not existing, the non-existent must exist.
Run that back.
Around and turned into something unconventional. It doesn't feel like something that exists, but because the thought exists of the existing 4 not existing, the non-existent must exist.
Affiliate into the affiliate,
really
dude. The editing is.
Affiliated Snaggerus, glad you were able to make us. If you ignore the rude start and us the hairy bulborb that decides he's the
I just love the nonsense into affiliated Snaggerus.
hero of the day, this 4 isn't
That's
worst.
that's Pikmin
I
brain.
think aside from all of the extra crap this 4 has, a affiliated Snaggerus fight with jelly floats in the arena could definitely work. The weirdest thing here is this grass section on top of the sinking sand arena, which just decides on a whim whether it has collision or not, and who gets affected by it. Your captain can stand on top of it at times, but none of your Pikmin will, so you just can't throw any Pikmin to stop the giant bird from killing them. Once you adjust to that though, it's fine.
Oh yeah, that.
I just want a fucking egg. Straight to the exit it is.
Straight to the exit it is. Next. Go next. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, this is gaming. Bitter Spray the movie. Dude, oh my god. He's like, I can tell he's just getting like, I don't want to say sick of editing, but he's trying to come up with ways to like make this funnier or more interesting. Like from this moment, right, when he's just standing underneath them, I'm like, okay, he's gonna bait the Wally Hop and then he's gonna Bitter Spray, right? That, as a Pikmin player, I know this. I'm like, okay, he's planning on Bitter Spraying. the immediate cut, that's killer. This is a killer cut. That's a killer cut, dude. That's just so good, bro. That's so good. And just there is no audio. This is for the veterans. This is for the Pikmin veterans. Dude, just that's amazing. I'm sorry. Look, ready? Okay, so okay, turns around, right? Turns around. There we go. Okay. Bitter Spray comes out right here. So he's get 1, 2, 3, 4. 3 or 4 frames. Dude, that shit is gold. Nothing. He's just... This is just gameplay. Just game. Just the game. He doesn't even... Hold up. Is in the next cut, does he have 6 Bitter Sprays? Oh my god, he's a genius. He's a genius. Yo, that's genius, bro. Like right here. He doesn't even let himself show you that he uses the Bitter Spray here. This is fucking genius. Cut. 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 Oh no, he tried, I think. Oh, it went through the wall. He's showcasing that. Puffy Blowhog's
This
going
sublevel
crazy.
is just actually mind-numbing. I had no thoughts flowing through my head while playing this
yeah.
game. It is just so comically abhorrent that it is hard for the human mind to even process.
No, I process it.
I mean, just listen to the game audio.
Yeah. Yeah. And they wonder, you're getting epilepsy warnings, you're getting this noise. It's called Lands of Torture for a reason, guys.
The treasure isn't an Emperor Bullblacks, but there's like 50 things that can mess up the fight that you have to clear up. He eventually just got woken up by accident, and I fought him then and there, which went kinda smoothly. This somehow only took 9 minutes despite feeling like 30. Just another horrific floor.
Oh yeah.
Sublevel 10 is the Dweevil Maze, except it is even bigger than the original floor, plus it's filled with swooping snitch bugs and beady longlegs. This is another floor where there's usually several treasures, but now there's only one, and you aren't going to know that until you comb through the entire floor. It's probably been pretty obvious at this point, but no, I have not been using any sort of guide. I don't even know if one exists. You wouldn't need a guide for most of this mod, but for shit like this...
That's fascinating, because he used the Kaizo guide. He did not... I don't want to call it a Kaizo guide. I don't really like guide. I just have a list of where the treasures all are, right? I have that for Lands of Torture as well. I'm pretty sure. I really hope I do. If I don't, then I'm going to be upsetty. But I'm pretty sure I did document it.
You definitely want one. Nobody wants to sit down and search through an entire floor like this. There's also way more antenna builds here who trough the treasure gauge and also do stuff like this.
Look at how little damage. Look at how little fucking damage. Oh, yep. Ew! 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 Beady Longlegs gets 11! 1, 2, 11 Pikmin died.
The Hole of Heroes was long, but this is the cave that truly feels grueling to get through.
Yeah.
All of these floors have taken pieces out of me one by one.
Yep.
Probably the most demoralized I felt while playing, despite the end being in sight. We get the Emergence cave layout for sublevel 11, but the
every
lead up
Pikmin
to
2
the
mod
large
be like
circular
that.
part has a lot of sheer
The most
wigs and also some
demoralized
snag
I've
grids.
felt,
It's all pretty
even though we're at the
inconsequential
end.
compared to what it's leading up to, though.
Raging Longlegs, right? Yep. Yep, I remember that. There's 3 of them.
Yep, 3 Raging Longlegs in a row.
Yep.
I know from the very start that we'll only have to kill one of them, but even then, sectioning them off is pretty difficult.
Very, very hard.
And they are able to inflict massive casualties.
Big
At this
feet.
point, I hadn't ruled out just hitting an exit geyser if we see one, as our sprays are dwindling.
If I made an OnlyFans account with a picture of a Raging Longlegs and only posted his feet, do you guys think I'd make some money?
Our Pikmin are dwindling, and our captain's health is dwindling too.
Just like, you know,
I
like every
killed one
day,
of
just
them and
post like a
sneaked past the
different,
other 2
like a
while
Raging
collecting the
Longlegs in
treasure,
like a
because
different
why would
spot.
I ever bother to fight them?
Just the feet. Oh, here we go. A quote-unquote
Salvation.
rest
More
floor.
Pikmin. More sprays.
Yes.
Better luck next time, Olimar.
Sorry, Ollie.
Fitting this takes place in the sewer since I felt like I just left Shawshank when I got here.
Yep.
You get tons of sprays here, and this gave me the boost to carry on since we are approaching the end anyways.
Yep.
Well, that was the
At
rest
least it's
floor.
not 50
Say,
floors.
what floor is up to be remixed next? It was like sublevel... Oh no.
What's with the floor type being used that often? It's only used like a few times. Oh, yup.
I think that prior...
This is actually the one I was referring to when it was the, when I said the Dream Den generation, it was sublevel 6 of, I think, the Hole of Heroes. Or, yeah, it was the Hole of Heroes or the Hole of Deaths in Lands of Torture. This is the one that I'm referencing. This one's a fucking nightmare. This whole cave is a nightmare, but this sublevel is really, really bad.
Was just to stock you up with the sprays necessary to manage this floor alone, since it would be practically impossible without them. I don't even think that's hyperbole. If you had no access to sprays, it would probably be practically impossible to beat this floor while still having sufficient Pikmin numbers.
I had
for
to
the
reset
following
here.
ones.
It was one of the only times I
Look how
reset,
many
I
Wally
think.
hops are by our base, and there's more falling from the sky. Thankfully, getting the treasure is extremely quick. It's in every single
And that grass is actually water.
one of the several groinks, and it's basically guaranteed one will be near you in a timely manner. Then you just have to dash to the exit while ignoring a frog, while also ensuring Olimar doesn't get shot dead by a firing squad just as you're about to leave. Sublevel 14 is actually easy in hindsight, but it's also fucking infuriating, and is absolutely horrible to go through after everything else you've had to put up with.
Everything else,
Basically,
he goes back to the Triple Empress floor, Olimar is almost dead here, also.
There's 2 distinct treasures and a bunch of bread bugs, so you just have to kill off the bread bugs who steal the treasures. My Pikmin just kept missing, or getting shoved by the bread bugs while trying to
This
hit
is a
them.
bitter spray moment.
Even when standing still and aiming at the exact same spot where I already hit one, they somehow managed to miss. Like, it's not on me at this point. I'd usually have the patience for this, but after some of the most asinine sublevels I've ever seen, I just don't.
Yep.
We do get lucky since this giant bread bug set his nest right at our base, and he ended up stealing both of the treasures.
Wow.
So we did not have to do an awful amount of work.
Whoa,
here, but
that's
still,
big.
It was so annoying. Sublevel 15, we're nearly there.
This is the Toady Bloister floor. After that, after the Triple Empress, after the Dream Den generation, after everything, this one's the Toady Bloister floor.
This here looked like the opposite of amazing. I've exhausted my inventory of negative terms, if you couldn't tell.
Yep, I
but we
can
can
tell.
actually lead this guy into an isolated hallway away
Oh,
from
that's nice. That's nice you got him in the hallway. Mine were both in the pool.
everyone else, making it a pretty painless fight. Then the other treasure's location wasn't really much of a secret. I mentioned way back how I hated Snagret spam, mainly because of the noises,
Blister
but
spam.
putting up with Antennabule spam for
Oh.
several floors that sounds like this.
Yeah. Which, by the way, stems from the treasure gauge.
Has made me miss it a bit. Leaving the floor ended up being harder than getting the treasures since everyone had a
I think
chronic
I
lack-
actually maybe only reset during this cave. You guys might have to fact check me on that, but I feel like I only reset during this cave.
of minding their own business. And I don't even
And
know how you'd reasonably
down.
clean up these enemies without calling in an airstrike or splitting an atom.
Yeah, you don't.
The last treasure that isn't related to the final boss is on floor 16, the Hypno Platter.
This is
It's
the
the same as the
wraiths, right?
original floor, but way bigger, and also has whatever is going on here.
Yeah, whatever's going on. Is this when the wraiths slowly descend, or was that Kaizo? That might have been Kaizo. Okay, that is happening because of how, like, technically there's a roof there, so the Pikmin are bonking on the roof. That
There's some
happens.
Queen Candy Bot Buds allowing us to get up to 100 Pikmin, and we are now
Yellows.
officially at the end.
Yellows.
Regardless of what we'll have to deal with for the final boss, this was by far the hardest
Yep.
cave we've had to go
For
through.
sure.
This is probably the hardest cave I've ever had to go through in
Yep.
any Pikmin hacker game. It is vicious from start to end.
Yeah.
Anyways, now it's time to finish it off.
All candy pop buds are queens. That's how you recall it. It took a lot to crack me. Yeah, no, I wanted to play through it as, like, legitimately as possible, but then I got the sublevel, like, right there. Like, literally the Dream Den generation, and I think I was like, fuck it, guys. Was there... What was the deal here? Oh, there's multiple, right? We had to try to wake up one of them. Oh, yeah, my C-stick didn't work, Hunter. My C-stick was not acting correctly for some reason. It was like, I don't know what happened.
Well, at least we can see.
I think I skipped this floor and I just killed one on the next floor. At least we can see! Wait, that's banger. That's a banger.
Well, at least we can see.
For everybody who played through
You know
Kaizo.
what I want to do when I reach the
All
final
fucking
boss?
five
I want
of
to have
us.
most of the time spent not
That joke's
fighting
for
the
me.
final boss, and instead spent dealing with
Press A
bread
when you
bugs
playing
who
through
zip
Kaizo,
around
bro.
in ways that let them perfectly avoid our throws.
Yep.
Can we fight the final boss, please?
Nope. Yep.
Oh, piss off. Unfortunately, I think I ended up vastly underestimating this. In my head, we just quickly take out one of the Titan Dweevils.
No.
None of the other ones would be woken up, and we just
No.
win the mod and be remembered in the Hall of
Nope.
Fame.
Nope.
But no, of course that doesn't happen.
It's very, 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 very hard. This is also maybe the moment where the electricity kills all my Pikmin by the geyser right there. Let's see if it, or the cave right there. Let's see if it happens to him.
Of course these dwarf bull bears get involved. Of course every single Titan Dweevil gets woken up.
Yep.
Of course a beady Longlegs comes out of nowhere.
Yep.
Of course our Pikmin squad gets absolutely devastated. And
Yep.
of course the man at legs stays sound asleep
I definitely reset a bunch on this floor.
during all of this. It's just havoc. I don't even know how to describe any of this, but I think the footage does all of the talking, really. It's been hard to talk about the Titan Dweevil himself since there's just so much shit going on, but basically he has 4 treasures equipped to him, plus Louis, and he alternates between the 4 for his attacks, each representing one of the core hazards. Obviously he usually does 1 attack at a time, but since there's 4 of them, we just have to put up with a whole barrage of elements. This goes on for a while with no real progress, and eventually I just accept we'll have to throw in the towel and try again.
Yep.
We did actually knock the monster pump off of one of them, which I grabbed before leaving, since that means the next time we're here, they won't have us. That's good since this attack is already annoying in vanilla, but here since they can all do it at once,
maybe it is true.
They just unleash a fucking spell card like we're storming the Scarlet Devil Mansion. The shock therapist was also dropped, but I didn't collect it since we're fighting these guys with yellow Pikmin, who are fully immune to us, and them using it is actually advantageous.
Yep.
That's actually the reason we're using yellows and why I was collecting so many of them throughout the cave.
It is true.
They can reach the Titan Dweevil's treasures.
All of them wouldn't have it? That's fascinating. I think I noped out of this floor and went to the next floor and killed it.
And are also fully immune to his worst attack. On my way to leave, while I was expecting just 1 filler floor, it instead turns out that there's actually several floors, and we have a choice.
Jack, bro, never underestimate the YouTube comment section. They're really dumb.
Nice to know earlier. The last 2 floors are absolute rubbish. Sublevel 20 has no advantages to it in the slightest, and 19 does only have 1 Titan Dweevil, but he's in water, and there's like a million swooping snitch bugs. Sublevel 18,
this is
while
where I
having
killed
some
him.
bosses, has by far the most amount of space, and only 3 Titan Dweevils
Yep, this is
who are
the
spread
one I
out
did.
well enough.
I
So we could realistically only fight one of them if we're careful.
Yeah, if you're careful.
Anyways, I leave the cave, keeping all the treasures we collected so far. 175 Pikmin deaths.
Yep.
175.
Yeah.
I guess the reason everyone was mad at me in the Awakening Wood is because I keep coming back every time I say it's the last time. Well, it will be the last time because I went overboard with the spray grinding. Spending a whole 2 days here to ensure that no matter what happens, I will have enough
That's
sprays.
not organic.
Now all that's left to do is to go back to the Titan Dweevil. No biggie, we only have to go through 17 floors to get back to where we were. I was expecting the crawl back to the Titan Dweevil to be an absolute struggle that would take forever and leave me in tears, but it turned out to be fine enough. Floors like sublevel 4 and 13, which I expected to be absolute nightmares, turned out to be
because you get a bunch of like getting through all this shit sucks, right? Like obviously, but if you don't have to look for the treasure and you don't really have to worry about Pikmin deaths because of all the Queen Candy Pop buds, it's like kind of chill.
Not really the worst. And the prevalence of Queen Candy Pop buds means there's a lot of room for error.
Am I writing the script?
One of the contributing factors I stocked up on so many sprays was because of some of these floors. And spamming sprays for them with no regard to how much of them I was using made a lot of these easy enough to blast through. In fact, I don't think I even really used an absurd amount of sprays. Plus, we obviously get extras on that rest floor, so there's no need to be that conservative with them. Eventually, we got to sublevel 16, which had a really good layout. That allowed us to reach everything we needed with little work. Yeah. I stock up on some extra yellow Pikmin, convert some of my blue Pikmin into purples, who I brought so we'd have extra
You don't support this factory
the treasures, and I was ready to finally finish this mod once and for all. We're obviously skipping past sublevel 17 because there's no way in hell I'm fighting anything in there. I already said I'm attempting sublevel 18, and I think this one makes a grace endpoint. There's several Snagrits, an Emperor Bullbats, and
it's still hard.
The 3 pillars of Lands of Torture are here to give us a nice goodbye before we put a wrap on things.
The 3 pillars... Oh, there's an Emperor.
Figuring them out does take a bit of time, but it isn't intolerable.
I was gonna say.
Well, except for the music. It doesn't play the boss music, they all play the Titan Dweevil's theme, but it glitches out a lot. In this case, it just played the flare cannon part on loop, which meant listening to this on repeat.
Yup, been there, done that. Been there, done that, man. God, I'm not excited. I'm not excited. I've been here, done that, been here, done that. The program...
isolated Titan Dweevil. Perfect. The battle has begun. I bring him over to this place as it serves as a great arena.
Yeah, the hydro cannon is gone, actually. That's
as it has the most range out of his currently available weapons. We thankfully don't have to put up with the monster pump at all since we collected it on our previous attempt, meaning our Pokemon are completely safe at our base. To keep up with us having to listen to the flare cannon jingle on repeat.
Flare cannon. I know the names of the treasure, I'm sorry.
And he ended up never using the comedy bomb thanks to this. I'd say
I'm sorry. What do you want? It's 11 at night. I've been doing this for hours.
He has
what do you
an
want?
absurd knockback that can easily wake up the other Titan Dweevils. To avoid this, I'd hit him with a bitter spray just before his shake, which gives us a lot more time to react and call our Pikmin off of it, as the timing is usually really harsh.
The Titan Dweevil actually, I don't believe his treasures can be damaged while he's bitter sprayed. So even though he's throwing Pikmin here, it's not making any forward momentum.
Also making sure to be extremely precise with my whistle, as any Pikmin panicking could run over to the Titan Dweevil clump of death.
Yep.
We eventually take down the flare cannon, leaving him with just the shock therapist.
Easy.
The fight is basically over as long as we don't mess anything up.
And then,
after a lot of spamming his only weapon to stall off time, it's knocked to the floor and he is on the ropes with no way of directly harming us. His only defense mechanism is a desperate last resource of trying to send our Pikmin over.
You gotta just use the bitters, bro. Just use the bitters.
But it is thwarted by slamming him with a bitter spray, and eventually.
Oh, he didn't even no program. That's fine. Cinema.
He's down.
Multiple Louis.
Whatever happened to Louis while he was away, it seems he has been fully cured of his pick card ailment. The last trick the mod has up its sleeve is making Louis weigh 80 Pikmin. So if you beat the fight by the skin of your teeth, you won't be able to collect him. However, we ended up demolishing the Titan, so it's no issue for us. Anyways,
just like us in our Colossal Caverns PB run.
One last glimpse of the
like
other
and subscribe.
chaos this mod has to offer. It is time to leave the lands of torture.
You gotta get out of there, bro. Catharsis. Use a bitter! Yep. Thank you. Thank you. Good. Yep. Naked Dweevils. I'm sorry, wait. How many did you start with? He starts with 83. He loses 9 of them on that trek.
If you count up the Pikmin deaths across this cave, we lost a total of 267 Pikmin. Obviously that was extremely difficult with some of the hardest floors, but who cares now, the mod's over.
Who cares now, the mod's over? Tell me about it. Good job. Incredible job.
We lost 1,301 Pikmin.
Okay, now I have to know how many I lost. Now I have to know. I probably lost more, actually. I probably lost more. I can find it pretty quick. I just need to go to my last VOD. This won't take me very long. Finale. Here we go. 130. Oh yeah, way back in the day. Boom. I lost 1,000. Hold up.
In total,
I lost 1,440 Pikmin. Wow. He's better than me.
1,000.
This mod is truly once in a lifetime.
The Bullbear was also the most frequent enemy we saw, to the point where we killed 655.
You're right. This mod is
Those
once in a
some
lifetime.
Insane statistics, and that is definitely the highest.
Definitely
will
never have to play through that a second
so
time.
Far. In fact, I doubt it'll ever be beaten. Well, anyways, that was Pikmin 2.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
And that is definitely the highest Pikmin death count we've had on the channel so far. In fact, I doubt it'll ever be beaten.
Oh, wow, I guess I beat him there. I lost more Pikmin than you. I'm worse than you at the game. To be fair, I hadn't leveled up yet. I didn't go under the waterfall.
I was going into this with the question of, is it harder than Kaizo?
Tell me about it. I really...
previous most difficult thing we did on this channel, and I was surprised how the answer very quickly just became an unambiguous yes. This was one of the most grueling game experiences I've had to go through. Kaizo did have a lot of frequent spam floors with tons of enemies, which I was expecting that it'd be hard to beat that, especially with how many low...
He used a guide for Kaizo. He used my guide for Kaizo.
...blows that mod throws at you, but no. Most of these floors are way worse, and even with the far smaller sublevel counts, these caves took much longer. The thing with the spam floors in Kaizo was that you can absent-mindedly chug through them if you're dedicated enough.
Yep.
The floors here, however, are really deliberate, and you have to be actively playing and thinking of what you're going to do.
Two different games.
As for the mod's quality, it's hard to really contrast to other Pikmin games and mods, but compared to others in the niche genre of bullshit Pikmin 2 mods that are meant to annoy you, this is like the Mona Lisa.
incredible. It is. It truly is.
Everything here is planned out perfectly, and the game really utilizes every part of it.
See, this is the way, right? We get through these grueling mods, and this is the way we talk about them. We're like, this is the Mona Lisa of Pikmin 2 difficulty mods. We get through all this shit, all of the Aeroden, the Triple Empress, you get through the Submerged Castle, all of the suffering, all of the pain, and us as Pikmin players, we're like, it was peak all the way through. It's because we're built different, bro. We're built absolutely different. This shit sucks. Do not play it. But
Pikmin 2.
I've played it once before.
Basically every
now,
floor we went
I'm only here for Pikmin. Has played it and made a whole freaking beautiful 3-hour video on it.
True was unique.
This
which
was
is an
very
impressive
cathartic to
feat.
me.
It is obviously agonizing to get through, but I actually enjoyed this mod a lot more than I thought I would.
Yeah.
And left it with a good enough taste in my
Yeah.
mouth. I do admire the craftsmanship that went into it.
Absolutely.
It's not just poorly planned spam. You can tell there was a lot of effort to make it as torturous as could be.
Of course.
Definitely the pinnacle of Pikmin 2 nonsense.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's hard to recommend, but if you are a huge Pikmin
It's hard
2
to
fan,
recommend.
you can get a kick out of this.
Yeah.
Just be aware of what you're getting yourself into.
Yeah, you just gotta be
Anyways,
aware.
That was quite a lot of
Just
work.
gotta be
but
mindful.
At least I can relax. It's nothing but lost media now.
Oh my god, Luigi. Gaudy Goon, portrayed by Schaeferlos Productions. Incredible, actually. And then all the channel members. Well, guys, that was the Pikmin 2 Lands of Torture experience by I'm Only Here for Pikmin, the only Pikmin content creator out there. I'm not a Pikmin content creator. I'm Variety, baby. I have to play Earthbound still. Half of Earthbound, or 2/3 of Earthbound, or something like that. This was an awesome watch through. It was definitely... I felt a sense of camaraderie throughout the whole thing.
It is both my pleasure and burden to consign you to return to the lands of torture. Good luck, Hef. Remember, only when weak may one carry their true strength.
Wow. So,
in the world of...
Nope, shut up. Pulse effects. I love pulse effects, actually. So, within my channel's history, I played through Lands of Torture years ago. And, you know, you'd think you play through it one time. You play through it once. You think you're good. You think you've accomplished it. You think you're done. Every time somebody has asked me, Hef, how much to play through Lands of Torture again? How much to play through Lands of Torture again? I always hit a cool grand. A cool 1,000, right? Because that immediately shuts down the conversation. It saves my skin from having to play through Lands of Torture again. However, yesterday, Ratman donated the first installment of this. And today, right now, Ratman finished that installment. Thank you so much for your generosity. Of course. Oh, I've said it dozens of times across the channel, across live streams. I've always said a cool $1,000. That shuts down the conversation. Nobody can donate $1,000. How much for Kaizo? We're not playing that game. I'm not going to play that game. I might have to revisit Kaizo, generally. I have the guide for it. But with that, we are going to be taking on Pikmin 2 Lands of Torture again. Now, the first time I played through this, I didn't really know what I was getting myself into. Now that I've watched this and I've re-upped on all of the game, all of the bullshit and the nonsense that I had to sift through the first time, that I've kind of blocked out of my memory. And with all of the Pikmin 2 mods that I've played since then, with all of the knowledge that I've learned about the game, about the engine, about everything that goes on, we can finish we can finish Earthbound first. Lands of Torture is going to come. Not immediately. I have projects in the works that I'm already doing. This is not like a planned thing. In fact, not the only reason, because I wanted to kind of react to this anyway, but the only reason that I'm reacting to this today specifically is because of Ratman, because of his generosity, and because I was like, okay, let's brush up on Lands of Torture. Let's watch the only other long-form video about Lands of Torture that exists. This is a higher quality video than what I put out. This is completely narrated. I just did highlights, like just from the live streams. I'm only here for Pikmin. He played it off stream, but he has wonderful commentary, great breakdown, a very, very poignant thoughts on the game as a whole. Very difficult, very bullshit. But I also left Lands of Torture with like a pretty positive mindset. I look back on Lands of Torture fondly. And now I need to put my mouth where the money is. Put the money where your mouth is. And I need to play through Lands of Torture again. I probably won't make a video about it. Maybe I will. I have a lot on the docket. I've recently got a job, right? I've had a job for the last few months. So it's been hard to like edit stuff down and like really kind of be consistent. I'm doing my best, but it's just, I'm just busy. Summer's been busy. I've been busy pretty much every weekend. So I do want to finish Earthbound. I want to finish Mother 3. I have a video on sprays, Pikmin 2 sprays that I want to make. I have the script written out. I just got to record it, got to get some B-roll, and then hopefully make that one. That one shouldn't be a long one. But that's that. That is reality. I will be playing Pikmin 2 Lands of Torture again, and I never wanted to. This was an incredible video. I had such an excellent time reacting to it with all of you guys. And I'm only here for Pikmin's community. You guys showed out for this stream. It's been absolutely wonderful. But I gotta go to bed. I gotta go to work tomorrow. Lots of stuff coming to the channel, obviously. Shout out, I'm only here for Pikmin. Incredible Pikmin content. Go subscribe. I keep saying it. Go subscribe. Go subscribe. Go subscribe. Do it. Seriously. If you like Pikmin, that's the place to get it. For me, I got a new project on the docket. And if you guys enjoy the content, I'm going to switch the VOD. You already know how to support me. Leave a like on the stream. Subscribe to the channel. Mother coming back soon-ish. It's been a couple weeks. I got to get reacquainted with it. The only reason I'm here live doing I'm only here for Pikmin's Lands of Torture video is because of Ratman, because we played Colossal Caverns yesterday, because we reacted to my own PB run. It was an incredible time. We're going to be doing more later. I got to go to sleep. Thank you guys so much for watching. Till next time.